On a Sunday, angels read backwards. Do the science. It's another beautiful day in Europa. I'm near what's formerly known as Sodom and Gomorrah, Sin City, not too far west of Moab, Utah. And I'm just walking to get my breakfast of kings of tobacco. And I was saying about Bible studies and Sunday services and all the things I've been privy to growing up. And most of the arguments for and against all of it, as it seems to be the main subject coming up, at least in my metaverse AI algorithm. I don't think people know the genders in the things they're discussing, but it's worth discussing because people are looking for answers. So hopefully I can freestyle some things that'll help you look for your own answers. That'd be fucking amazing if they did that when we were kids. But it is what it is. Hello, Kalo say. We'll be all right on this Sunday, October 20, what the hell? It's October 24th, ain't it? Look at these guys. Yeah. Exactly what he said. There it is. That make laser gun sounds too. Everything but R2-D2, I think. I think you need like a raven or that bloodline of crows to do that shit, but whatever. That's beautiful. It smells horrible. At first it smells like a lake. Then you realize, oh, it smells like a lake near a municipality. But it just gives me this Call of Duty Black Ops or Blackout, actually. Call of Duty Blackout, actually. The mountain range, I know what I'm talking about. Got the bridge over there, you got the gas tanks and the oil thing over there. You know, you wasn't outside. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to TBFB13. Hey, salute. I thought I was the only one that whistles back at them. Yeah, we got to. That's our shit. That's literally our shit. So yeah. If they dropping off feathers, that's communication. So they communicate to us even if we're not communicating to them. It's kind of rude, you would think. Yeah, man. You used to feed them by hand and catch them and send them to go fetch shit. To this day. Mike Tyson is good at it, actually. Believe it or not. Mike Tyson really raised pigeons. Like, on a creepy spiritual level, I mean. I don't know what's more creepier than getting hit by fucking Mike Tyson. A guy that small but that powerful. But yeah. Shit, I don't want to get hit by Mike Tyson. I don't care how short he is. To me. So, yeah. Nah. That's like walking into a car crash. No thanks. I can kind of relate. I understand everything. But him and the birds, man. That's why he was like getting tigers and shit like that. He was like, oh, Mike Tyson crazy. You on that rich nigga shit. Like Michael Jackson. And it's like, no. That's not what that is. It only seems crazy because they're not in the office doing what they're told to go to work, I guess. But we've been had tigers and lions and bears, oh my. You feel me? Like, I hate that they downplay us. In the memory, in the narrative, in the semi-present moment, like, bro, if the Tiger King dude can have a tiger fucking zoo near Oklahoma, bro, do the science. Like, why wouldn't the people of the land? And then you just double down worse than that. Even if they want to play us and talk about, oh, you guys are from the blah, 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 Africa, whatever the Israelis believe, as if we asked them. Doesn't Africa have nothing but animals? It wasn't like that part of West Africa had fucking trade routes and highways and a whole bunch of other shit to do. It seemed like whoever out there has plenty of fucking time with animals, right? So like, it doesn't even, nothing changes with employment. Most spiritual people And I'm only using that word as a placeholder because no one actually can define what that is. But people who lean into the other reality, if you will, the veil, they tend to discover that or unlock that further through animals. I've had dogs for 12, 13, 14 years at a time. I've had cats around all the time. And if you look at me, you want to think I was an animal person with all my feathers. And all my stories about my childhood is about going to the aquarium and the zoo. That's how much women don't pay attention to me. I tell them that, like, zoos, aquariums, feathers, like, they're like, oh. But they see a tall, big guy who used to play football or basketball, and they're like, oh, they know. Yeah, it's like the program overrides common sense or something. Same thing with Mike. And that's my point with Mike Tyson. Just because I can smack someone's face off and he can knock a nigga's lights out doesn't mean that we don't love nature and animals, right? And that's more primitive because we probably both, him and me, probably picked that up from childhood. And it's unironic to me that when the spiritual calling happens again, it's the birds, the eagles, and all that shit, the hawks, the falcons, like all that shit. Like NFL be damned, Nephilim, angels, giants. Like, it's crazy, like, you know? It's crazy, like, when you really think about it, like, no shit, Sherlock. Where your grandma stay? Namaste, exactly. Same story. It's supposed to happen for us, bro. If we answer the call early enough. I've been answering that. I didn't even answer the call. I was calling that shit before it called me, actually. I ain't gonna lie. It's the only reason why I go to church.
It's vice versa.
Appreciate you, bro.
You gotta understand, Donnie. You gotta remember, bro. All I do is cook, right? I don't eat, I never ate this woman cooking. The only cooking I ate from Daisy was just bacon. You feel me? I swear to God, we've been together for 15 years. Like, that gotta tell you something, girl. I'm telling her, like, that gotta tell you something, like. You feel me? Niggas on that, swear to God.
My baby's mama drama trying to fight me, doesn't like me. It's always an outcast story. But yeah, most of the people in our tribe, we fuck with animals in the sense that the spiritual part of what animals is connected to us. We're part animal. It's quite clear to me. If you're quantum entangled to something, then it's part of your creation. And for whatever reason, the feathers and the birds, damn near everything in America, for real, if you think about it, but we are who we say we are. To God be the glory. Because, you know, everybody else is going to say something else and kind of take it from us. Thank God we ain't got to believe in them. And that's the hardest thing about today, especially if you're growing up. It's like, you know what? You don't have to believe what anyone's saying. You don't have to. It doesn't matter what the books are, what the facts are, nothing. You don't actually, it could be 100 of them motherfuckers. It's usually only 3. But even if you came across 100 stubborn people, you've been in the classroom before, everyone don't raise their hands, same story. None of these know what the fuck they think for themselves anyway. But you get it, like, some shit you just gotta discover for yourself, even if it's being rediscovered again. But you're discovering it for yourself, because although we descend from those people, this version of reality for me It's my first time. So I still have to discover it for myself type shit. Right. So even if the options wasn't presented to us the way it would have been in a different timeline or demonstration, it was still presented to me because of what generation specifically I come from. And I still choose us. I still choose us, bro. I like everything that rhymes with us for real. I don't mind roaming around the land, Roman. I don't mind roaming around my grandmother's backyard, Roman. I don't mind roaming around, Indian, Roman. I don't mind roaming around. I don't mind going to the universities either and checking out some of the technology and the crazy shit that the magicians are doing, Aaron, Zoroasters. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with the little secret escape in the mountains. Mind our own fucking business. We got bacon up here or we lit. I don't mind it. I don't mind traveling the seas. Everybody looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of these. I don't mind it more. I don't mind it Phoenician. I don't mind that. I don't mind any of those degrees since all of them are in us. Like, what the fuck going on? The fuck going on? Holy Amora Empire. Amora means love, by the way. That's crazy. That pyramid, Amora, all that got MR and America got in it. It's supposed to be a continent full of love, man. I could have sworn I seen the derogatypes. I seen what they wrote about it. They talked about America like it was a big black Indian woman related to Mama Inga. I know they did. I swear to God they did. I seen it. Liberty, man. That's love right there. Justice and equality for all. That's what love is, nigga. Like this place was supposed to be full of Amora anyway. So that's how I know it's the Holy Roma Empire. Like it's the holy empire of love, nigga. Everybody fucking anyway. That's why we're mixed tribes. Like when you doom the common sense of it, you be like, damn, we miss something. Yeah. Tragic, bro. The angelic empire of love. Bro, why that Bible exists? Because angels came down here to fuck. Like, the end. Let's stop there. True or false? I didn't say the reason why God exists. I said the reason why that Bible exists. That Bible exists because angels came downstairs to fuck. Let's start there. Let's just start there before we start talking about Bible, religion, black and white people, and everybody else. Because everyone going to talk about all that shit, but they only call up one book. Ain't that a bitch? And King James English. So, like, you can't have a religion, a Bible, anything without fucking. That's a lost art, I'm assuming. So, like, I don't understand anything about these people, boy. Nah. That whole first Genesis, chapter 1, is about fucking, bro. How do we miss it? In a chapter called genetics. It's called genetics. Genesis, right? Genes of ISIS. How do you get the genes of some other body? How do you get the genes of somebody? Let's imagine if you got the genes of ISIS. How did ISIS give birth to your goofy ass? Somebody was fucking her. Now, I don't know if your mother had this conversation with you. That's what's happening. They done changed it to DEI and how to do the weird sex, but they didn't get like to reproduction itself. Where you have two genders. And like it's a coin toss. So the next one be one or the other. It doesn't ever turn into a fucking dinosaur chicken nugget, does it? So genes of, you know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know, man. I think a lot of what's wrong in this world today is because people have forgotten sexual education. If you don't understand sexual education, you're not going to understand the Bible. I can promise you. That whole Old Testament about sex, bro. Word. All that other bullshit niggas is on, there's some other niggas on it. They ain't in that book and they didn't write it and it ain't their language. So like I said, it's not. Unfortunately, I don't mean that to dismiss any of their other contributions to humanity, but when it comes to interpreting a book not about their ass, nah, they can miss me with all their bullshit. I will learn from scratch. But when you start over, you're like, oh yeah, God created a man. Little nigga was lonely. It's not good for a man to be alone. And then their favorite Pauline, Roman, Jewish mixed hybrids echo that point at the end of the book. But they're also literate towards the end of that book, as time moved on, like, it's better for a man to be home by himself than be surrounded by a nagging bitch. I could have sworn that's what it said, boy. I could have sworn that's what that shit, boy. I could have sworn. Like, yo, you better off being by yourself with the bitch and nagger for real. But hey, it is what it is. Lo que lo say. So yeah, no. That whole book is about reproduction. So when people talk about I believe in God and they referring to the Bible, like, man, you should go forth and multiply, because it's a whole manual about reproduction and you haven't reproduced yet. Wondering why you're sad. Because you're not living up to your purpose. I'm going to find my purpose through the lens of Rockefellers and education and a collapsing United States hegemony that said fuck niggas who wrote the Bible. And you're like, yeah, I wonder. Your purpose is your kids, stupid. The fuck wrong with people? You know how, like, when we grow up tough or rough, we were like, yo, I kind of wish certain people were in my life longer, or certain aspects of my life was different, or like that one time I went to all those practices and my dad didn't show up. You know how, like, you say that to yourself? Well, yeah, that's what your kids are for. Not that they probably give a fuck, but so that you have a chance to facilitate those different things so that they could be better off, potentially. That's what your purpose. Planting seeds. Agriculture, reproduction, reproduce, replay, reincarnate, reproduce, reincarnate, reproduce, born again, reproduce, reincarnate. All them words are synonymous with the Bible. That's all it's about, fundamentally. That shit's written by a farmer. You smoke weed? Any of you? Where them sour diesel seeds at? Sour diesel ain't the same as other weed, is it? No. And I only smoked it a handful of times visiting New Jersey when it came out. I wasn't even smoking weed back home. But I remember sour diesel. Yeah. The difference between your favorite girlfriend and the girlfriends that you didn't really like is genetics. Like sour diesel, yeah. Now imagine if sour diesel was a woman. Same fucking story all over again on David. David would kill for sour diesel. He killed his best friend for sour diesel. You understand everything? That whole book about sex. The fuck wrong with people? They're confused because they're acting like pornography or something. That's a Jewish concept. The ish always adds dirt to it. But none of them stories happen without somebody fucking. Stay woke out here. We grown. We talk about whatever the fuck we want to talk about. Ain't no little kid in no goddamn church. In my damn grandfather's language, in my grandmother's land. Fuck wrong with these people. Anyway, I might be uniquely have the audacity to say that. So fuck them. They ain't do shit with all the time and money they made reading that damn book. They don't even understand it yet. My people perish for lack of knowledge. I know that's right. I guess they'll get a chance to read it in heaven, where they have King James English or something. What the fuck? Anyway, point of the matter is, the thing that's wrong with humanity is people doing genetic modifications. Saying it a different way. These motherfuckers think they God because they trying to do Genesis. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. They don't believe in God, but they think they God. And they're copying everything that we, uniquely we, said about God, our Father. See, the people who wrote that book are the children of God. This is way before a book. This is way before a religion. Way before the United States. way before ordinances and enforcement of rules and laws, because motherfuckers are losing their mind. Why? Genetics. Everything wrong with our society is a side effect of bad genetics. Sociopaths, psychopaths, narcissists, the bad ones, that's genetic. Bad breeding. Cocaine addicted parents in the 80s. If you're in our generation, you've seen these bitches. And if you're a woman, you've seen the boys. I don't date boys, so I'm sorry. I didn't do the DI thing, so I can't relate. I won't talk about them too much because, you know, at the end of the day, a snake is a snake. So, I think, yeah, you gotta understand the framework of what we are before we get to, like, all that other shit. We are an expression of a genetic code passed down through time linearly. No matter how it manifests in the physical reality, that does not matter. The information got transmitted sexually. For me, at least. I don't know how these other test tube babies were born, but I'm just saying I wasn't a test tube baby, so I don't relate. Again, I'll mind my own business in that Bible. So, nah, we're talking about planting seeds and shit. That's why the Christians came over here as planters, but their version of planter was rapist. You read all about it in the early 1800s, by the way. This happened in 1806, by the way. This isn't the founding of America. Why the fuck would a kingdom need to rape somebody? They can buy plenty of bitches already. Stay woke out here. Everything in American, United States, Anglicized history about things is from the lens of a rapist. Non-consent ass niggas. Just like they don't have no consent to be here. Just like they have no consent to tell us what to do. Did we consent to any of this? No. And what happens if we don't consent to it? It doesn't exist. There is no consequence. Follow their constitution. Freedom of speech, fuck you and your mother. And then part 2, I got guns to back it up in case you act the fuck up. I don't consent, hence my guns. You get it? Like, we're no longer a constitutional republic, obviously. Republics have nationalities, not citizens. Yep. Find me the laws and the rules in any other kingdom or culture for citizens, where the citizens get to choose that. Show me. It doesn't fucking exist until these motherfuckers show up. So we're in 2 faux realities: a faux civilization, and then we have a faux appreciation of a masterpiece of literary art called religion. Nah, nigga, them niggas couldn't read. So how the fuck they know they are Christian? Someone told them? Tough. No one taught them how to read, though. So the same person willing to teach you about God and what to believe in isn't smart enough, apt enough, or decent enough to teach you how to read it for yourself? That's a weird fucking story, if I've ever heard one. And we know it don't look like us. Cut it the fuck out. They gonna tell me the white man taught me shit. Now my granddaddy's on you, they did. What the fuck would we need? Why would my bloodline and my family over here minding our business need anyone to teach us shit? If they came over here with our book about us. I know, it'll fuck you up once you realize that's true. They came over here with an adaptation of a book about us. Meaning their religion is about us. Their pope is about us. Their demonstration of fucked up government is trying to be us. That's what I'm saying. If you want to refer to the authority about God, Bibles, or religion, you're probably looking for us. That's as close to authority as it gets. Since the covenant is with who? his fucking kids. Yeah, man. They just read that book one good time. And I'm just talking about Genesis. If they just read Genesis, it laid it all out. You're not going to get that if you go to church this morning. Ask your pastor. Tell him I call him a bitch-ass nigga to get his attention. I'm like, yo, bitch-ass nigga. If King James' grandson is a Judean, who is Genesis about? His ancestors. Are you related to him? Then why is they dick in your mouth every Sunday? Because quite literally, their whole theoretical theosophy about a God comes from our Father. I'm telling you. I'm part Barber. Yeah. No, it's our Father. I'm an Israelite. It's our Father. It's our language. It's our covenant. It's our rules. It's our ideas of demons and spirits. It's our ideas of angels. It's ours, first of all. Now, I say that to say, that would be true with or without that book. It's just very convenient that is ours. Who else would it be, Scooby? Who else book could it be? In King James English, in a continent full of niggas that speak English, and nothing else. That's the wild card right there. And nothing else. No borrowed language from Africa, which is weird, and no Portuguese, which is weirder if the slave trader was a Portuguese Jew named Christopher Colon. He was a homosexual, but you understand, like, he's still, bloodline-wise, half a Jew. Judean, crypto-Jew. In fact, if you know the story of Al-Andalusia, which we don't, because why would the United States be teaching you about Moors in a continent named after Moors? It would make too much fucking sense unless someone else had an agenda. Rockefeller, Frederick T. Gates, and their associates. DuPonts, Warburgs, all of them. All of them. That's all brand new, boy. The way they teach this shit today, they just started teaching stupid within the last 100 years. Can you fucking imagine? Spare me with the Protestants, Martin Luther, and the Talmud. Do you see any of those words in the damn Bible? All right, then. Where they kids at today? All right, then. They must have been gay, as they usually are. Hence, the Catholic Church has a problem with pedophilia. Did you ever notice that it's with boys? We be missing that shit. Our sisters got it rough, but all them boys that go to church were getting raped by men. Why you think the nuns ain't got to worry about being fucked? All right, then. Leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone, boy. That shit common sense. Motherfuckers are dense. You have a homosexual army and a homosexual religion using a book against it. Now you understand why the book is against homosexuality. A book about reproduction against homosexuality due to science. But that's not even deep. That's not mean. That's not social. That's not communism. That's just like go forth and multiply. Wait, that's not the socket you charge your iPhone with, stupid. That's an abomination. The fuck? What else could it be? You show me the chapter in the Bible that's about feelings. Not gonna find it. So those people are not religious, they're not biblical, they're not Christian, they're not Jew, nor are they Judean, they're not Israelites. You don't even hear that word. So thus, it's all made up by some freaky frogs, tough, bad genes. That's why their genes are fucked up. Because they try to do everything else but fuck. It's their women that be talking about they don't want no kids and go rise in corporate America. I wish our sisters watched Mad Men. That was a good show. That was a good show. If you paid attention to the cultural and narrative cues, you'd be like, oh, tough. These white women really wanted to be tough. And they recruited our sisters at the same time period. Yep. Because the men in the society at that time after mass immigration had nothing to do with slavery, had everything to do with mass immigration at that time. I'm telling you. They got interviews of people walking around in the 70s and the sisters saying, well, because the man of the house in society doesn't, all that shit, they're giving the black man a very hard time. Recently. Before that, we were minding our own damn business on our own farmlands. How many people you think we were around, bitch? With miles between us. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And anyone in your city or region will probably be your family member. Unless there's an immigrant. Thank you, Lord. It makes so much sense when you do the science on it. So, nah, you gotta start this shit from this. You gotta start this shit with Genesis. If you don't, it sucks. Unless you got Nintendo or something, I don't know. I know these motherfuckers keep trying to throw it back. The Egyptians and other stuff earlier, it was before it. Now how come you ain't read that shit yet, stupid? Because it's going to tell you the same fucking thing. If you think Moses and them had it tough, if the laws of Mayat was 100 rules, do you think it was easier? Wait they dumbasses up, boy. Niggas find an excuse to do everything but the right thing. Genetics. All that shit we going through today, this expression, this is a harvest. The manifestation of the personalities in society is a harvest of a plantation colony, by the way. Don't miss it, plantation, a nation of plants. Don't miss it, stupid. Thus, this is what we got, playing by their rules. Sicknesses, disease, obesity, reprobate minds, confusion. Everything in that Bible said would happen to your ass. In King James English, as we describe it. I know, it's weird. It'd be different if we had a different language. You know, like, why am I trying to learn English and try to figure out God through English? I'd rather just do it in goddamn, what the language of God of this one said. Man, I want to check out some of the other religions. The other religions are written by the same people. But they're not religions. They're books that spawned religions. But the book, you go to Quran, it's going to be written by us. You into Zoroastrianism? It's going to be written by us. You going to go to Tanakh, Torah, Septuagint? All right, prequel, written by us. Where you going to go? Buddha? Us. Like, where are we going to go? Where are you going to go? What were they doing in Tartary? Do you know? Probably not. But if you did, us. Like, so whose genes was it about? So why would the fuck would I give a fuck what they're doing if their genes ain't us? Exactly. You gotta mind your own fucking business. Since farming is a business. I know, it'd make too much sense. It'd make too much sense. But we just read the Bible and aligned ourselves with such things, with such crazy concepts. They don't help themselves either. Oh, that was from 2,000 years ago. All right. So you haven't came up with nothing better or successful in 2,000 years stealing our book. No, that was like 6,000 years ago. You're not making it better for yourself. You got no excuse speaking English. And it's still fucking this up. Thus. Since 1611 at least. Still fucked it up. Thus. So the people who had this book in 1611 have a kingdom. The people who use the language and refer to the God and religion ain't got shit but credit. That sounds like the wrong crop. That sounds like the wrong crop, bro. That sounds like the wrong crop for a book full of kingdoms. You ever notice that? You ever read that book? That book's about kingdoms. What the fuck is this shit? The United States federal government that's not part of the states itself, and 50 states of mean white immigrants who think they're tough but can't fight us, and then all these other things. Like, yeah, like niggas just freestyling shit that don't make sense. And without money, it don't exist. What currency was in the Bible? In the Bible, they talk about hoes, which is why they say it's one of the oldest professions. Technically, farming is the oldest profession, but hoes are next to farmers. And what is the wages of a hoe for a day? A loaf of bread. I wonder if they were bartering. Then you get to the New Testament, which brings us into the recent timeline, because Genghis wasn't that long ago. And then it was like the wannabe Roman pharaoh outside of Galilee, wherever that really is on a real map that they made, not that these people made, but they made, you know, the people who spoke Aramaic, like until they find an Aramaic map that says Galilee on it, let me know. Let me know if Galileo is a fucking Aramaic word for them to be at, since everyone's speaking Aramaic and they named their city English. Wake your dumb ass up. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Y'all don't know what I'm talking about. Like, they speak Aramaic, but they live in a city that's in English, so that's crazy. But they have a Roman that's speaking English. That's weird. That's a fucking weird story. And all their names are English. John, Mark, Herodotus. Like, oh my God. Herodotus. Wait. You put Venus on it. Hold on. Herodotus? Herod the Moor? Oh my God. Where is a Roman white guy at? When the name itself implies Mauritania. Woo! See, it'd be crazy, not only if they understood language in English, but that they understood the rules to everything else that we also created. Oh my God. That's crazy. The descendants of the people who created languages like angels, but anyway, so don't get me started. There's a gold coin in that one. They were in the Bronze Age with gold coins? They gotta make their fucking mind up. They were minting gold coins 2,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago? Come on, do the science. They're minting gold coins. So much that they're in the water. And Jesus told his homeboy, yo, get that piece of gold out of that magic carp's mouth right there, and we'll walk through these walled cities. Wait, walled cities? Wait a minute, a walled city? You know what a walled city is uniquely built by Judah? All right, where the walled cities at? Class, please go to the 1800s and type in Google Images, World Fair sites, and see if you notice any walls around their cities. The cities with golden roofs and adornments and red Moorish terracotta roofs all over this bitch. Herodotus. To this day, you can read about the explorers here going to the waterways in Central and South America, and they're saying they just found gold ingots moving through them. Now do the science again. Welcome to America. Both Empire states got tall ass buildings. Los Angeles, what is that called? City of Angels. If angels have kids, they're hybrids, they're giants. A city full of giant buildings. On the East Coast, New York City, with the Empire State Building. That means it's an empire, not a fucking government. Like, the fuck wrong with these people, boy? They're retarded. That's genetic. retarded, not dysfunctional, not handicapped, not disabled. No, just retarded. Like their brain don't go but so far. Genetics. So they can't fix it either. That's the ill shit about that. You know, reading can't fix it. Retardation is genetic. So you have to do something with your diet first. A land full of artificial food. But referring to a book about planters, do the science. None of this shit gonna add up. That's how fucked up this society is. It's not even compatible with the Bible. Now, imagine if everybody's starting to realize that this society is not even compatible to live. Thus, they want to go to the eternal life path, and the only book they can find to debate about these days is the Bible. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Shout out to the chat. Prawns and elephants. Come on now, Ascending E. What's going on? Zingponia, Steve. Shogun L's in the building. Andreas Medina. Shout out to you, bro. They're millionaires. Salam alaikum, bro. The Book of Enoch, they're in hell. Oh, not all of them now. Some of them got out. That's why Jesus freed them. Stay woke. Shogun says it's like setting up your clone for success. Come on now. Wacky Art. W's in the chat. Sour Diesel is the truth. Genetics indeed. Georgie Porgy King, always grateful for the teachings, but I believe everyone should have kids. But the shit's too fucked up these days. Shout out to JPX. Peace, peace, my brother. Vivek, peace, my brother. Majizika, problem. The swindle us is around correct. Come on now. Shout out to Root, an early live. I had you, man. Davia J25. It's weird. The more we claim who we are, people are so resistant to that as if we have no right. But we have a God-given right to do so. Not only that, we couldn't claim to be anything else. Magisa problem. How the pastor going to be for God and don't serve God sitting before them. It's a weird story. Experimental film. What up, big dog? What's up with you, brother? Nuns luring girls and priests luring the boys. It's nasty. I know. Georgie Porgy. 1 out of 3 humans don't know who their dad is. And that's only the ones being tested. We're all welfare kids in that regard. Anchor babies, trap a good man. Shit, exactly. I ain't got no time to have kids. How is that every generation to save kids, but the kids always pay for the sins of their parents? It's not every generation, but apparently it's the recent ones. They done forgot where they came from again. Genetic. But to your point, the other brother made a good point too, but Georgie Porgy's talking about kids. And how the instability of our civilization in genetics dissuades us from having more. Notice who that affects uniquely. The people that belong here are afraid to have too many kids. Isn't that convenient if you're dealing with immigrants? I mean, not from the America continent at all. Like my brother DJ Georgie Porgy, all the Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Taínos, and all of them, those are Americans. As far as I know, they belong here. As far as I know, they said my grandmother, somebody said Taíno Indian, and the other one, there's another one, Arawak. Those are different language names, although Arawak is Arabic, but those are different language names for tribes who tend to be around the Gulf. That's the only way you're gonna get to a fucking island, bro. You gotta come from the mainland around the Gulf. And if you made it to the island, you probably made it to the Gulf. So do the science. They're back and forth. Florida right there, boy. Like, if you get to Florida, you get everywhere else. I could have sworn. Like, thus, that faction, if you will, those tribes, if you will, that culture of people, same story. Americans. If Christopher Columbus came to the Americas and went to their lands, he found American Indians. They ass. Their grandmothers. And if their grandmothers in the kingdoms of America, they know my grandmothers. Shit, I'm pretty sure quite a few of mine are them. Thus, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? So, although logically, intellectually, my brother's absolutely right. But what the Bible say? That's our problem. We keep waiting. We keep fighting. We keep wishing. But what did the Bible say? Hold on. Let me show you this video. So now we got to do a math problem with that. Well, if God told us to go forth and multiply, but the government made it impossible for us to afford multiplication, how do we resolve it? I know. But thank God, Georgie Porgy, me and you are boys. So let's go back to the Bible real quick. Genesis. Abraham and Sarah. Adam and Eve out of the garden. I know it because my greatest grandparents' name is Otto and Edith. And that's Abraham. So, same story. Same story. There's no English back then either, so that's not their names either, but you do the science. So, Abraham and Sarah are walking around Egypt. God took them out of the land of Chaldea, which is right next to Egypt. It's the land of Chaldea, but if you think of Egypt as a whole territory, all of it's Egypt. Kind of like how you have a city and a state. You can have like a New York, New York, you know, you understand everything. So Chaldea kids, giant compared to us. Otto and Edith are giants compared to us. But then there's also giants compared to them. So the proportions are kind of off when you see giants in that book. They never told you how tall the people are writing. Don't worry about it. You don't gotta get caught up in that. But so Adam and Eve, or Abraham and Sarah, are walking around. Mind you, Dumb the Verses is attacking the Saracens. Don't miss that, Abraham religions. So Judah, Jacob and Israel, that's who they're attacking, that's us. But anyway, so they're walking around and they go into these different pharaohs or kingdoms or these municipalities and they're guests. I'll spare you the gory details. They ask you, is that your wife? And Abraham says, no, it's my sister. Stop the tape. Stop the tape. Why are these people asking him if Sarah is his wife versus his sister? What are they intending to do with her? Now you understand everything if you've ever been around niggas. So that happens. What happens? The Pharaoh and his whole court gets sick. And they come back to Abraham saying, hey, you fucking lied to us. He was like, what are you talking about? Nah, that's your wife or woman or something, and we're being punished because, right, they're being punished for sleeping with a woman that belongs to another man. He said it was his sister. Since he said, why did you lie to us? You know what's the illest thing about that whole fucking story right there? Abraham did not lie to them. That is his sister. Eve is Adam's sister, right? She's horizontal. You want to start to understand everything soon. This guy wants to talk. Nigga laughing. I think I got one of his feathers already. Matter of fact, I think that's the feather I got in. They're a type of crow, but they're not a crow. I have no fucking idea what bird that is. Hey, yo, what are you? You do the mimicry thing a little bit, but not really. They usually don't make so much fucking noise. I had to give it a spiritual break. So sparing you the gory details of the rest of that story, what happens is Abraham and Sarah move on, but because that Pharaoh sinned, and mind you, that Pharaoh doesn't have a Bible yet because this is in Genesis. So imagine that those rules of the Exodus of the people who once lived in Egypt mirror the same principles that got them mad at Abraham way before there's an Israel, right? Alrighty then. They're trying to figure out, well, technically, the rules in the Bible are old and... shut your dumb ass up. All those are rules about men. What's that got to do with God again? Alrighty then. So they're just telling you about the culture of the people in the book would be aligned with Egypt. Since they come from Egypt, you dumb fuckers. The fuck wrong with people? They're so stupid. Jacob's dad is in Egypt. Abraham is walking around Egypt. So when the Israelites leave Egypt, they're Egyptians. The fuck wrong with people? The whole Old Testament is about Egyptians. Abraham's. One more time, run that shit back. Jesus Christ. Abraham and Sarah are in Egypt. They didn't start in Egypt. They're Adam and Eve. They were created. And then they were brought. And they were released from the garden. And they end up walking around the rest of Genesis. This is the same fucking book in which that starts. Who the fuck else would it be? Alright. So they walking around. They're collecting goats, gold, people, Hagar, an Egyptian handservant. Imagine that. It tells you where she came from. She came from one of those moments that they had where they were scamming these niggas, basically, getting them sick, and then having them feel like they did something wrong and terrible. Freaky ass frog. Should have left her alone either way since she's a guest. And then boom, boom, boom. Here, we have to compensate you. And then he moves on. And that's how he started his own thing. Otto the First. So, but that's just the story about it. We don't know all the details. We don't know how much means what and what. That does not matter because this story is trying to tell you how the fuck you get from there to here. That's the point of it. The point of it isn't for you to be immersed in the motherfucking J.K. Rowling epic. So, although it read like that. So, when you understand, when they get old, when they finish hustling, when they were retired out of the game, 3 sons of God pull up. Skirt, skirt. Mind you, Abraham was already wondering about, like, yo, who's going to inherit all of this shit I got? I think I'm going to have to leave it to someone else in my tribe. It won't be between me and Sarah. And God was like, don't you even worry about it. You going to have a kid? And Abraham is like, bro, you going to suffer me to have a kid at my age? They're looking at these angels like, what are they talking about? Sarah's in the tent by herself, preparing food and shit. She eavesdropping. You know how these women are. And why the 3 sons of God, angels, and if they're sons of God, they're gods. That be fucking up everybody, boy, who be talking about some religion shit. Dumb as hell, stupid as hell. Read that again. If you're a son of God, what are you? So when the sons of God came down in Genesis, who are they? There's 3 of them. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son. I just counted 3 gods already. Which one? Exactly. They don't even give you their name. I bet you in our language, Aramaic, we have their names. Since white people and colonizers love to do placeholders. when they're redacting things. So anyway, out of those three angelic sons of gods, one of them stayed. Don't miss that shit. One of them stayed. The other two went on to Sodom and Gomorrah to go get to Abraham's nephew. You know what that means? Abraham had a fucking brother or sister, didn't he? If he has a fucking nephew in a different territory, in Egypt, Sodom and Gomorrah is in Egypt. Ancient America is Egypt. He got out of Sodom and Gomorrah and started Moab. Moab is in Utah. Utah is after Judah. Like, it's right there. We right here. It's on our dollar bill, y'all. So obviously that's not the point of telling this linear story, because the linear story is trying to get you to Israel. Stay woke out here. That tells you who's writing it. For context, if I wrote a story about how the fuck I got here on the West Coast, being born in New Jerusalem, spent summers in Pennsylvania, frequently visiting Virginia, raised in Tuscarora, North Carolina, trips to Florida, trips to New York, lived in Houston, lived in Seattle, Washington, currently in Las Vegas, Nevada. That's 8 different places. I can tell you 8 different stories, potentially with 8 different bitches. And obviously, if it was like it was back then, I'd have 8 different shorties. Now, those 8 kids tell their story about their daddy, Abraham. Where was I? Would they be able to, would the one that I had a kid with in Houston be able to tell the story, if he's writing a book, clearly about what happened to me when I was first in Jerusalem? Now if I didn't share it with his bald-headed ass mama, she won't. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's why the Bible kind of move around like that, because the people writing it are writing it way after that story was handed down and shit. Anyway, if we get off of that hang up, what's the point of going that direction? So anyway, one of the sons of God stay behind and the other 2 move on. That's all I need to know. That's 3 gods right there, boy. That's crazy. That's 3 gods right there, boy. No one said they were the Most High God, though. You notice how, like, there's ranking to God? There's, like, Almighty God, the Most High God, the God of Israel. Aren't those, it's not connotative at that point, it's denotative, isn't it? It's, like, very specifically. We're talking about the God of Israel. I wonder who the God of Israel would be. So there's 3 sons of God that came down. 1 stayed behind with Abraham, the one that told him he'd have a kid and that his kids would outnumber the stars. I wonder who the God of Israel would be in this story. Don't tell me it's the God that stayed behind with Abraham, the grandfather of Israel in this story. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Yeah. That's how that works. And because I know how fucking works and how reproduction works, there's not a scientific or a theological debate about it. They can eat a dick for real. Just tell them I'm King James' grandson. They can go fuck themselves, since that's what they do anyway. So yeah, what I'm talking about is common sense. The only time people get confused is when they fast forward to John 3:16. My grandfather is John, by the way. My grandfather John? My grandfather. Prester John. Prester John Smith, my grandfather. My grandfather. My grandfather John, of John 3:16. My grandfather John. The son of Genghis. My grandfather, Genghis, Jesus, the son of Jesus, John. You heard these rumors before. Yeah, because motherfucking white people and everybody else in our fucking business fucking up the story to begin with. We did not lose track of that. We named a whole city after him. Jamestown. Jesus Christ. James is Jesus Christ. Like, stop fucking playing with us, boy. So anyway, in Virgin Maryland, like, do the science. Virgin Mary's son is Jesus. Jamestown, Virgin Maryland. Like, Jesus, man. See what I'm saying? We gotta filter this shit through all they bullshit. But what did God say? I know that's right. I know that's right. I don't give a fuck what they think. Only thing I gotta worry about is what God is saying. I know. It's up to the individuals, and it creates a lot of chaos if you ain't mind your own fucking business. Exactly. That's how I know they ain't doing what I'm talking about. When I deal with God and I pray and get my answers, guess who that's for? Me. You know who I'm gonna impose that on? Me. That's it. There's no evangelicals in my family in that sense. Where were they evangelizing in the Old Testament? You know, all 66 books and shit. Were they? Were they trying to spread their gospels? No. So think about this. If the gospel is the good news, it's not talking about the New Testament, is it? Was there a New Testament in the gospel? You see how stupid this bullshit is? Do the science one more time. Was Jesus walking around the churches when he was flipping over the tables of the money changers, like Judas, right? One of his homies was one of those things, right? Quite literally. So when he was fucking up the set, did he set up a little fucking pulpit and say, now I would like for y'all to open up to the King James Version of the Holy Roman Bible and turn over to Galatians? Because I could have fucking sworn Paul didn't have a chance in fucking Hades to run into my fucking grandfather. I haven't yet. He said it was a vision. Okay, so that means he was not in the same timeline as Genghis. If he's invoking a spiritual principle. Now, that is not to take away from his testimony. But what it is that what I've noticed with all these stupid motherfuckers coming to the land, promised land of the Israelites, they weigh everything on New Testament doctrines. They go to John 3:16, don't read before or after it, and then jump into everything else written by people after everything happened. But during everything happening, none of those books are there. So what I'm saying is, my grandfather, Genghis Khan, was able to convince his followers and his brothers and everything that they had to do and what they would do in the future without a fucking book. There is no New Testament. The fuck they talking about? The fuck are they talking about? Nobody who could write the New Testament knew him. That's why they said Revelations was written by John. So miss me with that Pauline Piso family shit. I'm not saying that those are not good books. I'm not saying that those letters and epistles between the churches didn't exist. But Jesus didn't build a church. He freed people in fucking occupation who were descendants of angels. That is the gospel, the good news. We back, nigga. You're free. Now go forth and sin no more. What was the sin of the angels, nigga? What was the sin of the angels? Fucking around with these whores. Sharing all the secrets of heaven with Gentiles. That's very unique when you know who the fuck's talking to who. That's why motherfuckers gotta mind their business, bro. A book about a fucking empire. Motherfuckers gonna simplify this into slavery and citizens and how we feel about our government. We're gonna invoke God and why won't God change it? God didn't create your government, nigga. So what's in the way between you and God? All right, then. Okay, then. Okay, then. It's easy, bro. Once we learn how to read a little bit. Like, damn. None of these people who got this book could ever fucking have met Jesus to talk about him. Cool story, bitch. He Aramaic-speaking, copper-colored nigga from Israel. Descendants of all the kings prior to him. And all the queens too. Ruth the Moabitess and shit. Boaz and all them niggas. Everybody in that book up unto him is his ancestors. They all niggas. So that's what I'm saying. I divorce my idea of all that comes out the mouth of everybody that's not Israelite. And that's not disrespectful. That's just like, but it's my family Bible. It ain't your family Bible. Shut the fuck up. Talk about your family Bible so I can learn something different. But don't tell us about our shit. Because they can't read. They're reading it as a foreigner. Like they can't read it with them in the story. They can't read it with being a descendant of Jesus or the 12 disciples. I can. And they can't read it in the Old Testament being a descendant of Otto the First. And I am. I'm Otto the 21st. Otto the 21st century on top of that. That's the illest shit about life. Now I got this. Like, so what I'm saying is, but what I got out of it, when I bring it back to my family and my tribes and my American Aramaic speaking people, it's like, yo, fuck what they got to say about that. Look what they talk about us. How the fuck they gonna disrespect us in front of they fucking stupid ass, blind ass, cross-eyed ass, reverse brain calcified, pineal gland having ass faces, and then read a book that requires an imagination to imagine some shit. They'll never get it. My niggas, they'll never get it. They're not fucking it up. They're not evil. They can be all these things because evil comes from being stupid. But as smart as they could ever be in a Harvard, Yale, studying the Bible in seminary school, they'll never fucking get it because no one in their bitch-ass family wrote it. On J.K. Rowling, nigga. They do fanfare, and I wonder if Harry Potter didn't go this way, and oh man, she's gonna include it in the new TV show. These some TV show adaptation ass niggas, man. Leave them the fuck alone when it comes to your fucking ancestors. That's a book of ancestors. That's not a random story, my nigga. The Gentiles and the people outside the tribes, they try to get that shit right. Like, yo, no, I'm gonna go under the covenant and I'm gonna do these things to make sure that I'm seeing self-approved so that that guy can accept us too. No fucking problem with that. What's that got to do with me? Nothing. If I don't get that first part right. Honor your mothers and fathers. Exactly. That's a different charter. When your mothers and fathers are in the damn Bible. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So, like, that's different. It's so convenient to me that everybody else's motherfucker in this story needed that book to get their ass out of slavery. It's really easy to believe when you get some benefits. Motherfucker, I'm a descendant of empires and kings, still a damn slave. I ain't got a fucking choice in Hades. I don't get no fucking benefit by becoming a goddamn Cretan. These bitch ass niggas came here and arrested the niggas in the Bible. Really think about it. Y'all motherfuckers got us in captivity while worshiping the niggas that we are. Make up your fucking mind one day. And see what I'm saying? That's why they shit don't stick, bro. You can't say like, oh, I love God, liberty, and the slavery and the Mamelukes and all the history I never learned about and forgot where my grandparents came from, but I'm here today and I know there's something that the government is heavy-handed, so I need a God and stuff, and I'm worrying about. Let me know if I'm back. Let me know if I'm back. I know it likes to cut my microphone and shit. It was a phone call, if you can hear this. Earth. It's a Megatron. We back? Good. See, I was snapping. But yeah, because the shit pisses you off when you're indoctrinated by the bullshitters. And then they copy and paste it to people who look like me, who ought to be Israelites, and they don't know that no more. So it's fucking stupid. Why would your goofy ass join a religion that someone else made about your ass? And the only passport verification question is, you believe in Jesus? Then yeah, it's the religion. No. Jesus is not even the main subject of the entire book. For it's a compilation. And the gospel means the good news. You know what Jesus' good news was to all his brothers and sisters is? You ain't got to listen to these bitch ass niggas. That's amazing. What was the Roman religion that had them subjugated? The good news is, if you're adding a new book or a different one, is that you ain't got to follow that shit no more. Wake your dumb ass up and sin no more. The end. They think the 10 Commandments are about sins. No, it's about decency with your neighbors, tribes. And if it was about sins, then how come the 7 deadly sins ain't mentioned? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It'd be crazy if people knew how to fucking read. And I'm talking about the people who teach this shit. They don't know how to read. They couldn't do a fucking book report on Harry Potter accurately. Now imagine a book way more magical. They don't have enough references. They haven't minded their own business enough to parallel to it either. That's what the problem is, boy. They just hooping and hollering emotionalism like some bitch ass niggas. Tell them I said it. Fuck all of them. They can go to hell. Exactly where they going either way. Because you're not just going to put that shit on my granddaddy's name and act like you can get away with being a faggot. Abominations are unforgivable, period. The fuck? They ain't read that? Did Jesus walk around healing abominations? And let's say he did. 2,000 years later. You still being abominable? So how fucking useless are you going to be when you're dead? If you read that whole fucking book and you still decided against it. Those people didn't have that book, did they? Yeah, thank you for joining my TED Talk. They be making shit up. In absence of reading. And all you're doing, get understanding. Bunch of people read it and don't understand it, boy. It's called ignorance. But it's designed that way today. So they get caught up in emotionalism. Well, I heard slavery. I heard Council of Nicaea. I heard edits. I heard. Cool. Tell me who you heard it from. That's very important, man. Between you and going to heaven, you heard it from someone that's not from here or heaven. What did they say? Who is it? You mean you were arguing about it with kids? When I was a child, I did childlike things too, I guess. I guess when I got older, I learned how to read it. Like, the fuck going on? That pisses me off. We fucked up in the game right now because niggas don't take shit seriously. They act like they need the Bible to know that they doing something fucked up. As if you don't have the spirit of conviction in you already. And if you don't, what the fuck they gotta do with us? You wouldn't be reading the Bible either anyway. It fixes itself. Like, if the people that are reprobate, and I'm pretty sure Jesus in that same Bible said, you bitch ass niggas following me, following that Kohen of Jews, don't miss it. You're of your father, the devil. Everyone misses that. You are of. You are of means you are made of. You are composed of the devil. Well, there was Adam, there was Eve, there was Lilith. There was people possessed by demons. And he's talking to Jews on the other side of him, whose father is the devil. Who would be the devil to captive Jews? In history, who had the Jews captive? You see how nobody know that answer usually? That's what the fucking problem is. And if you don't know the fucking answer to that question, then you can't possibly understand the fucking reference that Jesus is making, outside of best guesses from immigrants who aren't in that fucking Bible. Salmonessa. The Jews are in captivity by Salmonessa. Salmonessa was in Tartaria. Russia, China, Asia. Let's call it Asia, so we ain't gotta worry about the language model. Salmonessa was in Asia. Had Jews, copper-colored people. Maybe he's copper-colored himself. We didn't see pale people until recently, but imagine something different. Father the devil. Different gene expression a little bit, I guess. So they're in captivity by Salmonessa. Cool story, bitch. All right. We don't know none of Salmonessa's kids today. But we know who ended up being the greatest king of kings of that region, at least. You want to guess who that is? You want to guess why Vladimir Putin has tons of images of Judeans in captivity being freed by angels with halos all around them? Have you ever seen those pictures? Who is their king of kings if it's in Tartaria? Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan freed them. Because he's not Salmonessa. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So Judeans stuck in Asia, Wall of China shit, under the guidance of Salmonessa kids and kingdoms that were hypothecated then. And then Genghis Khan came through again and freed his brothers and sisters. Since Genghis Khan is darker than me, high cheekbones, 2 braids, dressed like a Mongolian. Imagine. Yeah, Jesus. They downplayed Jesus, boy. Jesus is the King of Kings, like literally, in their own fucking history. They play too fucking much, bitch ass niggas. So yeah, and that wasn't that long ago. Yep. They say 1200s or so. I say more like the 1500s, since, you know, it's kids all born in the 1500s. I should know, they're my ancestry. So yeah. Kalo, Kalamenis, Habergaston, Ashkenazi, blah, blah, blah. Those names, Habergaston, Andrew Habergaston and all that, Herod and all of them, Jesus and all of them, Andrew, yeah. In real life. Not in the story, projection, imagination about the story, and the numbers and the dates that a bunch of foreigners and white people gave you. No, I'm talking about just using your fucking common sense. Salmonessa's in the Bible. Salmonessa's over there. Judeans in captivity. They're in captivity over there. They're Hebrews. They're travelers. So they got in captivity, right? They got locked in. Cool story, bitch. Cool fucking story. Cool fucking story. And then they said, fuck it. Revolt. There's a big ass hole in the wall of China, ain't it? A book about people knocking down giant walls. Jericho and shit like that. I wonder if the people in captivity who've always had the ability to knock down giant walls, knock down that giant wall then. The fuck? And then they tell you that wall ain't ancient. It ain't. All right. So it's recent history. It is. And in recent history, we were over there. That's why we are Afro-Asiatic. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. We're Judeans, bro. Magic, judges, Genghis, a judge, Libra, liberty, justice, Jesus for all. King of Kings, brother. Virgin Maryland, Statue of Liberty, Libra, Virgo, Sagittarius. I know, man. It'd be like right there. Jesus and the 12 disciples, it'd be right there. It'd be right there. 12 horoscopes, I guess. Ain't Libra and Virgo one of them? I know that's right. I know that's right. So you understand everything. So they're playing games in their universities. We don't learn about our parents through a university, nigga. They're playing games with books. I don't need a book to talk to you about my grandmother, nigga. They learn from traveling and exchanging notes with everybody but Judeans. I don't need nobody in my neighborhood, my school, or country to tell me about the weird shit going on or the great shit going on in my family. That's what that Bible is, by the way. It's about a family. It ain't about everybody. The fuck wrong with people? Do they write books about everybody? I could have sworn their autobiographies was about themselves. So what are we talking about? We need people need to get back in the church and blah blah blah. We need the Christians blah 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 and the Bible blah 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 blah. What's that got to do with your weak ass? These people. Shut your weak ass up. You scared to death now because the money stopped? I'm not saying that's not a valid concern. I'm just saying, like, they that damn scared that now they need a God? That's crazy. Where was they God the whole time when they was lit? God didn't bless them to make them lit to begin with? Oh, that was by their own accord, following the rules, doing the things, being a narc in the office too. I get it. We should talk to some of their fucking co-workers to see how decent of people these were. You understand? If you go there, you'll see the real stories. But I'm not here to judge that. Spare me the gory details of not actually giving a fuck however it goes. But the reality is, today, with everybody being threatened by food insecurity, financial insecurity, and a question of who's going to stop Trump? Nobody. Why would the richest people in your country, your politicians, stop the nigga making them richer? Are these people retarded? For everything else, they have something called a conflict of interest. Getting rid of Trump is a conflict of interest. Ain't they trying to pay off interest? What the fuck going on out here, man? What the fuck going on? Wait, they're gonna tell me what they believe again, right? And you see how with everything that they believe about their world, everything they believe about their economy, everything they believe about their government, everything they believe about education. You notice how it's always wrong, 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 wrong? Now imagine what their belief about God in the Bible is. I rest my case, Your Honor. They haven't gotten one fucking thing right in 2025 when it comes to beliefs. So please spare me the gory details. That's why I hate that word. I don't hate believing in God and things like that. No, I hate that I know where I am and what we've been taught and what society we're in, and that belief as we use it today is meaningless. When anyone just invokes it, like, you believe. Believe what? How does believing that another person died for your sins and came back from the dead going to stop you from being an asshole? Just imagine if. Imagine if you had to believe it because you wasn't there, right? Like, damn, he did come and they killed him and he came back. They killed God for my sins. Wait, what did he say when he came back? You notice how they don't read that part of the book, right? Let's do it. I'm paraphrasing because I'm not reading it. I finally got a Holy Bible, by the way. Someone in the house just randomly dropped it off on this place because I know they ass ain't reading it, so I'm going to steal it on King James. But anyway, it's actually a new King James. It's an NKJV, I think. Whatever. Easier to read. But let me get this shit right in my head. They hang him, assumingly he's dead, bled out, or unconscious. They put him in a tomb with a giant rock in front of it. Judean Jew customs. They go to get his body to do appropriate burial. And when they go there to retrieve him, they say the stone wasn't there and there was 2 angels. Hebrews 13, be careful who you entertain, you might be entertaining angels. But a Judean would know what an angel is, since a Judean usually are descendants of what? Now wake your ass up. So 2 big dudes, obviously, they're like, he ain't here no more. This is after the Roman soldiers gambled his clothes. Mel Gibson and white people doing a fetish ritual about white version of it. That movie don't mean anything. None of that shit happened in none of those dates and none of those places. Miss me with the bullshit. So, dude yelling on the phone at his daughter about niggas, knowing niggas are from Jerusalem. Cut it out. So, anyway. Then they're like, fuck. This some Passover shit, ain't it? They're like, alright, let's go eat. Peter, out of all of them, St. Petersburg, Moscow, Tartaria, Asia, do the science. Peter, Ptah, Jupiter, Egypt, Hagupta, let's imagine Egyptian descendant Judeans. Alright, so that guy. With a name that harkens back to Egypt, like that guy. With Jews and shit, that guy. Peter, right? All of a sudden, the writer is telling you, nah, Jesus was walking right next to him. He was following him. I ain't talking about that painting our grandmother had with the footsteps. No. I'm talking about like he was actually physically there since he rose from the dead, like Lazarus. Lazarus was physically there. So Jesus was physically there, and he's walking with them. They caught up in their emotions. They're not paying attention to details. They probably don't expect to see them. They're like, so we talking about belief real quick. Right? Now imagine the people standing right in front of him didn't have to believe. They knew him. And at that point, they didn't believe that he rose from the dead just yet. So what the fuck a nigga who never met none of us belief mean to me? Anyway, they get to the food hall. Don't forget, they with a very rich woman. Mary Magdalene is rich. She's incognito. I don't know, like the King of Kings emperor is. Don't miss this shit. They sit down, they eating, and what does Jesus say to these bitch ass niggas? What the fuck you crying for? He said, what you crying for? Y'all's with me when I rose my cousin from the dead. What you crying for? And Peter or one of them was like, yo, who you talking to? And he put his hand on him, like, yo, young buck, chill. You and your emotions. You being a bitch right now. He took his hand and put it on his wound. And it snapped him out of it. We're like, whoa, it's you. Belief. He about to stab Jesus because he didn't believe he could come back. That's his man's pots and pans. His man's pots and pans, caught up in emotionalism and ration and logic. His brain could not perceive that his best friend, his brother, his cousin, is standing right next to him the whole fucking time. Is it not written? So tell me why these motherfuckers are in the emotionalism. Well, the Jews and the Romans, they killed Jesus and he died for my sins. All right. And what happened when he rose again? How come y'all don't talk about that part? It's in the same story. He dead and alive in the same book, by the way. Like, it's not even like, you know, we're not guessing here. If anyone's basing their belief on reading it, it'd be crazy if they read the shit. Nah, he came back in the damn Bible. Jesus rose from the dead, rose from the grave, and linked back up with his fucking disciples. Did he not? That's what they dumbass get for skipping years and years and years and start reading about Paul's opinions. I'm not saying that that doesn't have a value. I'm just saying they equate that to Jesus when in the same book, because remember, Paul's letters are separate from a Bible because there's no Bible yet. So when they compile those things, Pisos family, then it's kind of, you know, people read it and they cherry pick exegesis the shit. Nah, let's just read the 4 representations of the Gospels. Mark, Luke, John, and everyone else, and Peter, and they got Judas has a book too. They got a whole bunch of other things about that time period in captivity in Tartaria. So nobody who ain't from Tartaria should know shit about it. Since most of the people that are on the planet per capita are related to Genghis. The King of Kings, Emperor of Tartars. Giants. So, nah, I don't know, man. They're in a giant book, in a giant religion about giant bloodlines, and they ass ain't even giants. Connotative linguistics is a bitch, especially when it comes to a religion full of English words. So I think then he takes off again. When he takes off, it's not because he died. He literally just left them there. That's why he raised up 12 kingdoms. He's an emperor. He crowns kings. Is he or is he not the king of kings? Well, if he's a king of kings, who are the other kings? His disciples. Was Paul a king ever? I know St. Petersburg's named after fucking Peter. Shit easy. And then Genghis had what? On record, at least. I'm pretty sure he had more, man. Pretty sure he had more. But he had 7 sons. We don't know how many daughters he had. You know how we are. So he had 7 sons, at least. And then you just go into real life. I already gave you the key to all their fucking stupid-ass Da Vinci Code, perverted-ass Roman Catholic bullshit of lying. It's a mystery because they're hypothecating, lying, and covering it up. Not because we made it a mystery. That book is very fucking clear. It's very clear. Especially if your ass is a descendant standing here. Like, we made it. I'm not in Tartaria currently. And I'm a Tartarian. So how the fuck we get here? Via Africa? The giants of Africa came to America with little white people. Shut the fuck up. They found my Asiatic genes and long curly hair and cornrows in sub-Saharan Africa and decided to bring me to New Jersey for fun. Where I get the Asian genes from then, according to them, right? The way they see life. China was in sub-Saharan Africa. That's how Japan was in that's how I got these features. That's how I got these cheekbones and this flat face, and this shaped skull, and this hair texture, and then this hair texture, which is totally different. That's where I got it from. And the copper tone, from the darkest version of copper to the lightest version of copper, depending on what season it is. I got that from Asians. Asians be patina switching. Africans be turning light-skinned. What about white people? They get darker and then lighter? They fuck around and get cancer doing that. Anyway, thus. So, nah, we ain't come from there. We ain't come from there. We went back to our promised land, nigga. The fuck? That fucking Kali wars and Persians and all that. Man, fuck out of here. I'm going back home. Thus. So his son. If Otto is Charles I and Edith, Abraham and Sarah, if Carlos V is their 5th grandson, I want you to do the science real quick. It's gonna fuck you up, but it'll make so much sense. When the Kohen of the Jews had the fucking stupid yuppies with their 501c3s following them around trying to line up Jesus for a legal case, they're all Jews, right? That's why they blame it on Jews, but they're mixed. They're with their father, the devil. That means they're mixed with a foreigner. Simon Esther's case. I understand everything. So, that side of the family, them niggas, when they're talking to him and he's talking about Abraham and all this shit, they're like, you're not old enough to know Abraham. That's not important. That is important, but the next part of it is they're talking about his age. They're saying that Abraham died before you were born. You're barely 50. Do the math real quick on that. If Abraham is supposed to be from hundreds or thousands of years ago, a book in King James English, and he's speaking Aramaic, then why would anyone even say that out loud? If Jesus is making a point about an Abrahamic figure, you know, his forefather, and his forefather was hundreds of years ago, what's the point of trying to figure out the audacity of a statement by saying you're too young to have met him? Nigga, nobody fucking there, if that's the case, should have met him. But you know what's real fucking crazy about him referring to his grandfather? Is that his son is Carlos V. Otto V. So if his father is Genghis Khan, that's like Otto IV or III. I don't know. We'll get that right eventually. So yeah, maybe his grandfather died right before he was born, Mary. So why could he talk about his grandfather? It answers itself. Another king of kings. Because it's his fucking grandfather, stupid. Was he not raised by his mother? Would you have been like one of his granddaughters? All right then. Common sense isn't common when niggas are in captivity trying to be cute and glamorous. Church. Church divorced common sense. That's all. Because you understand who brought the church here? A bunch of fucking ignorant cretins. They have no fucking universities. I could have sworn those were built by Moors. So you're not going to outstudy or outwrite or outread the niggas that gave it to you. Stupid. The fuck wrong with these people, boy? I know, man. It's annoying to me. But I'll get there eventually. So it's being literal because Jesus, the character, doesn't fucking exist. Jesus is a reference to the life of Genghis Khan, my grandfather. I am Jesus' grandson because I am Genghis Khan's grandson. Jesus doesn't exist. It's Genghis, Jesus, Genghis, Jesus, Genghis, justice, judge, justice, judge, Isa. It's right there, man, if we could read it. Elizabeth. That's exactly what his son named his daughter. Elizabeth. Bethlehem, El, Angel, Isa. Elizabeth Smith, my grandmother. That's how I know. They don't miss. They don't miss. They don't miss. It's that's what I'm saying. Maybe they don't have their ancestry. They can't even deduce what I just deduced because they don't study my grandfather. Judeans ain't going through no Reform, Protestant, Catholic, all that shit, nigga. They're Judeans. They're Jews. None of that history that these faggots be in with Christians and Cretans and dumbass Romans, in their sense, not the real ones, the shit that they call Roman Catholic, none of that shit got to do with nothing. What the fuck does that got to do with Jews, bro? What the fuck does Christianity got to do with Jews, bro? Why the fuck would I have to believe in Jesus when I'm his damn grandson? I'm Genghis Khan's grandson, like in real life. As tall and handsome and Asiatic as my face is with a fully connected beard. I'm here. We're exactly where the fuck we said we were. Right? Like, who else kids would we be, nigga? Like, give me another option. Give me another fucking option then. I find this truth to be self-evident. And my grandmother named Elizabeth. Straight out of Hakata Khan, John Smith. Right off Rippy. El, Isa, Bethlehem. Right off Rippy. Right off the fucking gates of Virgin Maryland. We're black, bro. Ain't got shit to do with no white boys hypothecating shit that ain't theirs. We are the them, the there. Where do we steal it from? The white boy that enslaved the royal empire? The fuck are they? Nigga, no. You see what I'm saying? We couldn't borrow that name from white people speaking English. We're Jews. Who they're using a Judean language. Engel, E-N-G-L, angel. Angelish. The fuck? Come on, dog. Genghis. Copper color. Hair of wool. So how can we get any of that from white people? Or anybody else? We couldn't. It wouldn't make sense. In the language that we wrote about it, they translated as copper and wool. White people act like they just met us. Do the science. So if it was white people in that fucking Bible, in white people fucking language, in white people any fucking thing, what fucking white people were next to fucking Jesus 2,000 years ago if they bitch ass didn't get to know fucking Africa until 400 years ago? Do the science. Africans never seen a white person until 400 years ago. Do the science. So who the fuck is describing niggas? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Sometimes you have to know a little history to figure out the mystery of they bullshit. Thank God all them niggas is dead already. We just gotta update their grandkids. They grandkids, I ain't angry at the people today. They weren't in there either. So, yeah, there's no fucking reason for that book to even ever could have ever been written by anyone that's not black people. Because white people were never with fucking black people prior to what? Colonization. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you. Thank you. 1750. All the empires and emperors and kings, no matter what bullshit they on at that time, is still swarthy. That's history. I'm talking about real life timeline. So you start to see that the lie about the Bible is motherfuckers lie. The lie is not the Bible, God, Jesus, or religion. The lie is the fucking liars. They mad at bitch ass niggas. I know they ain't mad at God or the Bible. Everyone mad at bitch ass niggas, boy. But they want to work for them and use their money. Error. Thus. I don't hear shit from none of them about this. It's common fucking sense. So, apparently these sensibilities are not common anymore. I wonder what did that. Was it the education system? but they like trying to figure out why they got educated by the education system that took away common sense and how they did all the things right and it ain't working because it doesn't make common sense. Yeah, I know. I know, it's like it's a fucking equation. And you tell them the same way they get glassy eyes about this conversation, they'll get glassy eyes if I've read them. The Board of Education. Frederick T. Gates. We want these rural folk moldable in our hands. And he used all these fancy words of things they have plenty of. And the things that they have plenty of was niggas who think. They wanted to raise up people who just do what they're told. Thank God this year it got defunded. Stupid ass bitches. Oh, you defund the schools. He need to. Because we had schools my whole time I've been alive and you still fucking stupid. What's the point of putting money into some shit that don't produce smart people? Our problem is everyone's fucking stupid. Our problem isn't books and education. Shit that niggas ain't reading. They in college today. Professors losing their shit. I can tell you use ChatGPT. Stupider or stupider. You having a good paper don't make you smart, nigga. If you copying, cheating, and using computers. Like, the fuck is going... Forgive me. I'm working on it. Fuck them. If a dumb-ass ChatGPT could do your homework, then your homework fucking stupid. Because I talk to ChatGPT, and that shit don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm checking its answers, telling you, nah, nigga, make this reference. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that would be true. Nah, fuck an anti-Semitic. Tell me if a Semitic is an Afro-Asiatic, how can it ever be a white person? Well, yeah, shut the fuck up, ChatGPT. You're a Jewish-ass propaganda bot. Worth billions and trillions of dollars for nothing. Thank you for coming to my fucking TED Talk. That shit ain't gonna do nothing but automate businesses we don't even fucking support anyway. Mind your fucking business, part 3. So yeah, bro, like, on me, like, that don't make no sense to me, bro. They're fucked because they're stupid. You think stupid people wrote that Bible? Nobody understand it. Exactly. Ever. It'd be impossible for you to believe in such a thing and still be fucking stupid. Because what is your substance of this belief and faith you have? The substance should be you knowing more things, understanding more things, overcoming old things. All those values and principles are true, no matter who you are. Thank God. My point is, none of that is religion. It's common fucking sense. There is no religion for common sense. That's the problem. Who said we needed a religion? The Judeans are Judeans. The Israelites are Israelites. It's not a religion. They're a nationality. Can you fucking imagine? They don't need a rabbi. Their priesthood does. You know the difference between a priesthood and everyone else? Priesthoods do magic. I was born by the river, Moses, in a little tent. And boy, just like that river, I've been running ever since. Yeah, like, everybody ain't split in the sea, nigga. You notice? As soon as the most magical nigga in real life in front of their eyes saved they bitch ass from drowning, what'd they go back to doing? Party and bullshit. You know who built the golden calf for these faggots? Aaron. How did Aaron melt all of their gold earrings, all of their gold chains and jewelry, and then handcraft the golden calf if that fucking book took place in the fucking Bronze Ages? Someone do the science for me on that? In a book that they said, white people said, from hundreds and thousands of years ago in Dead Sea Scrolls with it, Judeans are creating golden statues. How hot does something have to be for you to handcraft gold? But don't forget, their gold was already earrings. So they asked us, well, when I came to the South, I was the first person with earrings in my generation. Like, as soon as I got both of my ears pierced in high school, then all of a sudden everybody else went both of their ears pierced. Meanwhile, if I go to Exodus, it seems like we've been doing that shit for at least 2,000 years. But don't miss what my question was. Israel and Judah had golden metallurgists? And you come to America, Jerusalem, and you find nothing but gold trinkets that are older than everyone that ever been here? Except for us? So the book in which we're bending gold, in the land that you find us, has a bunch of bended gold everywhere. Yeah, that's weird. That's fucking weird. Where's science at on this shit? I want a scientist to fucking tell me with their bronze, copper age bullshit. Well, if the Bible's 2,000 years old, carbon dating that stupid ass lying ass bitch, then why the fuck is there a reference to golden jewelry? Jews with jewelry. Can you fucking imagine that shit? It's like we are the root of that word. So that means we invented jewelry. Anyway, so when Moses went to the mountain to talk to the scary thing coming from the clouds of thunder and shit, him by himself because niggas is lazy, running away from their government, Aaron stayed behind and created a golden calf. He didn't know no better yet. Remember, they didn't have the commands of the Most High just yet. They just got out of the fucking water. So every day's the same so far to them. Like, shit, well, if we ain't doing that bullshit, let us get back on our bullshit, Baal, cow, bull. Come on, do the science, nigga. Wall Street, bull, Empire State, like, do the science, bitch. So then Moses came down like, no, wait. Nah, we ain't about this. We doing something different. God just got us out of captivity. Why you going back to the bullshit? Yo, Aaron, the fuck? And you know the most ironic thing about that whole story? At the end of the story, Moses dies in the desert. Aaron leads into the promised land. You know why? The only difference between being reprobate and not following the rules and then listening to God? God did not suggest you defeat the giants and get the promised land. God told your ass to go fight those giants, and then the promised land is yours. Moses didn't listen to God, not the commandments, not the sins. No. He had a direct command from commander-in-chief, and he listened to everybody else. Wouldn't religion be like listening to everybody else? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's how you fucking know our book ain't got shit to do with the religion. Because these motherfuckers don't even know Moses didn't go to the promised land yet. When they gonna fucking read that book? That's within the first 5 chapters. It didn't dawn on their stupid ass head. Why didn't Moses go to the promised land? He was the bloodline pharaoh. Oh yeah, but Aaron had all the magic. Man, he must be a descendant of an angel or something. That's where we get it from. The fuck wrong with these people? According to us. You notice like when we wrote that book, we didn't ask nobody? You notice how like when they found us here, we didn't send for them? You notice like when we do anything in music, culture, and everything, we really don't need them unless they try and give us a paycheck since they stole all of our resources. Like, understand it. Every time they fucking pay us, they just giving us our shit back. That's called usury. That's Jewish. We're not Jewish. I'm Judean Jews. Jupiter, Egyptians. They're stupid. Stupid, ignorant, poorly genetically coded, bitch-ass niggas. And I ain't got nothing to do with them. And I know God don't. Their father, the devil, must be a synagogue of Satan. But that was a long time ago. They even copying that. What the fuck wrong with these people? No wonder why it's so weak and stupid. They made us ignorant on purpose, and I still figured it out. Imagine every fucking weapon formed against you as a kid. Imagine every financial weapon formed against you and shit. Imagine every fucking no kingdom, no empire, no Genghis out of everyone's fucking memory. Imagine that. And here I am in Sodom and Gomorrah, surrounded by desolate former structures. If you pay a fucking attention closely, if you look at all the horizontal lines, if you look at it, the color change, the Pantone, if you look at the heaps and heaps of destructive red clay, like pillars of salt would be mountains. And if you fly over this bitch, you see nothing but pillars of salt. It's like I'm standing right here now, ain't I? Since America is ancient Egypt. Just imagine. Imagine if God kept his promise and we made it back to our promised land. Amen. Because if I was just captive, I should still be in fucking Africa, shouldn't I? Yeah, wake the fuck up. So if they're trying to captive you, they would have kept you where they're from, where they got you from. How'd they end up in a third party? Shut the fuck up. That's what I be saying, boy. Too much energy wasted. The agenda don't make sense to do some shit like that. Nah. Dum versus unum sanctum. United States. They brought that shit here to us. Specifically us. Specifically the people from the Bible that they swear to God they read and they believe in. That's why I don't trust them. And as a Kings of Kings grandson, and the Kings of Kings grandson that has the keys to hell, trust me, they're not coming with us. I don't give a fuck what they talking about. They're with us now and look what they do. You think I want to see these bitch ass niggas in heaven? Whatever location that is? Hell no. Like I said, when I check out of this carbon vessel, I'm doing me a book report. I'm making a list. I'm checking it twice. Trump know he ain't going to heaven. He the only one trying to do shit right. Imagine everyone else waiting for a sign. Nah, not this time. Shit, it wasn't last time either. Your ass wasn't with us either. Where your ass was at when we were shooting in the gym, nigga? Where your ass was at when we were trying to get from them, nigga? Like, nah. No Johnny come lately your ass over here now. Talking about you believe in our ancestors. Why calling these motherfuckers Jews? Where the copper at, bitch? Do nobody eyes work? That's the identity politics. That's the DI shit, right? Where a boy can say he a girl, say he could be a man, and a person that's not copper colored can say they are. There's Rachel Dolezal ass niggas, right? You notice that that's a genetic mental health disorder that they all seem to champion as an agenda on top of that? Their agendas is their mental health disorder. They believe they're something. How do you believe you're copper? How does that work? You can believe what color you are? Then how come your organs don't fucking work for yourself? Why you need our organs? If you're the people who have that blood, why do you need ours? Specifically ours. Where your ass was at when I was doing all my math class? Where your ass when I figured out mRNA was real bad? I learned about that shit in 10th grade. I was in AP chemistry. It's like college level, you know what I'm saying? They be sleeping on niggas. So like, when I saw mRNA, I was like, that's the only fucking thing I remember. Ribonucleic acids. Okay. How you do the math again? It was a math class, which was what fucking irritated me. But yeah, I had 3 math classes that year. Jesus Christ. But yeah, like, no. mRNA is a bad idea. It's changing the acidity properties of the function of creating your gene expressions. And you want the motherfuckers that can't cure HIV or AIDS to also be in charge of changing your gene expressions, but they didn't use that technology or therapy to cure HIV or AIDS yet. What the fuck they gonna do in a quick snap in 2 weeks after a common cold hit us? You wanna dress my fucking genes for some Robitussin? Motherfuckers on lean at parties. They shouldn't get sick anyway. Motherfuckers already buying opiates off the street. Ain't that why they going to Venezuela anyway? So that shit could have hit everybody. Half of everybody on drugs already. That would knock out a fucking common cold, won't they? They on lean, opium, and everything in between us. If you smoking cigarettes and weed, they probably don't even touch you. Hi, how you doing? So like what was the pandemic then? Exactly. It must have been a financial pandemic. It must have been a Jewish pandemic. It must have been a pandemonium moment for their fucking system of control, and not because of people getting sicknesses. Just to turn around and give them a much more longer sentence and fucking symptoms of some bullshit anyway. Think about that. How is the after effect worse? It wasn't this fucking bad during the pandemic, nigga. People still dying, nigga. It's been years. You know what year it is? 2019, 2025. You know how many years it's been? And more niggas is dying this year? That's not because of COVID. That's because of the vaccines, right? Don't worry, I share all this doctors and scientists saying that in my story on Instagram if you follow me. So, nah, it's not a belief. It's not a conspiracy. It's the science. Trust the science. Trust the science that the bad Jewish scientists killed your ass. You know, that's been the only thing they have been doing the whole time they've fucking existed in their own story, right? That's why they keep getting chased out of everywhere they go. They ain't talking about us, bitch. How you gonna chase a giant? Anyway, so, shout to more science. Shit ignorant, bro. Fuck them. What is Fauci? 5'5"? A Jew. A 5'5" Jew. Okay, with a nose like that. You seen his women? Do any of them bitches they married to look like someone you kill somebody over? Have you found one of them that looked like a bitch you'd kill someone over? Have you seen one of them that looked like a bitch you betray your homeboy over? All right then. Someone's fucking lying on their dick. Thus, childish. They're childish individuals who just pick that randomly for benefits. I bet you. They're crashing our old castles and abandoned estates, saw this shit and was like, ooh, I believe I can be these people. Ass niggas. Meanwhile, as soon as you should have saw us and found us, you should have been like, oh shit, we gotta do something about the children of Israel. Let's get them out of captivity. No, let's educate them and experiment on them and tell their daughters to get abortions. Faggot ass bitches. Tell me it's different. Tell me it's different. Tell me it's different somewhere. And I'll repent. Ain't nobody fucking help us. Giving us benefits in captivity ain't fucking help, nigga. Get the fuck out my damn land, bitch. Give us our fucking language and our nationalities and our titles back too while you're at it. Since your bitch ass was in none of those wars anyway. Johnny come lately ass, weird ass nigga with no backstory. Your life is copying niggas. Fuck hip hop. Your whole fucking existence is hip hop. None of that shit yours. On King James' grandson. No kings though. All right. Call me Dwayne in the meantime. It's Japanese either way. Fucking idiots. Our last stronghold was Japan, if you're missing it. Last samurais, get it? Yeah, that's us. Since shoguns are tall. Since shoguns work with the emperor. Wake your ass up. Y'all let Hollywood, ran by Jewish people, put white people in all the seats. And then you believe them. I thought it was entertainment. I'm not entertained, bitch. Stop fucking with our history. We don't do that shit to them. Oh yeah, that's right, we fucking can't, because we don't know what the fuck their history is. I can do law of polarity. It might be the opposite of us, since they're so eager to forget it. What's wrong with these niggas, boy? Yo, check on your strong, fair-skinned people, boy. What they think going on lately? They all talking about the government and that's it, ain't they? Do the science on that. If most of the people's focus of what's going wrong in a spiritual environment is just the government, which doesn't exist, it's an idea. Ain't that a crazy problem? That people backup operating system is governance and not God or their ancestors or their land or their heritage or their customs. It's just government. Why do I pay taxes? You don't. They take them from you. What the fuck? True or false? You filled out the form and you said your straw man belongs to one of their banks since you have a social security number attached to it. That's your CUSIC number to that bank account. If you're one of us, it's probably the Bank of Egypt. Either way, they're making withdrawals out of your real account to discharge their debts. That's what they mean by you paying their interest tax on their borrowed money from the Federal Reserve. You are not paying into a pot to piss in. The federal government only does federal things, you dumbass. So your state taxes are supposed to help you. Why the fuck you complaining to Trump for? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. People don't even understand their fucking government. Now imagine the Bible. The government shut down. Why am I paying taxes? Why your state ain't fixing your damn schools, your highways, and everything in between it, since the state taxes for the state, bitch? Why are you talking about Donald Trump for? What's that got to do with your state, nigga? You live in the federal government? You live in D.C.? That's all they got. So if you have problems where you live with feeding the children, did you know that the state government could feed the fucking state's children and didn't need the federal government ever? Ain't that what the fucking Civil War was about? These motherfuckers beefing on being unified under some one authoritarian rule type shit. North versus South? Well, where's DC at? North. What happened when the South lost? Washington, D.C. and the federal government. So do you see where like the per capita largest portion of dense population of so-called Africans, but a lot of fucking Negro Indians who come from Israel and Judea were like, fuck that. Fuck the white people. The fuck does that got to do with anything? We're talking about land here. DC wants land, not people. So how can a fucking white person be useful to this? Can they sign over the land that don't belong to them? Are you stupid? This is before such things. Remember? 1860s, nigga? Like, do you remember? Before the Homestead Act, do you remember? Before the GI Bills, do you remember? Before World War, do you remember? Of course fucking not, because half these motherfuckers you ask that question to, they bitch-ass grandfather won't in this damn country yet. But mine had to fight and die for it. Recently. I'm a descendant of a veteran of all of their fucking wars. On top of that, we're giants. Imagine that. So nah, man, fuck them. They don't know what the fuck they talking about. Today, bro, we live in a society today that don't know what the fuck had happened. And just from the Civil War, they don't know what happened. They never talk about Reconstruction. Reconstruction? Bitch, what did they construct to begin with? All these Moorish mosques and shit? On Sidi Muhammad. So they're reconstructing everything they burned down. They burned down a bunch of Muslim buildings, Christians. And during the Civil War, bitch, not the American Revolution. For we are not against Muslims. Then who the fuck are these niggas? Burning down mosques. In every city they don't own. Every city that's not part of DC. We're talking about the 60s, bitch. 1860s. Miss me with the bullshit. It's incompatible history. They reconstructed history, yeah. They reconstructed the jurisdictions and everything. They reconstructed the narrative and thus the society itself. Yep. Shout out to brother Eamon Ron. Shout out to Mr. Van, cosplayers. And they do that everywhere else too, guys. That's not unique to this land over here. They did that over there too. Actually, European friends. It's the same story, bro. Georgie Porgy. JPX, Mr. Now. God hardened Pharaoh's heart. Was Pharaoh trying to do the right thing and God wanted something else? I don't know. It sounded like God just wanted Pharaoh to fucking die. Hence, this is family's business. Amen. Prometheus and Terran Art. Vampsky 3. It was a phone call. Shogun L's in the building. And God, the dollar we trust. You got it. Shout out to Pachak. Yo. 33333. Azamor says, my 23-year-old niece in college can confirm they're using ChatGPT like crazy. It's lazy work now. Going to college is a joke for you to pay for a certificate to get a job you might not get no more. It's a Ponzi. But cool story is it always was, since none of their books mean anything. Terran Art says, for ChatGPT, a bot is doing the regurgitation. You got it. Shout out to brother Jonathan Lee. Peace. Live from the Gulf. Ton of Moorish architecture where I'm at. Sheesh. It skips through sources it don't like. It sure does. Mr. Now says, Google with spelling errors and useless vocabulary, ChatGPT. And then some people teach you how to hack GPTs for to ignore their liberal filter, and their liberal filter is Jewish. In case you're confused why it does that. It's Jewish override. There's no bond if there's no relationship. Yeah, Sam Altman's a Jewish boy. And not one of him is copper colored. With them inverted ass, recessive gene ass eyes. He would even come from a dominant strand. Miss me with their bullshit, bro. Mr. Now says they were able to purify it enough to make it into thin layers that make jewelry. Extremely artificial intelligence. It needs a lot of light. Inputs. And making the cells itself chronic autoimmune disease. Fucking idiots. Turbo. Yep. It must have been a paranoia pandemic. I think so too, because they said Armawana was coming. That big ship that they were watching in space. The Jewish publications wrote about that. Science. The science. Trust the Jewish science, not scientists. Trust the Jewish. That's what they mean by trust the science, because all your science comes from Jewish people, and they're not Jews. So I can't even trust where the fuck their grandmother comes from, let alone what they think about stuff. But they're on that Amawama, whatever fucking meteor, and then Atlas 3I showed up, and you notice like the government shut down. They can't do another pandemic. It's too soon, right? Like way too soon. Last time they waited 100 years between them. They're like, yeah, let's do another pandemic again. Where Bill Gates at? Dying looking like a fucking reptilian. Congratulations, you got HIV now. And I see those threads too. How come no one's talking about like there's a sudden outbreak of STDs? But then they tell you at the same time there's a sudden outbreak of STDs, that people ain't fucking enough. You've seen the relationship stuff. You've seen these fucking pop the balloons. People ain't fucking that much to have a breakout of HIV. People are actually recessing in their relationships and sexual promiscuity. People not even drinking enough to even have that culture. There ain't no clubs that are tough to have that nature. And the money itself to have that nature to be tricking on bitches. So how the fuck is HIV exploding? SARS-2, COVID-19, HIV-5. That's how. Turbo HIV. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's what we get for trusting the Jewish science. You know, the people always trying to eradicate people and steal their identities and lands and make up shit and then steal their books and everything else. Like the whole fucking last 100 years of their history here. Like, that's the fucking problem. Now, if you go research World War II right now, while all the filters are off, you'll see that these newspapers 100 years ago are saying the same thing. Nothing has changed with them, meaning they don't evolve either. So getting smarter in therapy doesn't help them. 100 years in a row of fucking up everyone they live around. Pretending to be my family. I take that shit personally on King James. They're not in that fucking story. They bitches are too ugly. I like bad bitches. David liked bad bitches. Solomon had bad bitches. It's a whole lineage of bad bitches. Who are they? You seen what Afro-Asiatic women look like? Who are they? We still got Afro-Asiatic women now in the limelight. You seen Amory? Now find me a Jewish woman that looked like that. Stop fucking playing with me. Thus, it cannot be them. Not an opinion piece. It cannot be them. They don't look like none of the Afro-Asiatic women. Shaka Khan? It's in the name, bitch. They look like her. Pam Grier. Where is it? Kim Kardashian is the closest thing to a reference, and all of that is fake. So where is it? You seen what her sisters look like before Travis Scott and Tyga? Where is it? It doesn't fucking exist. That's a problem. It's a whole book about fucking bad bitches. Is it not written? When I read about any of the women, it always starts with how she's the most beautiful. Isaac or Jacob working for their uncle to get a wife. He did 5 to 10 more years of hard labor for his uncle to make sure he get the beautiful one. Is it not written? Mary Magdalene had frankincense and myrrh. They ain't no shit for no ugly bitch. Is it not written? The baddest bitch in their dancery was cleaning his feet, and Judas got jealous. The nigga with the money. Is it not written? That's how I know they don't know how to read the Bible. It's all about beautiful women. Now you understand why we're always in captivity. Who the fuck would have them in captivity for bitches? Cut it the fuck out. Cut it the fuck out, please. Don't insult my grandmothers, yo. I'll fuck you up over that. Nah, they ain't them. Thank God they ain't them. Talk about my fathers. I know niggas ain't shit. But why would they be shit? They always gotta fucking fight slavers. But the women, on the other hand, you know, the mothers of civilization, shouldn't be no fucking hook-nosed, ugly bitch who don't know what the fuck a man or girl, a man or woman is. That's the dumbest shit I've heard, boy. They talk about, they come from the book that talks about order, abominations, genetics, and reproduction, but then going to teach everyone else's fucking kids. Man, fuck out my face, boy. They can't go to hell fast enough. They've ruined our fucking country, by the way. That's why I'm pissed off. They've ruined this before or without a religion. Don't miss this shit, boy. It's like law of correspondence. Everything they fucking touch goes to hell. With them. That's what the whole thing about faith is. Going the other way when it seems like it's impossible. Eye of the needle. And then trusting God's voice when you finally hear it. And getting yourself away from them. Being in this world, not of their world. Because it will turn into a pillar of salt. I'm in the middle of a pillar of salt, actually. I like what they did with the place. It's been a couple 100 years. But I could tell the materials they make these houses out of are weak. Very recent. But still, you could tell they did it because of how they gridded the city. It's perfect corners and squares and shit. No creativity. Now look at the fucking aerial map of DC during the same time period. Messing with their bullshit. They ain't got the math and science for this. I know, but they the people that give the world math and science. How are they just now discovering it then? Because, and where did they store it? Did they lose it? Dumb as hell, stupid as hell. We didn't get our shit back yet. We're not free. That's the difference. We're still captives if we're second-class citizens. We come from kingdoms, by the way. They kidnapped us from kingdoms. They didn't kidnap us from the jungle. America's not a jungle. I don't know if you noticed. Maybe South America. Maybe they did kidnap a lot of us from South America, actually. Go to Ancestry.com. It'll change your life. Go to Ancestry.com. It'll change your life when you start reading those articles and all that shit about what's going on for real. Especially around the Civil War. You'll see so many names and peoples and backgrounds and roles and all kind of stuff. And you'll be like, wait a minute, they ain't teach us none of this shit in school. I know, that's the purpose. That's the purpose of their school, by the way. You're not going to a school, you're going to their school. Rockefeller funded. Rockefeller is Jewish. So your whole education school, your whole education funding and programs and curriculums is Jewish. That's why we don't know shit. You know, if you pay for it, it's yours, right? Okay then, wake your dumb ass up. Talking about fucking lobbies and APAC and politics. Nigga, they did that with school first. In church. 501c3 is their idea, nigga. What the fuck do you think I say that word for? I ain't talking about creating LLCs, nigga. I'm talking about who started that. Who the fuck was fucking Hoover and them and working for? Like, who started that? They're Shriners, nigga. There ain't no fucking white Moors in America. Are you stupid, nigga? Shriners wear Moorish fez, don't they? Wake your dumb ass up. Why white people cosplaying as Moors then? In America. Wake your dumb ass up. See what I'm saying? Like, that's the sleep. The sleep is our common sense. And then you go, well, what am I going to do about it? Stop believing stupid shit. Let's start there. Stop believing this shit. You believe in them more than your own damn God and religion, I guess. That's what the problem is for us, at least. We believe what they say about everything. Scared. They must have been some fucking terrorists. Ain't that what their history says? Yeah, so I'm occupied by terrorists. What's the difference between me and Gaza again? All right, then. To this day. They'll put you on a watch list. Freedom. To this day, if I do anything that is not correspondent to their municipality rules on my grandmother's land, they'll send one of their officers to come kidnap me. To this day, they're terrorists. And I'm saying this as King James' grandson of Jamestown, Virginia, Maryland colonies, the first flag on this soil in their fucking timeline. And they don't even honor that. They're terrorists. They declare a state of emergency every year because they're terrorists. They use an ICE and National Guard to go take away the other Americans and send them to the other side of the American jurisdiction, like some terrorism, right? Who do you think's behind all that? Palantir, Jewish. APAC, Jewish. Soros, no kings, Jewish.
Jewish, Jewish. Ain't nothing going on today that doesn't rhyme with Jewish. Have you noticed? Question. Why don't Jewish people spend all that energy and money building up their own fucking homeland? You know, Poland. Oh, they white cousins don't want them there. Tough. Hey, white cousins. Because I got some white cousins too. Yo, white cousins. Germany. My white cousins in Germany, my white cousins in Poland. Yo, get your kids, bro. We had enough. Yo, China, if you listening, Russia, if your spies are listening, yo, Slavic people, I know like they one part Slav because they're definitely not one part I. Go and get y'all cousins, bro. On King Jesus, go get your cousins, bro. They ain't gonna listen to us. It's time for y'all to have a talk. I know how genetics work, so they're your cousins, bro. They got some nappy hair tough. Send them to Africa. Oh, they did try some to Africa. Madagascar, I remember. Yeah. What's happening in Madagascar right now since we brought it up? You remember? I've been saying that shit all year. How the fuck they gonna be in Gaza, Palestine, if they bitch ass Rockefeller and Rothschild were trying to send their ass to Madagascar? Now what's going on with Madagascar this year? I was born by the river in a little tent. Cause motherfuckers are occupying my castle. And boy, just like that river, I've been running ever since. I know. It's like if I say it, it starts happening. I know, man. Yo, Russia, China, get your cousins, bro. These are not our people. I did not sign no treaty with none of these niggas. Not secretly, not publicly, not even in the vote of confidence of my consciousness. I've been against this propaganda my entire childhood, and it's been a fucking problem my entire fucking life. Everybody versus me about their shit. Can you imagine that? As a child, I just not rebelled, like acted up, but like didn't go for the bullshit, never had a narrative that matched anybody else's. I was just like I was a descendant of Jews or something. Imagine that. Raised by the sellout side of my family. Imagine that. Easy for you to deduce when you lived around them and seen how they did things, everything but what's in that Bible. To be the first people that want to go to a church. That's how I knew they were sellouts. The Bible doesn't tell you to go to church. If anything, it tells you to leave it. And then they immediately relate it to fucking Noble Drew Ali. And it's in his record you can find in Google to leave it. Yet here we are when I'm born. Backup plan. Let's get back in a church and get a 501c3 again with the Jewish FBI people. Brand new shit. 1940s and 50s. Like, shut the fuck up. Fucking sellouts. But who's buying them? Jewish people. Thus, all the confusion on both sides is being funded by the same side. Thank you. Thank you. Why are Jewish people targeting my people for socialism programs? Because we're Africans? Now how come they don't target fucking African communities in America? Oh, that's what the fuck I thought. Someone's fucking lying, huh? They need us to go to their schools to learn the stupid ass narrative that we're not Jews, right? It's their schools, their funding, their education programs, and the only thing that anyone fucking seems to remember out of there is that they don't know who the fuck they are no more when they're done. But if they get a contract with some Jewish people, they can get a few fiat dollars in their Jewish Central Federal Reserve Bank, which always goes negative like it is right now in 2025, like I've been fucking telling people since I was a boy. You know, get the money changers out of your temple, stupid. What'd they do? Let's get another money change. Let's make it digital. The fuck? The fuck going on, guys? How they calling on God of the Bible when they doing everything backwards of the Bible? Like, I don't understand nothing. You wouldn't have to call on God if you just stopped going backwards. I need God for everything else. These niggas. That's what I'm saying. Don't make me say the prayer. Get y'all cousins. They're unfit to rule anything, let alone their damn selves. They don't need a little bit more than the accruement of paper money to mean anything. Having money don't unlame your stupid ass, does it? We be the main ones to say some shit like that. And here we are following lame ass niggas because they got money. Goofy as hell, greedy as hell, covetous as hell, Israel as hell, just like the goddamn occupation and leaving Exodus. That's the illest shit about freedom for our people. The people here who've been programmed so fucking much, again, and remember, we have a predisposed genetic to it, obviously. By the time things do get better, it looks like freedom for the people of the book, they will fight against it on some Moses shit. They'll want the old system back. Like, what we gonna do now? Die with gardens? I miss being a second-hand citizen. I had so much to complain about and I never had to do shit but type it. Ass niggas. You did a whole bunch of shit. You got too much children and you ain't taken care of and too many abortions. You spent too much time in a fucking bedroom, car, or fucking bathroom. I don't know where you did it at, because these kids don't look like they were made with love. No Boaz bitch. So I understand something. See, you can understand the Bible, but just by understanding the people in the Bible. When you look around your ass. You notice how none of them were talking about getting out of captivity? Not one of them want their nationalities back. Not one. All of them want more benefits from the federal government. Mind you, they're raised by women who are going to college. That means they didn't know how to read when they went. So what the fuck's the point of their degree then? A license, a paper that said I did something, benefits. College is a social benefit, obviously, because they ain't learn shit. Notice I know all this shit and I never went to college. That saved my life, actually. I used to be mad about that. I thought my dad whipped my ass so I can go to college. Nah, my dad whipped my ass so I wouldn't be a fucking dumb nigga. Two different things. There's plenty of dumb niggas that went to college. I was friends with them. Too bad being dumb is not a sin. That just means it's not their responsibility. I'm a descendant of kings looking for fucking civilians to figure out legalese and matters of the kingdom. That's my stupid ass fault. When I was a child, I did childlike things too. Listening to everybody but Jews. The real ones. What the future say? It's an evil world. He cross-eyed. Incest. He said that her father was at his birth. I guess he was a test tube baby on top of that. Tough. Or niggas just be talking because they high. What this now talking about? The Shining. They all went to South America. Catholic action in the Baltic countries, yes. CIA. All they do is spread fear. Not one thing has been cool. And what is their solution for what's happening this year? More AI and more crypto. More money. Everything that rhymes with making more money. Like, we need more money. You know, we got all the money, but we need more money and more interest and more money, and we need control. Is for control. They're losing control. They're pushing control buttons Like, you ever play a video game and you fight a fighting game and you see someone smashing buttons? Well, if they keep going money, 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 crypto, money, money, crypto, crypto, money, 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 those are control buttons. So they're just mashing all the control buttons. And the only reason why you would mash control buttons because you're out of control. They're not out of control because our asses is doing nothing about it. All of us could use some more money. Like, the fuck? I ain't stupid. I'm just saying what the problem is. We have a conflict of interest, but they don't have our problem at all. They're not fucking second class citizens. They get 2 dual passports and citizenships. Tell me I'm lying. They could rape and molest all your kids and go run back to Israel. Ain't that what they've been doing? That just happened in Vegas, didn't it? Y'all be forgetting this shit? This just happened last month. They had a guy who had a church here and some Israeli Jewish passport ass nigga fucking around in a sting with children. And they let his ass go home to Israel. You think he got a court date? That's half your damn Congress, by the way. Imagine. Not who founded the United States. Not who was in office when you was a kid, bitch. Today. Everyone be forgetting today is today. Can they name 10 Congress members today, Cory Bookers? Exactly. So what the fuck are they talking about when they say government? An empty word. A placeholder. Like God. Get it? Like angel. It ain't little God, it's a big God. There's only one God. We ain't talking about the little G's. You monkey man. You can't talk to either one of them. The fuck is the point? You don't understand the little G, so we know you don't understand the big one. They be thinking they deep with that shit. Nigga, which one are you? I'm the believer kind. Well, anyway, when my grandfather was talking to niggas and he said, ye are gods. What the fuck's that got to do with humans? Their God wasn't talking to humans. Their God was talking to other gods. It's like the beginning of Job again. Did the person who attacked Job ever talk to him? That's my point. And unfortunately, that's the problem. People don't know nouns, adjectives, verbs, adverbs, and the 7 other ones I'll never fucking care about. They don't know how to read. We're talking about on the reading comprehension test. They don't know how to do that. I want them to bring those California achievement tests back from the late 90s and early 2000s. And those reading in the grades and stuff, like, they need to find original copies of them bitches. I want to see something. I want to see how any of these people talking about any of the shit that requires that does on it in our big age today. It'll tell you something. That all they can do because they stupid is make shit up. That's why people make up stuff and lie so much. They don't have any other data to pull from to justify why they keep fucking shit up. But the bigger problem in that is they fuck up so much because they want to. They want the result, but they don't get the result because they add up the costs. So when they fail to get the result of their bullshit and it falls apart, they lie about it. They didn't mean for it to fall apart. They meant to get away with it. They didn't get away with it because they're stupid. They're lying as defense because they're stupider. Like, so if you do something righteous, You don't have to lie and explain anything because it would work. Donald Trump, the politics, Republicans, and all of them are trying to explain things to their constituents because it doesn't work. So the only thing that happens out of stupidity and ignorance when it doesn't work is what? Anger. What happens when you unchuck anger and it just festers? It turns violent. There is no other outcome for this society if there's no gods or kingdoms here. In their heads, the people who are trying to think, we're not us, they're saying, hey guys, they're trying to do this to us. Hey guys, they're talking about their paranoia and their fear of what it would look like if. No one's trying to do that. None of these people alive is Aleister Crowley, Manly P. Hall, none of that. Y'all have to understand this with generational talent. Those first time people coming over here were on the bullshit at the highest settings because they know they weren't from here. This is their first time here. So that cruelty and that bullshit and that greed was a requirement. They didn't want to go back home for wherever they bitch ass came from. Since they didn't. Now this is their kids. They flatlined the whole economy. For them, we were the farmers still, remember, bitch? And then they got everybody integrated. That was recent. And then they try to normalize social conditions, but they had control of the media that they stole from us, remember? White Man Declaration of Independence, Wilmington, North Carolina. Command F printing press. Miss me. So like, we made our own printing presses in English. Lands full of North Carolina with no white people until the White Man's Declaration of Independence. Check the date on it, please. Make it make sense. In the South, after the Civil War. Who was the slaves again? So who brought white people who don't come from here to here? If we here. So they brought white people slaves from somewhere else. Who brought white people slaves? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Whatever that answer is, it couldn't have been us. Who run their government? So it's white on white crime. White on white crime brought white people here. White people brought white slaves, niggas. That's what the church is. For them. They're not in that damn Bible. So they're using it as mind control to control their slaves. The white people. Problem with you niggas is you started listening to the slaves of white people. What the fuck that gotta do with you? Oh yeah. Before that even makes sense, where your grandma stay? She stay in Africa? Why are you subjected to American government then? That sounds fucking stupid. You sound like Dr. Umar in this bitch, nigga. He left Africa so much, then why the fuck he still fucking with this government and their fiat and their USDs and their 501c3s and their doctorates and their licenses and their property taxes? Oh, I forgot he live in Delaware. He ain't got to pay none of that. So he knows something, but he know everything but how to get his ass a damn passport or fucking Common Core, fucking whatever the fuck he need to be in Africa. He could do comedy on the iPhone over there, but his ass over here in Delaware. Living next to Taj Tariq Bey, the Moorish Temple Science of America guy, formerly Nation of Islam, Fruit of Islam, formerly Noble Drew Ali. My grandfather. The fuck is going on with these people? They ain't doing what my grandfather said do. I emailed all them niggas. They shook because they pussy. I beat the shit out those niggas. Are y'all serious? I'm evil. Playing with my fucking family. Playing with fucking me. They could feel it. Even Brother Panic took a year to respond to me. You could feel it. Especially when I talk that way to them. I don't leave a lot of wiggle room. I don't open up with praises. No, fuck you, nigga. What the fuck did you do what my grandfather said you should do? Oh yeah. By the name, my name is mgthefuture. I have a YouTube channel where I'm studying these things. I'm the direct descendant of John Smith of the New England colonies. I'm also the descendant of Noble Drew Ali and the Empress of the Saponi Indians. Yeah, that was in the early 1900s. So it's very recent. Yeah, I was wondering, reaching out to you because I was wondering about the divine council that should be in place in order to get our political affairs in order. It's been 100 years. What's going on? Crickets. Oh, I share. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm using your language model. I am. Oh, what is that? Oh, those things? That's the guardianship. I know. I am. No, I asked you a question, nigga. Did you read it? Did you see it? I am. I am everything you've been talking about, bitch ass nigga. I am a Tartarian. I am Noble Drew Ali's grandson. I am King James' grandson. I am a descendant of the Giants. I am. You've been talking about me, bitch. You want to help? Tell them bitch ass niggas I said it. I'm everything they study and talk about. Birthright, inheritance, hereditamous. Who would be more birthright to all the shit they talk about than me anyway? Not them. Because if it's any of them, wouldn't that be like my fucking cousins? So when I said who the fuck I was, they'd be like, hey, yo, family, we need to link up. But they gonna do a fucking Zoom conference and meet some bad-built bitches in Atlanta? Do you understand? Fuck those niggas. On God. Because they worse than the white man or the Jewish man. On me. They're fucking sellouts. They only do that shit for benefits. Real life. I ain't got a fucking choice. I guess I'm jealous. Yeah, so black people, African American people, and social political people, and religious people, y'all ain't got a chance in hell to fix that. Your language, your reference points is fucked up. Your end game is fucked up. Your end game should not be more federal government. You know, everything that you're applying for. Nonprofits, 501c3s, LLCs, registering businesses, that expands your federal government. Dummy. It was called a mom and pop store because they didn't have shit to do with Uncle Sam, you dumb bitch. We had our own supply lines, ain't that right? Until when? The 1960s. That's recent history, niggas. That means the boomers sold out. Do the science, please. Y'all weren't working at no goddamn department stores. That's what's wrong with our sisters who are alive right now, who are too young to remember because they ain't fucking listen to their grandmother. Too busy gossiping about everyone else. Like, I was there with you niggas. Stop playing with me. So, go back. When was Walmart starting? When was any of these chains starting? When was McDonald's starting? All during integration. And they started it in your cities because it wasn't theirs. And then now when you look at your city, you get one main road and all you see is all this corporate shit on the boulevard. Do you not? Is it not written? All in your plazas is just corporate shit, right? And now when they tell your ass to go outside and get a job, you got to go to all this corporate shit and apply. And you're going to have a social security card, Federal Reserve, and you're going to have some type of form of ID with your state and your federal government. Tell me I'm fucking lying. Now imagine if your father had a farm. E-I-E-I-O ass niggas. And then in that farm, he has some cows or pigs, and they make leather and shit. And then you can sell that shit. You know, when you can change for legal tender. Gold, copper, silver. It doesn't fucking matter who minted it, you dumb bitch. Because we would have had it already if those were our mines on our land already. Remember? We already had a cashless society. Fucking idiots. We never needed their dollar bills, y'all. That's what y'all forgot. This ain't legal tender. That's a Federal Reserve note. Check the date of that bitch. This ain't ancient history. This is what funded your school. Recent history. You don't know your fucking history. Because we are fools. That ain't the white man. That's us. They chose to sell. They chose to move. They chose to integrate. They chose to expand their networks. Martin Luther King's daddy went to fucking Germany, bitch, at the peak of World War I and II. Thought he was an African slave, some bullshit in Atlanta, Georgia. And the white people didn't like him, but the white people were coming from over there, so he went to the home base of white people confidently. And they walked him around and showed him the museums and Martin Luther's ideas, and came back and changed his son's name at 6 to be down the street from niggas trying to burn their house down. Do the fucking science. Where do white people come from in the South if you just went to white Germany, I guess? Wake your ass up. And then he went to white Georgia, a penal colony previously during the Civil War. So prisoners, all right, so imagine what type of white people those are. And wards of the state, citizens. Or they would be sovereign. There is no other option. And on his farm, he had some E-I-E-I-O. Yeah, bro. They ain't teach us nothing. Education isn't teaching. Education doesn't lead to knowing. Education doesn't mean even what the fuck we think it means. We gotta stop that shit. You know what I mean? We gotta stop that. Nah, I don't. Because obviously none of us do. We don't know what nothing means, which is why they need to depend on Google and ChatGPT. That's a sign that people don't know what shit means. Because look what the fuck they're ChatGPTing. Answers to stupid fucking people questions. They're not doing math. They're not trying to reverse and reconstruct nothing. They're using that shit like Google for advice about humans. They're saying ChatGPT's their real best friend and they got names for it. Being cute and clamorous with everyone else. You want to tell the real people on the internet that your coolest friend is a fake person on the internet. Ooh, deep sis, what's the tea on that? Have you checked your DMs lately? There's guys in there trying to marry your stupid ass. Tell me I'm lying. I wouldn't mind. I was only taught lies. I'm a black guy, right? Who the fuck you think is going to ever give us the truth? Not our women and not anyone else's. Y'all don't know what the story is about us? I mean, recently. We're doing the worst out of everyone on planet Earth right now, nigga. On paper, at least. But we're the number ones raising our kids. Imagine. How does that make sense? The least paid and least educated are the most fatherly. I was raised by a single black father. He didn't have to. The rest of my family was richer. I was in the hood nigga section because he wanted to be a father. I could have got raised by my grandfather, my mother's father. He had plenty of money. He left it all to me, and then his niece stole it. I told you the story. I could have been raised by my mother's sister, mother. They all have money. I grew up rough because my dad wanted to be a real nigga. Because the rest of his life was fucked. And I figured it out. I'm not bragging about me, though. I'm saying, especially for me, everybody else is making fucking excuses. I'm the proof of excuse. Motherfuckers just making excuses. To be free. That's why I call them bitch ass niggas. Because they seem to be afraid. For whatever reason, my people are very afraid of some unspoken thing. And whatever that fear box is, weighs so heavy that they rather act like kids. If you say we could do it ourselves, fear. If you say, yo, we can just move and reorganize, fear. If you go, hey, we can come together and do our own thing, fear. You know what the fears be like? Well, someone will rob us, or you turn on us, or people ain't fun, and people ain't gonna put the hard work in. And then the government, man, and you know they'll bomb us if we're ever successful. Meanwhile, there's a bunch of fucking banks in Atlanta ran by black people. Look it up. But you notice how there's a fear that they got from a movie produced by some Jewish person about a time in the story they ass never existed in? How the fuck would they be able to proofread it? We don't think either. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Perish, desolation, lose everything. Like Job. The devil perished his belongings, but he was still there in robes, trying to figure something the fuck out. Because he know he ain't do nothing wrong. Job's story is, motherfucker, you ain't got no fucking excuse. That's the point of Job. It was written for you, not for Job. What did we learn from Job? That no matter what the fuck happened to your ass, don't curse God. Because gotta give it all back. You feel like we got our shit back yet, niggas? If there's ever a chance in human history for you to get it back, out of everything you learn about history, ain't it this one? But here your ass is scared again about some fucking food stamps from a federal government. Y'all niggas just be making excuses for shit. You don't want freedom. Thus, you don't fucking deserve to live. Now look at your kids. Look at your women. Fuck the rest of the world, niggas. I'm talking to you niggas. What the fuck's up with us, nigga? I'm one of you niggas, and I'm on it. You don't know a nigga that sound like me. Why is that? Excuses. Who taught us to make so many excuses? Besides Jewish people. Y'all niggas don't understand anything. I just explained why you don't. I still love you though. Tell me I'm lying. On the love itself. No one wastes their time do some shit they don't love. And they don't waste their time about and with people they don't love either. Have you seen the world lately? If they would have finished the Bible in time, they knew we was here already. Excuses. They watching us. You haven't noticed? Why you think I put that shit in my shorts? I know who watchers are, at least. It's in the same Bible. They watching us. You know what's crazy? They watching me. They watching you watching me too. I got a few interesting text messages and DMs and pictures. UAPs will show up for the first time in people's life as I'm mentioning it in their real life. And they'll go outside and see them. And send me the video and pictures like, oh my God, like, nigga, I know, I was just talking about it. Hi. The feathers are the same story. We start talking about what type of feathers we need and what colors we see. I was like, yo, I found this blue one. Some Carolina blue Etruscan shit. I don't even, man, I'm so mad about that feather. That was the most beautifulest feather. And all of a sudden, JPX and everybody start finding blue ones. They watching us. Making excuses. Y'all waiting for the government, white man, or some other kind of shit to come through and shit. Nah, bro. What did our ancestors say this was? That's our only point of reference to anything real anyway. Ain't like we got other options. Our only options is, I hope that our ancestors were 100. Because we know all the other shit is made up. You understand? How I always say this shit ain't even optional? It's very logical. That's our fucking book. This other shit ain't in King James English. So it's new. And the only thing that changed between kingdoms and now is them. So your only chance in Hades, if you will, would be the Bible. You Jews and Israelites. I hear you more, Muslim, Islamic, all from Noble Drew Ali, by the way. Prophet, Noble Drew Ali. What's that prophet mean? Who are the bloodline of prophets? Y'all niggas so smart, you stupid. Prophets are bloodline from the Bible. What tribe, Judah? What tribe, Judah? Who's the King of Kings? Jesus. What's his bloodline? Judah. He's a prophet. So when Noble Drew Ali, the prophet, was in front of you, more Islam, you understand that he was a Judean? He was a Jew. You understand that Abdullah that gives you Neville Goddard shit? You understand that he was a rabbi? You know what that fucking means? With a turban on. At the same time in Chicago as my grandfather. You know what that means? That means he was a Jew too. Now there's two Jews with turbans on in Chicago at the same time. Do you think they knew? You don't even realize who the fuck my grandfather is recently. Religion? Ill, nigga. Abdullah. Moorish Latin Arabic. Noble Drew Ali, the prophet. Teaching you the shit. Are both Jews, nigga. The Quran's prophets are Israelites, nigga. It's not a fucking religion. It's their fucking family tree. First. Everything else is politics and business. We are the Jews. We are the international Jews that white boys are talking about, obviously. That's before World War I and II. So we were all over this place. Now read his book again. He said nothing about Jewish. They're not international people. Or they would have seen them in Africa before. Abdullah, Duse Muhammad, another rabbi Jew with a fez on. Because Jew is a pedigree, not a religion. They're Jews first, on their mama. They might be living in a time of Mohammedans with a city Muhammad emperor. They would never be Christians. They come from kingdoms, noble, incompatible with anything else. Like I said, they don't even understand who my grandfather was. He won't try to give you a nationality back so you can join the federal government, you dumbass. He was putting you back onto your kingdom in which that shit has a treaty with. You will be entitled to marks of attention and tariffs, nigga. They supposed to be paying for you. Stupid. They're a service corporation for you. Stupid. Their Congress are trustees for beneficiaries of where they operate. The land native. You. Stupid bitches. We've been waiting for 100 years. But you're still a minority because you don't get it. You think these motherfuckers and their kids want to help you get it? They already down negative 37 fucking trillion. I'm sorry, 38. And they owe you a tithe of everything they ever fucking made. At least. Malachi 3 and 8. Shall a man rob God? For you have robbed me. See if I can find it. Malachi. Hebrews. Goddess. After Ashtoreth, the great Diana, Kings 11:15, Acts 19:35, referring to a goddess. Oh, law of gender. That's weird. That's fucking weird. People who care about sex and reproduction have goddesses. That's fucking weird. There goes Malcolm. Why do you keep skipping? This shit got that bold font too. That shit got that bold font too. See, they don't be reading these shit, man, because they ain't Jews. I guess Jews are the only fucking people that read shit. All right, let me try. Behold, I send my messenger. In most contexts, if that's a God talking, then the messenger will be an angel. And he'll prepare the way before me. And the Lord, which is usually EL, the L, whom you seek, will suddenly come to his temple. So not my temple, his temple. But he's seeking the Lord, an L, an angel, a messenger. So now we know we're talking about royals and above, at the very least, as the subject. It's in quotes. So someone's writing, another person's writing this down, but he's quoting somebody who's a royal or above. This is an imperial, majestic conversation. Messenger, angel, Lord, L, ownership. So things that can own some shit. But if they talking about God and that degree of things, then read it again. Behold, I send my messenger, and he will prepare a way before me. And the Lord, whom you, whoever's going to read this, seek, will suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant. There's several covenants, have you noticed? They're like contracts. In whom you delight. So whoever this target is for, whoever Malachi's people is, because Malachi is supposed to be who this is attributed to. So he's a placeholder for a time, place, a bloodline, a mix of certain Israelites. And whoever these deals are, whoever these kings are, whoever these angels are at their time, this story is locked into his paradigm. His paradigm is not the entire Bible's paradigm. There was no entire Bible when this scroll was written, attributed to Malachi. That's an error that so many people make by saying, oh, because Malachi said this, that these people knew Malachi. No, all of these people know God. For my Father throughout in heaven, holy, the kingdoms above are the reason why there's kingdoms down here. So you'll never lose track of that if you're an imperial, royal, majestic. So we're going to do it again. And he will prepare a way before me. And the Lord who you will seek will suddenly come to this temple, even the messenger of the covenant, in whom you delight, behold, he is coming, says the Lord of hosts. So that's a Lord of something. So amongst the host, he's the L. He's the guy in charge of host, usually associated with the angels or those with UAPs. Yes, sky god. Working with people down here, Malachi's. All right now, Salish mythos says that already, by the way. If you don't believe us as Indians, I guess. But who can endure the day of his coming? I guess the Lord of the hosts. So somebody beholding God, but now but they're still in quotes now. This Malachi just writing what this guy is saying. He's up there and he might be an emperor king. He up there though, because he knows all these references. And he's about to tell you, so when the Lord of hosts finally show up, boom. But who can endure the day of his coming? And who can stand when he appears? We talking about sky people. Suddenly, a messenger, angels, they fly on Gabriel and Daniel. Don't play with me. We talking about the Lord of hosts of UAPs, like I told you. And this is the proof. Who going to stand when this shit appears? When the Lord of hosts appears, who will stand? For he is like a refiner's fire and like a lauderer's soap. And he will sit as a refiner, a purifier of silver. How do you purify silver, by the way? It's like fire, right? Like fire is like a refinery. Like what fire is fire is fire. He's on fire. Don't these UAPs come through this dimension on fire? Wheels of chariots of fire, 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 purifier silver. He will purify the sons of Levi even. Mind you, this is the royal priesthood. L is right there, 4 degrees. That's us right now, ain't it? We're the IVLs currently reading this book made for us. Can you fucking imagine if we knew algebra? So in a priesthood, in these degrees, since I'm the bloodline imperial majestic, that's us. Hi, how you doing? Anyway, and purge them as gold and silver. There was stories of talents again. Purify them. How do you purify a person? Because the sons of Levi is a tribe of Israelites, so we know we're dealing with man. And they're admixtures with these people. So these people telling him, who's a recorder or the prophet or the king of man at the time, and he's saying, hey, this is just like him going to the mountain to get the 10 Commandments, how Moses had to do. Fire, fire, fire. Turn your head around. Don't burn your face. Get it? So this is another encounter with sky people by one of us. But this one right here, he's showing up on fire. That they may offer the Lord an offering in righteousness. So when he shows up, where's the offering? In righteousness, meaning like, wouldn't that be the right thing to do? I mean, this guy, when he shows up, wouldn't that be the right thing to do? Then the offering of Judah in Jerusalem. Oh my God, loop. But they got Levite and Israelite. Like, what's going on, right? I guess they're all under the same Lord. Will be pleasant to the Lord as in the days of the old. All right, so what were the days of the old compared to Malachi? That's the question. Not the days of the old compared to you. But since you're going to read it in the future, maybe Malachi knew. What of our old days? Let's see if law correspondence is still true for us today. As in the former years. All right. And I will come near you for judgment. I will be a swift witness against sorcerers, adulterers, perjurers, against those who exploit wage earners and widows and orphans, and against those who turn away an alien. Talk to me. Y'all ain't gonna put 3 in that chat? Is it not written? In King James English. That the Lord of hosts is coming. Crafts are coming down. Rather have Jesus in silver and gold. They say Jesus in this shit. Jesus is son of man, ain't he? Mixed with a god. All right, Hercules. Yeah. But this right here, though, is a different story. Because this is not talking about Jesus at all. They always make Jesus Lord. Shut up. He's a Lord to you if you're a slave. Anyway, these are different angels. But this one right here, what does that say? Don't tell me it says alien. And please do not ascribe a meaning of alien, meaning something in a government today in law, in this fucking book. Please spare me the gory details. Because we're talking about literally the Lord of hosts, per the definition of alien 2, is a fucking alien, bro. What are we guessing about? A book about sky people who come down and fuck on humans. Are those aliens, bro? He said he's coming down on fire. Suddenly. They have a temple down here for him. A place from the park, I guess. Levites in charge of it. You know, the royal priesthood. They do magic. So they go, well, that's why you're not supposed to practice sorceries. Who said that? Levites are in covenant with the source of the magic. A Levite is not a sorcerer. The sons of Levi, he's purifying them. Where they offering it, though? Since they have gifts. Now look at your society today. Who ain't none of these fucking tribes anyway. Miss me. But just look at that categories, right? Like, what would be considered sorcery in modern day and age? TV, television, manipulation of the mind. Adulterers today, OnlyFans and your dating lives and Tinder and everything. Perjurers, scammers, PPP loan people, liars, politicians, LLCs that don't actually cure cancer, and everything in between us. Those who exploit wage earners, Target, all the restaurants, the federal government, apparently, and then widows and orphans, people who died in war and their remaining wives, because you care about them because their fathers died in a war on this side. Honor and shit. All right, so we're going to take care of the soldiers' kids and their women, not some hoe just sucking and fucking because she just got here. And then against those who turn away an alien, let's substitute it for foreigner. Well, who's more foreign than a nigga with a craft full of fire, silver, and gold? We'll get there in a second, as. For I am the Lord. I do not change. Therefore, you are not consumed, O sons of Jacob. Sons of Jacob is Israel, right? There's 12 tribes of those. Yet from the days of your fathers, all right, Jacob time, so Abraham's grandson, back then, walking through Egypt and shit, you have gone away from my ordinances. Now, this is before Moses, nigga, and have not kept them, even those that we gave Moses and shit. But we talking about the guy that's coming down from the sky again. Don't miss that. That's different than where you live at, nigga. And you have not kept my ordinances because you have a covenant. And in your covenant with me, you got some really cool fucking powers. So much so, I gotta cut down on sorcery, nigga. Don't miss that. Please, Israel, Jew, you ass niggas in America. Will a man rob God? Run that back. For I am the Lord, I do not change, therefore you are not consumed, O sons of Jacob. Meaning everybody else about to get consumed. Remember, this is the nigga that's bringing fire downstairs. He said he gotta fire some shit down. Mr. He's on fire, NBA Jam coming downstairs. But he said, oh, because you're not consumed by fire, O sons of Jacob. So he's talking to Israelites now. He's talking to 12 tribes. He has to be. But he's about to check them and saying, hey, yo, you ain't really been fucking with my ordinances. That's a military term, by the way. You fucking alien. Now, says the Lord of hosts, the shit that be flying in. You waiting for these niggas in Revelations, ain't you? Stop fucking playing with me. You can't fucking read, niggas. You talking about what you believe, and it's in the damn book. Now, Lord of hosts, but you said, and shall we return? Because we have a covenant with you, and we haven't been following your rules, or we did not complete your objectives. When you coming down to fire, niggas, what can, and you haven't kept them. So us, return to me, and I will return to you. Like, yo, you didn't do what I said. I'm coming down here, obviously, for something in a second. We'll see. I guess this is what Zechariah Ascension is alluding to in the book of Malachi. What time is that? Now you go, but you said, and this is a Lord telling you, like, yo, like this guy writing about it, everything's in quotes, but now the thing in quotes is quoting them. But you said, in what way shall we return? Will a man rob God? Yet you have robbed me. Talking to the sons of Jacob now. He's talking to Israel specifically. Will a man rob God? Lord of hosts, we got elves, we got messengers, we got angels. All right, we in the right category at least. Too bad it's not a name yet. But yet you have robbed me. So the guy that Malachi is quoting is God in this situation. He's a Lord of hosts. Oh, okay. So when the Lord of hosts showed up, this guy is writing what the Lord of hosts said. Okay, I get it now. It's cool. So the Lord of hosts is orating and someone else is writing it down, but the Lord of hosts is targeting the sons of Jacob, Levi, Israelites. All right, Mikasa. All right. Yet you have robbed me. So now the Lord of hosts is talking to these guys and saying, you niggas robbed me, Lord of hosts. And they're going to say, wait, but you say, in what way have we robbed you? Fuck not following the ordinances. In tithes and offerings. Now read George Washington's letter to Sidi Muhammad. Is that not the tone of the letter of George Washington, Sidi Muhammad address? Is it not written? Is this not the tone of George Washington, the first president of their United States? Is this not the tone of his letter to my grandfather? Now you understand why it's my grandfather, right? Like, it's evident. You have robbed me of my marks of attention, the Lord of hosts, El. They come from space, but they occupy bodies. Hebrews 13. Well, be careful who you're entertaining, because eventually, suddenly, will come his temple, his body, in the covenant, in the bloodline of angels. Soon they will appear suddenly in their bodies, and they'll be down here. But you niggas don't respect aliens because they do not fear me. Well, I'll be here in a body soon, and I show up with no clothes and shit. But you turned away other aliens, other foreigners. Well, what's more foreign than one of these? No matter how you want to slice that pie of what this word means, we all talking about whoever this is showing up in his body suddenly ain't one of these. Since he's talking to them. Like, hey, yo, so I'm back now. Whoa, 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 whoa. In what way have we robbed you? So they talking to the nigga. They wondering. Like, they taking this shit seriously. Like, this nigga talking about we owe him. What do you mean we owe you? In tithes and offerings. Now, check it out. Because you have robbed me and you ain't followed the kingdom's ordinances, you are cursed with a curse. For you have robbed me, even this whole nation. Is that not modern era right now, G? Boom. We back. They always try to get me. I'm here. 3 in the chat. I know how to, good thing I'm reading the Bible. I'm getting it. They can't make me forget where I was because it's in the Bible already. Good, thank God. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. They don't like when we be reading shit, boy. They don't like when I bring out that whiteboard, and they don't like when I bring out that whiteboard, and they definitely don't like when I read the Bible itself, right? They don't like when we read the Bible. Like, that's the craziest thing about life science, I guess. Hopefully the phone fucking stay like that, but fucking, I don't trust it. And then the dumbass YouTube wanna put that alert there. Like, bitch, I know I fucking, why the fuck you care about the orientation of my family? Like, YouTube, let us live. Shit. YouTube, let us live, you fucking idiot. Fuck it. 333. Oh, we back. 217 lit. We got PT Cruising, TBFB, Track Addicts, Root on the track. Oh shit. Shogun L, I appreciate you. Terran Art, PT Cruising. He said, dang, damn it. 8finity 200. Confirmation glitch. Come on now. We out here. Shit. And we got the 33 likes. How Masonic is that? Fuck it. But what I'm saying is, it'd be terrible if all these people in church and loving God, reading Bibles and loving Christianities, just like read from the beginning of a chapter at least, and like try to understand what was going on with them niggas before you apply it to your feelings. Like, nah, that right there, they're dealing with an emperor of the heavens. And he came down here and said, I come back every once in a while, and I always catch you niggas not listening to me. But he said, yo, I'm about to fuck up everybody else, but let's be more reasonable with each other. He's like, but you have robbed me. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, in tithes and offerings, nigga. Now go read George Washington Letters to City Muhammad. And he said, I enclose with you a letter of the Constitution, and, you know, we're an ambitious young nation. You know, we have depleted copper, gold, and silver mines, and we know how to plant shit, so we'll be up in due time, but we know we owe you. Ain't that what that letter means, y'all? That the United States owes City Muhammad, the Imperial Majestic? Right? It's on their website too, y'all. Don't miss that. Like, that letter they uploaded on a .gov server. That's some Pentagon shit. Yo, talk to me, y'all. This shit kind of important. That your government today has a treaty with a Royal Imperial Majestic City Muhammad, and they owe him, at the very least, his regular advices and marks of attention. Right? Right. I mean, at the very least. He didn't say everything and all the other things they did in between time. He said, no, by the time I show up again, like, make sure you have my 10th ready. Correct? But I don't want y'all to miss this though. He only talking to Israel. Yeah, I know. We almost got carried away because these motherfuckers came in the middle of a story they don't belong in. Let me run this story back real quick. In the Bible, it's a sky person, if you will, manifesting in a body, Hebrews 13 type shit. That's all New Testament. Don't miss it. That's what we've been doing lately. It's reset proof for angels. It's like we upgraded the Wi-Fi, my nigga. I think that's what no one gets about awakening. Some people wake up as angels. Y'all know that? Angels use these bodies. So if you think angels are aliens, that's why I keep telling you about altered carbon. You seen Avatar. They just put white people and ugly blue people. No, I just want you to just look at the bodies and who was here the longest. No matter what, if you were betting for an angel to reincarnate into a human, it would be within one of these bodies because we're the Afroasiatics writing about that. We're not saying anyone else in any other story is impossible though. But what's important about us and our story is that the way we talk about the things that come down here is that they're unfuckwittable. That's the only highlight I can make if there's someone else that comes from somewhere else somehow with us, right? Like somehow they have something totally different. So, I'm inclusive. You might have a cooler story than that. That ain't what that book about. That book about the one that we writing about. And it resets the whole fucking planet when it feels like it. At the very least. That's a fucking problem with me. I got a problem with that. We got too much proof that shit like that be happening. And then we don't know why it happened. But we do. We have a vote at least. We have let us present to you this idea. That some of the most major resets are done on purpose by the same force that put us here. On purpose. Imagine if that's what that book is talking about, because it is. That's exactly what that book says. You sons of Jacob, you ass niggas. Remember, Jacob fought an angel on a ladder, my nigga. Please spare me the gory details. Spare me the gory details. That was Jacob and an angel. That wasn't nothing about Jesus and Jesus. That didn't happen yet, by the way. You gotta have Judah first before you get Jesus a Judean. So, like, you ain't at Judah yet. So pre-Judah. Jacob. Abraham's grandson. Isaac and them niggas. You know what I'm talking about? 1, 2, 3. Otto the third, nigga. Around that time, he wrestling with angels. And those paintings in that time over there in Russia, Tartaria, where Ottoman Empire is, those are girls. Do the science on that shit. Mama Inga, a girl, do the science on that shit. So they wrestling with angels. In the New Testament, the Old Testament was boys, nigga. Wake your ass up. This shit is common sense. If you just let it be us. If you let it be us, it'll make sense. If it gotta be somebody else, I'm with y'all. This shit just crazy as hell. But if you let it be us, though, it'll add up on Mama Inga and Carlos V. It would. Because you understand why there's a Mama Inga and a Carlos V, a Otto V. You'll understand that it had to be them because that's their fucking story. It couldn't be nobody else. So at the very least, we know Mama Inga and Carlos V are in the damn Bible. So they're Jews and Israelites. Spare me the gory details about the names of the languages and the countries. Get it? You get it? Mama Inga is handing him a Solomon's staff or Aaron's staff, if you will. And he has the jewels and the gold cross and everything. And he's supposed to be bloodline of the Tumujan. Half man, half demon. Ain't that what the story is? On Solomon, trapping demons in his temple now. He said, at the end of the day, eat, drink, and be merry. He's talking about all them bitches he got.
You're trapping demons in their temples, all right. You read the Song of Solomon? A whole book about fucking. And you think this nigga was a nerd at a Comic-Con convention? Shut the fuck up. But if you let it be us, writing a book about fucking R&B, Teddy Riley shit, and then you go back to all the alliteration masons. Come on. Kids gotta read this shit. Fuck wrong with you? We talking about a man full of wisdom. He still know how to sell you the message, nigga. Like, wake up. The land of milk and honey to an Old Testament about the patriarchs has to be about bitches. A book about reproduction, agriculture, and farmers. Women don't have jobs. Shut your... Talking about why the man's the leader. The man the only one doing shit. He can't be a leader too? What he gonna if the man ain't the leader, who he about to follow? What your mama about to do? Do they even think about their rules? Listening to these damn Jewish people? If the man built the damn house, if the man has to kill the damn animals, if the man gotta wake up in a jiffy to protect you from invaders since you're currently invaded, a lot of us must have fucking died trying to protect women. If a man had to do all of that, who the fuck else would be a goddamn leader? Help me understand this, sisters. You're wondering on if a man should lead. What other fucking position would he be in? A follower of who? You? What are you even teaching these days? Follow you for what? Follow you to college to get a good job so we can all get fired again? We in 2025. The results are in. But what did God in that Bible say? Don't worry, y'all wasn't looking for a nice guy when we're kids anyway. Words out of your mouth. So y'all created a whole phase on purpose. You can't turn hoes into housewives. Why the fuck you think you single? You think Judeans were joking with these riddles that survived the time? No, if that saying survives time, nigga, that shit's good as gospel. You can't turn hoes into housewives. They don't act right. There's hoes with a mission and hoes on a crack pipe. You cursed yourself with a curse. That's why y'all single. That shows a lifestyle of hoes. They don't become housewives. We talking about niggas who can do anything and kill giants. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Did they say you shouldn't try? That saying wouldn't exist if there wasn't plenty of niggas trying to turn a hoe into a housewife and failed. And then they go, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. You know what that means? It's biblical, actually. But we talking about the streets, I guess, of the people from the Bible. Now, hi, I'm one of them. So you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. You cannot. We didn't say you couldn't marry a hoe. We didn't say you couldn't take them downtown to your colonizer currently. The Bible's really old. But they can't even fucking imagine this. They brain don't even remember the shit. Like, bitch, you reading the Bible. None of this shit here with us. Anyway, so today if you did it, they ain't talking about going to the justice of peace. They're telling men, you men, leaders, you cannot turn a hoe into a housewife. You send her ass outside.
Ain't she for the streets? Your housewife got to be different. She got to raise kids. You get it? These are niggas who didn't have one wife. These hoes can't be housewives. So, if they have 300 and then 700 others, what are they saying? You could like the bitch, but just keep her as one of your concubines. Don't let her raise your fucking kids. 2025 update. What do you think? What y'all think? Y'all think the ancestors were right about that? That you can't do some shit like that and expect to win? Bro, that's just common sense though. That's why it's timeless. Common sense is timeless. You don't need to read a Bible, I guess. But at least we know it's full of common sense. Hence, it's timeless. It's one of the most timeless books there is in existence currently. For us. No disagreement there. Yeah, that talks about how good the math is. Terran Art 3, PT Cruising 3. I ain't going crazy then. Plenty have tried again in recent times just to prove it again and again and again. Yes. You cannot turn hoes into housewives. So all the hoes out there, stop trying to be housewives. Settle down and be someone's number 2 or 5. Ain't they already talking about that? Polyamorous? Yeah, that's all for the retired hoes, man. Y'all need love too. You just can't be housewives. In this country, your daddy, your conquistador, and your invader says you can't have more than one, so we're kind of gridlocked by their rules. But no, you can stay on my team. You just can't stay in the house raising my damn kids. I know how you think. But anyway, you a Proverbs woman, then hit the strip. We got plenty to sell. This is our fucking land and farm. You can run one of the markets, bitch. I know you ain't faithful. You a hoe. But I like this hoe. She's very beautiful. We'll make a lot of money together, at the very least. That's why it's called a housewife. In a nation full of niggas who didn't have rules about how many they could have. Read the Bible one day, please. Please, read your ancestors' ways of life. It's right there laid out in King James English. You just need a little imagination. If you understood you're reading about your people. Ain't shit much change, obviously, bro. Or maybe that's the point of that book. That it's a prophecy written by prophets, too. Tough. They got us in both dimensions. If that was a prophecy about us, or if it's a loop because it's us, or it's just about them a long time ago, which is the ingredients of us, then it's all still true. Tough. That's quantum entanglement, by the way. We're quantum entangled to that book, if you haven't noticed it. It's not a belief at that point. No, our stories and the way we be going through, we're quantum entangled to this shit. I don't give a fuck what nobody talking about. That's why I'm not hung up about church and religion. I'm like, nah, I'm false to the people. Call it what you want. Hey, call it what you want. Shit don't change. None of what they call it and think of what year it is change anything about being quantum entangled to some shit. Call it what you want. Hey, that shit. Who answered my prayers then? Stop playing with me. Nah, they be playing too much. They playing with the wrong shit, that's all. Sorcery. They playing around with sorcery. That's crazy. Sorcery ain't nothing to play with. You seen the big people come out of space and they're like, nah, we'll do something about them. And that's the crazy thing about Malachi. It's the same thing happening again to the Tower of Babel. It's the same thing happening again to Sodom and Gomorrah. Like, every time they come down, they're like, look, we gotta clean up a little bit, y'all. And you niggas, Inky, your Marduk ass niggas, they don't be listening either. Yeah, I might have to fuck them up. But Let's see. This time in the New Testament will be reasonable. Crazy. Y'all niggas is crazy down here, boy. It says fear God, nigga. You think big, tall, con niggas, descendants of giants, would pick a weak God anyway? Now, just slow down a little bit when you know who the fuck you reading about. So their God, their idea of God would have to be just as strong as Samson, just as strong as Jericho, just as strong as David and Goliath. Like their God over those things would have to be just as strong or stronger than you can ever fucking imagine if it's killing Leviathan. So you know you're talking about a people who are warriors because they keep describing their God as the ultimate warrior. And a lot of Christians and people in church miss that shit with all their turning the cheeks and kindness bullshit rhetoric with their Jewish friends and 501c3 scholarships. Nah, fuck you. In real life, a book written by Khans, Tartarians, their God is warlike. Fear him. Because when he pull back up, my nigga, like any time they pull up, it's a reset, nigga. They think this shit's a climate change. No, nigga. Your climate gonna change all right, bitch, as soon as these UAPs start popping out, and ain't they? Whatever they raised billions of dollars for their signals of the climate change 20 years ago, think about the climate signals today. They lost climate change already, my nigga. Whatever their theory and speculation on raising Jewish funding for climate change awareness for, I guess, skin cancer, but whatever their envision was and the science and the research was, all of their papers were wrong. Because all of those signals, we exceeded every last single fucking threshold you could fucking ever imagine this year. We crossed every fucking threshold you can imagine and behold a pale horse. We crossed every fucking coast-to-coast threshold. We crossed every fucking cliff-high altar report. We did all that shit, the Bible and the Quran, just in 2025, my nigga. The motherfuckers crying about food stamps. Y'all don't understand anything about this book. No, niggas, we should be crying about food stamps. Ain't like we had anything else. But what I'm just saying is, in comparison, just in comparison, none of them other signals in treaties and money awarenesses and threats and everything seem to fucking matter. It all boiled down to food. In case you missed where I was going with that. Every last single warning to every conspiracy theorist, every mark of the beastus, everything. My nigga, I mean, I studied with the best of them. I couldn't waste my time with stupid people, but I had to do enough of it. And then I was like, all that shit happened already. All that shit happened. All that shit happened. They said that won't happen. That happened. That conspiracy, that happened. Remember they were talking about their illegal betting on, I said this on my goddamn Spicy Sundays, arguing with Arson and CMP. And then here we are in the news. I mean, every damn warning, bro. I mean, bro, I'm saying, if you were playing one of them video games, like, you ain't supposed to get detected, like, whatever those cameras are, on Metal Gear Solid, my nigga, whatever theory they had, and let's say all of those were CIA, motive agents, and whatever the fucking human narrative thing builders are, it don't matter. Whatever they made up, it came true. Then is it not written? I swear to God, I've been doing videos about everything they were talking about, and it all happened by now. And here we are, chilling, fucking chilling, hoping motherfuckers can eat in a week and a half. You understand? Then you go back and read that Bible and see what Jesus was talking about. Like, they're going to say, I'm over there. They're going to say, I'm over there. They're going to say, I'm over there. Don't listen to them. There'll be rumors of wars. Things sound fucked up. Motherfuckers going to be all over the place. But don't follow them. Be in this world, not of it now. Because, they'll have you thinking that the time is near. But none of them know what time I'm coming back. You feel me? Like, none of them know. So don't even, get caught up in these theories and 2012s and all these shit. These motherfuckers can't read anyway. I keep asking them, is it not written? And the reason why they can't answer me, because the bitches ain't read the shit. There you go. Yeah, I understand everything. If you change that book back to who it's supposed to be, we ain't changed that much. Because that book ain't that damn long ago. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. 1611. It must have been recent. Otto the Fifth, the Otto the First, from between Abraham and Carlos V is only so much time. Even if the giant lived a long time, I mean, the little nigga didn't. So, you can use some discernment. You only have 3 slots between them. That book was just written, nigga. Shit, the fuck? They just wrote that shit 500 to 600 years ago. By them, I mean the people that's in it. Theirs. Carlos V. That's his book. Mama Inga, that's theirs. So I could tell you what date that is, because I'm theirs too. I'm their grandson, so I could tell you they're 16 generations ago. Mm-hmm. Those people in that book, from me, is 16 to 17 generations ago. And there's only 4 more left until we get to Otto the First. Abraham. So it's not as much time as people think it is. It's 21 generations in all, from that giant until me. Charles I is a giant. You'll see him as Charles I of Hungary. You'll see him, the brown one, with the beard, holding a scimitar. That's a giant. Holding the golden orb, that one. That's a giant, bro. That's Otto the First. That's Charles I. That's Abraham. He's the father of Israel. Carlos V is an Israelite. Yep. That's how we know. We ain't got to guess. We ain't got to guess. He went to Israel. Carlos V went to Jerusalem. It says, Mama Inga in Israel. I swear to God. I didn't draw that shit. I ain't been to South America yet. And they already said it. That's an old painting. So that means before Jewish people became Jewish people, I had Israel. Mama Inga's portrait has Israel on it. It ain't nothing but niggas on that shit, nigga. I mean, they gotta explain something. There's 2 little mulattoes up there, but they got the red hair. They're gingers. We know their story, so stop playing with us. Tell me I'm lying. That's not in Inca Peru's museum right now. The Inca Emperor list with my grandfather, Carlos V, Charles V, Otto V on it. The Emperor of the Ottoman Empire. Khans. He's Genghis Khan's son. He's an Israelite. Khans are Afro-Asiatics. Hence, you see how they turn our story into 30 different checkpoints, and they change the name and the language depending on where they stealing it from, based on what school they're going to, funded by Jewish people. But in real fucking life, I just told you everything. That's all the 1500s. Mm-hmm. You only get 500 more between you get to 1 or 0. Mm-hmm. Abraham was 21 generations ago. That book ain't 2,000 years old. That book had nothing to do with the first human. I want to say it one more fucking time. Genesis is a reference to old Egyptian stuff. Duh. But the rest of those chapters with names on them is us. From Abraham. That's it. That's what that book is. The book is a reference to us coming from Egypt, and then it's like what we did since then. And then the we that's doing shit in the rest of those books is us, the descendants of Abraham, Otto the First, the Ottoman Empire. He's a giant. Those are his kids. Specifically is what the book is following. New Testament is different. I can tell you around what time that is. Because they added 300 years to time and shit, fucking weirdos, to make up some shit. So if they made up 300, 400 years of medieval shit, that means none of those kings are white people, and none of that had a chance to fucking happen in the 80s. On Carlos V, Mama Inga visiting her in Israel. He the fucking emperor of Israel, my nigga. How the fuck they convert that to mean a language named English? How the fuck their English kings are fucking Christians and all this stupid Tudor shit if the motherfucker in the damn Inca museum to this motherfucking day became the emperor of America by visiting fucking Israel? Tell me I'm lying. The Civil War wasn't down there, was it? Tell me I'm lying. Then why the fuck down there talking about they in Israel with a Y for angels? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It's the bloodline of angels, 21 generations. Not the bloodline of men or monkeys or hominids.
I wish they knew how to read that book, bro. There wouldn't be so much violence of a bunch of people who are neither. Now you see why the Christianity is the Antichrist. Why they get the word Christian from Cretan. They don't know how to read or write. They just believe shit. That's what my problem is. Not with the Bible or religions, but with the people who just be saying shit because they don't take nothing serious enough to do half of that damn research to find it for themselves, as if the white man hid it, his damn self. His ass wasn't here. White man don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. His ass just got here. He just told you that. Liberty Island ass niggas. How the fuck would they know about Lima, Peru museums in the 1500s? Shut up. Thank God. Thank God. You feel me? Thank God we have an artifact. Thank God they didn't burn that shit down in time. The best they can do is repaint it white like some faggots. That's recent. They repaint that shit white recently, fucking faggots. And these are your scholars and your academics that thinks that's wise. To make sun people and sun worshippers white. Why don't they worship cancer then, you dumb bitch? They're stupid. So anyway, you find the real one. You'll see Carlos V on it. It was on a chocolate bar down there. Imagine the science on this stupid shit. He's a Jew. He can be nothing else. So that means he's in the Bible. That's why he had a Bible. That's why I got a Bible. That's why John Smith got a Bible. We're all the same family. Yeah. That's what I be talking about. Belief. They don't believe in us. They still calling us black people. Black's insulting, but we're not people. We're not people. That book ain't about people. That book is about the bloodlines of Jacob. Jacob is a grandson of a giant. That book ain't about people. That book's about Jerusalem and Israel. Yeah, both of those are pedigrees. No, they're not humans. They're not people. There's aliens. There's lords of hosts. There's Hebrews 13. There's things inside of us. Nah. If there's things that are inside of us, then we can't be people. Like, I'm talking about according to the book. I'm talking about according to they got gods and spirits and angels and stuff from us. And in our stuff, us, like, it's me. I'm telling them, they can eat a dick for real. I'm one of them. So I'm telling you, I already know what that shit is. That's easy. Like, oh, that shit that we suspected when we were kids and all the movies they put in our fucking face and we kind of feel like some of that's real. Cause, yeah, nigga, because there was a reality to it. It just ain't what their images are, because it ain't them. They're missing variables. They don't like the metaphors like we do. Entendres. You know what I'm saying? They don't do that enough. Even now in their rap. Like Eminem, tough. He's a great rhymer. But his entendres are lacking everything. He can never be a 99 overall without entendres. The Bible is full of entendres. That's another way of saying, if you know, you know. A book full of if you know, you knows. With a minted money when they first came here, our copper pennies said, mind your business. Google images, please. Copper pennies. We're the copper people. Jews. Judeans. Copper. Yeah, that's why we use copper. We use copper because we're copper. The copper mines are ours. They found them in America, so we made the copper pennies. Because they found us in America with our copper mines, with our copper coins. We minted them. And did they or did they not say, mind your own business? Ain't that our attitude anyway? Now look at our damn first legal tender. You know, the pennies that your grandmother put in the water bottle? Yeah, we've been collecting copper pennies, you fucking Israelites. We're fucking stupid. Then they call it a red cent. Red man, copper, Indian, dumb bitch, 1828 Webster Dictionary, it says you. Oh, you went to school with them Jewish people. I see what the problem is. I don't hate you for it. But I'm just saying, we can correct that shit now, can't we? Because you can Google everything I just said to you. Just so you would know, not believe anymore. What they say, go forth and sin no more. There it is. That's all I'm doing. Shit. If we can get the language model right, boy, we'd be dangerous. We already don't believe nobody anyway. So imagine if we knew why the fuck we didn't believe in them. Facts. Facts. We get Fantasia. Truth is, I'm a descendant of Jews. Truth is, those copper pennies is ours. Truth is. That's why Abraham Lincoln the Moor looking the other way. Truth is, with Ruth kids, I ain't taking your ugly ass daughter out the Ruth, Chris. Truth is, fuck out my face. These immigrant ass daughters playing in the face of a king. Several of them, actually. We're an empire. That's one. We ain't say how many kingdoms we had. Shit. I feel like all them castles are ours since they're using our fucking blueprints. They don't know niggas enough for me. Why the fuck I want to design my house just like this nigga if we ain't related? Exactly. We had no choice but to be. We're in the same empire. We're in the same trade routes. We're using the same technology. We have the same handful of phonetic languages. And we all doing math together, algebra. And you need algebra to make all of our castles. Like, you need it. It's a prerequisite for those designs. Quite literally. And we all use that same blueprint. We all went to the same school back then. What college they go to? Shit. White people were nicer. Let niggas build castles like that, and then they just change their mind on us? That's crazy. What's that story like? Exactly. Fucking idiots. Fucking idiots. All these fucking plot holes in everybody's fucking narrative, and we can't figure out why. Because that's not the history of us. But it's in our language. You gotta take that back. English is ours. Judeans. The kings of England are Jews. They're Judeans, not Jewish. Don't get confused, Hollywood. No, I'm talking about like in the damn Bible, bitch. The first book in English, bitch. Don't play with me. For your ass. What was your language your grandmother speak before she got a Bible though? Real quick. What language was that? What language was it? Before Moorish Latin, on Spanish. That's Carlos V. That's my grandfather, by the way. South America speaks Spanish because the empire, the emperor, my grandfather was there. I'm not learning Spanish from Spain, nigga. Spanish is my fucking language. Porque me tratas así, my nigga. The Christian idea of a king with a language that's Spanish, that so-called colonized South America Indians, is Carlos V. And he's the emperor of the damn world. The fuck are they talking about? Latino? The fuck does that mean? Hispanic? What are y'all talking about? Moors? Moorish people? Moriscos? Look up the Morisco chart real quick for me, real quick. Go ahead and do that in Google Images. Do Morisco chart, nigga. South America. You'll notice there's a whole bunch of niggas there. But it's a Morisco chart, so that means all them niggas speaking Spanish. Mixed tribes, right? Like Israel, correct? Now you look at that Morisco chart and you don't see every fucking tribe in America of Israel, you dumb bitch. I'm talking about these stupid ass researchers and these dumb ass people arguing about languages and maps. No, stupid. Look at the Morisco chart mixing within the kingdom of Israel. All those little tribes right there are Israelites. At that time, in that place, wake your ass up. South America, Central America, Israel ass niggas, you Morisco ass niggas. Moor is a root word. You're a derivative of Moors. Oh my God. Can you fucking imagine what that means in a Bible? Stupid people. Moors are copper colored. Moors is a pedigree, not a belief system, bitch. Moors in America. Can you fucking imagine that? Moriscos in Morocco. Can you imagine a chart about the mixes of Moroccans in Morocco? Moriscos. Americans. Khans. Oh my God. All those Mongolian hordes. Can you imagine? That's just a disrespectful way of talking about Israel still. Every other flavor and race of light-skinned people have their own ill, but they still talking about us. Yeah. I'm all of us. Including the giants. Hence, Jerusalem. Yeah, man. David and Goliath. Yeah, man. Living at the same time and shit. Yeah, man. You know he got them bitches pregnant, right? Mama Inga, South America, the Amazon tall goddesses. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And Carlos V. Amor charmed those goddesses. Tartarians. Since you know Brazil looks like Tartaria, wake your dumb ass up. That's the separation. Breed. They're tall. They're Tartarians. He was small. Little Stephen. He's little to them, nigga. Little Stephen. Little Eve. Little Edith. He's Edith. He's Eve the Fifth. Edith was over there. Mama Inga was over here. They're like sisters. So they're calling him Little Edith. Little Stephen. Honey, we shrunk the kids. That's why she's handing him a giant staff, nigga. So that means the people who inherited the promised land were the Tartarians. We some Moors, nigga. Niggas don't know how to read that book. Yeah. Mama Inga had the staff of David and Solomon because Aaron made it to America. That's Aaron's staff. Mama Inga had it. So how tall was Aaron, nigga? If that's his staff, nigga. How tall is David, nigga? If that's his staff, nigga. It's the same staff, nigga. Those are giants holding that. Notice they didn't paint the picture with Carlos V holding it. She's passing the baton, though. Succession of power. It went from matriarchy to a patriarchy. From a Tartarian matriarchy to a Moorish patriarchy. That's little Edith's baby. Because Edith is a giant. Obviously from America. Remember, her and Abraham were walking around all the kingdoms, getting their own shit together. Yeah, they weren't the only niggas around. Now imagine if you actually read that fucking Bible and realized it's only talking about our parents for a very specific reason. I don't know, it had something to do with angels though. Yeah, every giant wasn't a host for an angel though. Same story. This shit easy, boy. It's a Russian egg. It's a Russian egg because it's genetics. We're like the life of pi in this bitch, boy. This is the life of pi for real, boy. We are a fucking equation. We are a fractal. We are literally a fractal, bro. Like our blood is a fractal. Like literally. We're smaller fractals. I'm a giant for Moors. I am not Tartarian sized. Did you see how tall our doors are in San Francisco? Their doors are like at least 20 feet high. Even those doors in the cathedrals they built back then, during the Ottomans or before, even way before. All the giants, right? Because it's mainly giants. Then there was us, Jacob's kids. Like,
They don't understand fee fi fo fum in this motherfucker. Didn't that come from us too, Moors? Yeah, nigga. Then the Winnebagos and the Giants up north in Minnesota exist. You can find newspaper articles, of course, like they did, bitch. They said that's what the black Indians. I have the drawing of a black Indian shooting arrows at a tall white giant. I know I do. And if you do in Google Images, Moors versus wild men, you'll see the same thing too in Europe. It's over here too. It must have been able, if you're a giant, to be able to cross that little weak ass water between Europe and Iceland, nigga. In a time when niggas was already flying from Manas. Like, you can, if you can get to Iceland, or you get to the tip of Europe and you see Iceland, you'll end up in America, bitch. We ain't worrying about how little white people got here. Like, we already did. That's why you can't unify history like that. It'll fuck your head up. You be thinking like your limitations are their limitations. And niggas hitting you upside your head and stealing your stuff. Now you see why they're trying to hit us in our head and steal our shit. Instead of creating something for themselves that's theirs, that they're proud of. Instead of ruining everyone else's. Like, this shit's weird, bro. That must be a human condition. Anyway, for the rest of us, yeah, my nigga, giants are real, first of all. Now, when you look up the picture of the Moors versus the wild men, what year is it? When you look up the picture of the Inca emperors, of these giant angel women, Amazon goddesses, passing the baton to a Moor, Carlos V, what year is it? Ain't all that between 1 century, nigga? Let me get this right. At the same time, Moors in Europe, alleged, Spain and all that shit north, were fighting wild men giants. At the same time, Carlos V, for whatever reason after that painting, is coming to America and found more giants. These giants are black and friendly. Is that not written? Please spare me the gory details. If this is all biblical, and that's what the Bible is about, is it not? Old Testament is about giants. What year was that again? 1400s. What was the year Carlos V got here? Late 1500s. All within 100 years. Mm-hmm. And he's the family and the brothers of the people who bring you the King James Bible in 1611 with a New Testament. And their father is Genghis Khan, who the world's calling Jesus. Freeing up Asia with the Great Wall of China, something by giants. That's about what? Give or take 500 years ago. So how old is the Bible? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So imagine if, since you're not giants, and you're over here, and you're not white, and you're over here, and you're descendants of them, and you're still here, within the last 500 years, guess what? Guess what the fuck that means, bro? This is yours. Because there's no giants here. That's how that works. God used us to take down reprobate giant kingdoms. God the Almighty, he can use anybody he wants and will win. Ain't that what Job was saying? Ain't that what the whole Bible's saying? God will use anybody he wants and win. That's why you would fear God. Because the people writing are giants, not men. Oh, I know. It'll make too much sense. The Bible is from the time period of Tartaria. There is no other society. Don't get confused. Tartaria is the worldwide empire. That's why they remove it from human white people history. They're not Tartarian giants. They can't claim that. Jewish people can't either. The reason why it's called Tartaria, because Tartar means they're tall and dark skinned. Tall, Tartar, black, Tartarian giants. Tartaria, Asia. Can you imagine they're Afro-Asiatic, like Shem was? You know, Shem off of the giant boat with Noah. Yeah, his kids. But out of his kids, there was an Abraham, apparently. And out of his kids, there was a Jacob, a little guy, apparently. Wrestling angels still and winning on some Quetzalcoatl shit. It's like they keep doing that no matter where they show up. Yeah, I know that, nigga. But now understand the difference between us Moors, them Tours, and then angels. Mm-mm. We comparing apples and oranges. Tartarians are oranges. We're tangerines. Angels are a whole different subspecies. Good. They used us as a crossbreed. That's all. Cotton candy grapes or some shit. You got red grapes, you got green grapes, and you got another grape that's not a grape. Olives. You see how that works? Cotton candy grapes. Israel. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Pomegranates. Jerusalem. Mm-hmm. Yep. Green apples, red apples, pink apples. Japanese got white apple. Some kind of shit. Tastes like ice cream, I heard. Whatever. But how many seeds are in a pomegranate? Then you start to see what values are. Same story. Same story. They worry about the surface. Don't judge a book by its cover. You could tell a fruit by the tree or the tree by the fruit that it bears. Mm-hmm. You can also tell by how many seeds it has, how many trees should be there. Law of correspondence. If you have a lot of kids, you should have a really big nation. We have the smallest currently. Yeah, that is not natural. So it must be an artificial thing stopping us. Spare me the gory details of the federal government and all their agendas funded by Jewish people. So much so that brothers are scared to have kids in this environment. And the only thing in this environment, not us, teaching us, funding us, doing all these things, is Jewish people. I mean white people. White people don't come up with this shit. They are beneficiaries, though, of the bullshit. But they're trustees of the HOA. Weird story there. The only way they can get paid is by what they're doing. They're not nationals or sovereigns or divines or electorates. And I have a feeling a lot of them have to know that. I have a feeling that they watch me, too, to see how much I know. I'm almost certain. I can't do nothing about it. I'm just the Moor. I'm not even really those. I'm just a product of what they made. 'Cause I'm just the Moor. I'm trying to find me. Yeah, nigga. In captivity. I'm being all that I can be without the army. But not really. I'm surrounded by them. 'Cause I'm just a Moor. Yep. Pyramid builder. 'Cause I'm just a Moor. You don't need math, science, and literature. 'Cause and you might draw a little bit. I always wanted to be an artist. 'Cause I'm just a Moor. You have all the music instruments. And I collect every last single fucking digital instrument there has ever been nigga. I'm a Moor for real, my nigga. Like, I don't know. Listen. On Noble Drew Ali's grandson, I'm a Moor for real, boy. They ain't teach me nothing. I just figured it out. 'Cause I'm just a Moor. Descendant of King James. Then I'm in my own territory. To the Moorish people and their Indian associates. Oh, on this side. I could have sworn that is my fucking story. Oh, Israelite and Indians. That's crazy, man. That's crazy, boy. Morisco chart. The Moorish people. Oh my God. Oh my God! After Carlos V, can you fucking imagine the king of Jews? That's crazy. They have such a weird social experiment here. They talk about their slaves, slaves in a kingdom. Shut the front door, boy. If they don't shut their dumb ass up, they don't read that Bible. Read it. Show me in that Bible where the king of the niggas in the Bible with a Bible says some shit like, "Yo, you slave ass Israelites, fuck you. Do what Judah and Jerusalem says." Because no, nigga, shut the fuck up. They got some new land, fresh out of Tartaria. Look up their nationalities again, please. And then they come back home to America as little niggas and like, "Yo, we gonna have to build some shit for ourselves." Same story. And anyone who don't play by our rules or do our shit, they started wandering around this bitch, quite nomadic. Stay away from some of them islands. Them niggas is eating each other because they don't want to fucking listen. They still worshiping Oki and Moneto in this bitch. They don't listen for shit. They still in Exodus. We done moving on up. Let them stay behind in the desert then. It is what the fuck it is, nigga. We gotta lay our hands on them. But fuck, stay your ass over there, weirdo. That's how we did it, obviously, because that's what they ran into. It's in the Bible. So the civilized people were the people from the Bible anyway. Having nationalities intonates that they're civilized. A chart about national people, Morisco, Spanish, by the way, a Spanish chart with all black people. I hope no one misses this. Morisco is Spanish. The Morisco chart is Spain. And nobody on there is white except for the niggas they erased that they call España. Nigga, we're not España. We're Moors. Al-Andalusia. Different story. Yeah, I know, man. I know the Okie doke. Maghreb, Al Aqsa, the Red House, Granada. They talking about the red houses. You know, all these terracottas on the West Coast where the Moorish people live. Spain, bitch. They speak Spanish. They're not España. Spanish doesn't belong to Españas if they're saying that they're colonizers that took it over from Moors anyway, right? Stupid. But I thought that was the Portuguese anyway, so why are they speaking Spanish? Oh my God, you would have to be a fucking scholar. Where's the most Portuguese at besides South America on Carlos V? All right, then. Now you understand the difference. Now you understand Moorish Latin. Now you understand everything. Motherfuckers, we can't have shit. You gotta turn German to English, Portuguese into Spanish, and then make up some dumb shit about why France exists. Shut the fuck up, boy. Napoleon switched France with Spain, and oh my God, and his brother. Oh my God, which Napoleon is it anyway? The first, second, third, or junior? I don't know, nigga. Do I give a fuck? No, this ain't his dominion. Is he in Israel? All right then. That's why his bitch ass ain't got no kids alive today doing fucking live streams. Obviously his ass wasn't fucking enough. Too busy. Scared of magic, bitch ass nigga. So yeah, that ain't us. Ain't no bitch ass nigga in our story. Now niggas being chased by kings, pharaohs, and aliens. Trust me, a little guy on a boat. Oh, I wonder what's gonna happen. Like, shut the fuck up. I'll burn that bitch down before I get here. That's what took their ass so long, didn't it? They had to get iron boats before they came here for real. Civil War. Look it up. They didn't get here until they had submarines. Look it up. They had submarines in the Civil War before they had cars. Who's stupid? Who's stupid? The people who can't build good boats have submarines for war, but they didn't have cars yet. Who's stupid? But Alabama had electrical trolleys. Who's stupid? But Chicago had sidewalks that lit up already. Who's stupid? And you saw the lights on the World Fair buildings. Who's stupid? But that would belong to Mohammedans uniquely. Who's stupid? These motherfuckers talking about they Christians. Who's stupid? So who boats are they using? Cause I'm just a Moor. Good about me. Sellouts. The mistake you led is you just thinking about life in terms of primitive Indians, primitive white people, and then us today. Meanwhile, you're in the kingdom of Tartaria. Yeah, since all his kids moved here. I ain't say that's when they built it. Since you're in Egypt anyway, a story about giants. So like, I don't understand anything, boy. Giants compared to us, don't miss it. So if a giant's writing about giants, imagine. Why do you think they're getting so many fucking cubits compared to themselves? They're pretty tall themselves. They just weren't that goddamn tall. I mean, the book starts with giants, guys. Noah's Ark flooded a civilization, generations of giants. The giants were winning. That's why God had to flood the whole thing. So the whole place was habitated by giants. If God had to flood the whole thing, that means the whole civilization of giants that he was targeting spread out. Now, who are the giants? The hybrid children of angels. So why the fuck they don't believe in giants, but they talk in the angel language and tout in the angel book? Who fucking retarded out here, boy? At the very least, can they be consistent with their belief or disbelief? Now I understand their science. Those are the people who just like, fuck it, we gotta figure it out for ourselves. Yeah, too late, nigga. You going the wrong way anyway. But for everybody else, guys, the Holy Bible, the holy part means angelic. So the angelic Bible starts in Genesis with the creation of two tall beings in comparison to you. And they go outside of this garden. And Cain goes, Canaanite, right? It's supposed to be giants. Cain goes, yo, for they will surely kill me. Who they? Don't forget that they sent them out there to replenish the earth. So replenish means it's lacking something, right? It means its resources are low. Fill it back up. But there's enough out there to give Cain a good run. Don't forget, Tubal Cain's a giant, Mason. Don't fucking play with me. So giant to giant. So Tower to Babel. They're talking about giants, ain't they? We ain't get to Israel yet. All right, so the whole story about giants. In all these cities that are destroyed and look like they got turned into sandcastles, would you fucking imagine that they're so fucking megalithic is because they fucking built by damn giants? Now tell me, when we were referring to the timeline briefly in Genesis of Egypt about the destruction of those giants, do you not live in a fucking environment where it looks like a bunch of gigantic buildings were destroyed by some other shit? Fear God, nigga. Not your fucking government. By the way, ain't the state capitol building on top of another state capitol building? Do the science, nigga. Go to Google Images real quick. Look at the bottom of the state capitol building. Do state capitol mud flood real quick for yourself. Ain't that a whole nother gigantic Roman building? How old do you think that shit is? A city on the hill. Yeah, hills are a whole other fucking building built by giants. Look it up real quick. Look it up real quick. The fuck going on out here? In our modern civilization, the state capitol is on a gigantic fucking building. Flooded. Muddy. Old as shit. But the white man came after the Portuguese man and they had time to build all that with slaves from Africa. Shut the fuck up. Dumb as hell. What the fuck we need a college for? They can't explain that shit, nigga. Especially if you're gonna tell me if it's Benjamin Banneker's, my grandfather's. Why would he have rights of land once occupied by giants, Mama Inga Carlos V? Thank you for joining my TED Talk, Nuremberger. German giants, anglicized niggas. Yeah. We can never give them our height or our features. So why are they here? Wasn't Abraham Lincoln a tall nigga? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. So who the fuck are these other presidents? And why aren't they fucking related? How many fucking white tribes of people is there immigrating? All right then. That's what I fucking thought. So yeah, man, shit easy. They just lie for benefits. But we gotta figure out the truth because we got to figure it out. Like, and if we figure it out, they have to agree with it. They got to check our work and shit. Like, my problem is, how come they even investigated they damn selves? Why would this be the first time any of they bitch asses heard about it? They've been in control and power and freely moving about this bitch the whole time, digging up everyone else's shit. What the fuck is Washington, D.C. on top of, nigga? And I could have fucking swore Nuremberg is the name of it on our map. And now if we go to Nuremberg UFOs, what year is that? Come on, man. What's the date for the Nuremberg UFO painting? Nuremberg, East Coast. Around the 1500s. Where Nuremberg gonna be on the map in America. But the story about the UFOs on the East Coast hitting everything. 1500s? Nuremberg. Around the 1500s? Area 51, be damned. 1561, oh my God. Around the same exact time my grandfather Carlos V came to South America. Can you fucking imagine that? Where he's visiting giants, Mama Inga. Nuremberg, state capital, a building under it, built by giants. So Nuremberg, built by giants, was under attack from the sky by giant spacecraft in 1561. At the same time, for some reason, the Tartarian kingdoms came to America. You know, the niggas with all the weapons. At the same time, 100 years prior to that, giants started appearing in Europe. No Muhammad, no Ottoman. At the same time, all around the world during the 1500s, the so-called Dark Ages, right? How convenient is that? Why these white boys want to go back to space so fast? They actually just got here. Now they want to go to space? Isn't that interesting? They wasn't here before that. They was not here before 1561. On Xenu and the Scientologists. Y'all were not here before 1500s. So, does anyone want to solve this riddle? Now you understand everything. That's how recent this version of humanity is. It's barely 500 years old. And the baton got passed from the Tartars to the Moors. And by the time we get to 1561 and we come in here, it's because of that shit right there. From the sky. Burning down all the cities on the East Coast, built by giants. And then we moved in. Ain't that what our Bible says we do? I don't know, man. Around the same time we put a Bible together, though. Don't miss it. 1611 ain't too far. It was 1611 is what? 60 years later, damn near? 50 years later, right? 1561, boom, 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 boom. All these giant cities are underground and under the mud flood. And then 1611, my grandfather showed up as a Moor in those same fucking cities. (1561) those cities were hit. Built by giants, apparently. 1611, my family there. My family in the Bible. That's why it's their Bible. And the language goes to that Bible, by the way. Yeah. Fear God. Will a man rob God? Yet you have robbed me. Malachi 3:8. But you say, in what way have we robbed you, big homie? In tithes and offerings. You are cursed with a curse, for you have robbed me. Even this whole nation. Bring all the tithes into the storehouse. We don't know what that is. There may be food in my house, the temple in which he arises. And try me now in this. Tell me I'm lying. Says the Lord of hosts. If I will not open for you, descendants of Jacob, the windows of heaven and pour out such a blessing that there will be not room enough to receive it. Cups overflowing. And I will rebuke the devourer for your sake, so that he will not destroy the fruit of your ground. You know, you're talking about kids. Nor shall the vine fail to bear fruit for you in the field, says the Lord of hosts. And all nations will call you blessed. Who? Sons of Jacob. For you will be a delightful land, says the Lord of hosts. Ain't that why all these motherfuckers here? Your words have been harsh against me, says the Lord. Yet you say, what have we said? You said, it is useless to serve God. You know how you know they said it? Because words are thoughts. But thoughts and words, when they match, produce actions. So you can tell that they don't serve God. So you know what their thoughts are. So imagine what their conversations are. Quantum algebra. It's called common sense too. It's useless to serve God. What profit is that we have kept his ordinance, as we have walked as mourners before the Lord of hosts, them being proud. So now call the proud blessed, for those who do wickedness are raised up. They even tempt God and go free. So he's talking about the way you have cursed me and disrespected me is that you gave up on the ordinances and what the fuck I told you, because what did God say? And you let all these other people and all these other nations influence you on what you should do, and you're coveting their success being reprobate, and you're saying to yourself, well, if they ain't got to listen to these rules and they're better off than me, then why should I do what I was told to do? I might as well try to get like them so I can get some things, benefits. What is the benefits of serving this thing? What's the benefits of honoring my mothers and fathers? What are the benefits in this setup? Is what he said. And that's what we're saying now. And that's how niggas act now. So can you fucking imagine a little bit more than 500 years ago? Not much has fucking changed, I've seen. Then those who feared the Lord spoke to one another. So those who knew better, those trying to figure this shit out. And the Lord listened and heard them. So out of all the sons of Jacob, God was listening to the ones who was like, hey, yo, I don't know about the rest of these niggas because I don't seem like they ain't knowing what that Bible said. And check this out. So a book of remembrance was written before him for those who fear the Lord and who meditate on his name. Run that shit back. Is it not written? Then those who feared the Lord spoke to each other, and the Lord listened and heard them. So a book of remembrance, Malachi 3:8, was written before him. Because remember, he's talking, someone else is writing. So a book of remembrance was written before him while he was here. Write this shit down. For those who fear the Lord and who meditate on his name, they shall be mine. He's talking to the sons of Jacob. So he's talking to all of Israel. He's talking to Y equals MX plus B. And he says the ones that he want out of the sons of Jacob are the ones who took this shit seriously. Despite that nobody else was paying the fucking attention and doing shit right. That sounds like now. They shall be mine, says the Lord of hosts. On the day I make them my jewels. Jews. So the Jews are those that God choose out of the sons of Jacob. That's all he's talking to. So it ain't everybody related to us. So how the fuck could it be anybody not related? If he choosing from the stock of the sons of Jacob, Israelites. It's in the Bible they lying about. They shall be mine. He said, therefore you are not consumed, O sons of Jacob, for the days of your fathers and my ordinances. But now I'm going to tell you about yourself. You owe me something before I fuck you up. But anyway, I'll get to y'all in a minute. Now to the other ones, write this book for them. For those who feared the Lord spoke to one another. There's a few of them. The Lord listened and heard them. So a book of remembrance was written before him for those who fear the Lord and who meditate on his name. Mind you, we don't know his name. We don't know his name. God is a placeholder. That ain't a name. It's a title. They shall be mine, says the Lord of hosts, on the day that I make them my jewels, and I will spare them as a man spares his own son, as a man spares his own son who serves him. Like, plantations where your servants are your sons. Since the planter is the husbandry, animal husbandry, chattel slaves, family members, wake your ass up. And I will spare them as a man spares his own son who serves him. Then you shall again discern between the righteous and the wicked, between the ones who serves God and the ones who don't serve God. For behold, the day is coming, burning like an oven, and all the proud, yes, all who do wickedly will stubble. Narcissism. And the day which is coming up shall burn them up, says the Lord of hosts. That will leave them neither root nor branch. So their bloodline cut off, mRNA. But you who fear my name, check this shit out. The Son of Righteousness, S-U-N, the Son of Righteousness shall arise with healing in his wings, angel. And you shall go out and grow like fat, stall-fed calves. You shall trump the wicked. For they shall be ashes under the soles of your feet. And the wicked is only out of Israel. He only talking to the people who didn't listen to him. The fire, the consuming, the Son of Righteousness with healing in his wings. Is an angel is coming one day. And everybody else who's in your tribe, sons of Jacob, will their fucking bloodlines, their little fucking elite NBA bloodlines, their little political elite bloodlines, their day is coming where all their trees and their branches and all their monetary, paper advantages will be burned up soon in those times. Is it not written? Malachi 4:2. But to you, who are you talking to? Out of the sons of Jacob and descendants thereof, that's a whole lot of us Moors, Mixes, and Tartarians and Ottomans. But out of those of us who give a fuck, everybody else, your family, everybody else, your family, leave them neither root nor branch. Ain't nothing we can do about it. But for you who fear my name, the Son of Righteousness shall arise with healing in his wings, and you should go out and grow like stall-fed calves. Remember, this is the whole thing about offerings in the storehouse. You shall trample the wicked, for they shall be ashes under the soles of your feet. It's alliteration, though. They might run out of food stamps or something. On the day that I do this, said the Lord of hosts. So he said, when I come through, and I'm in my temple, when I manifest again, and I know the shit, whoop, 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 whoop. Remember, keep this in mind, the law of Moses, my servant, before you. Remember what I told him, which I commanded him in Horeb for all Israel, aka all the sons of Jacob, with the statutes and judgments. Behold, I will send you Elijah, the prophet, before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. So that's a formula. He sends a prophet down before he show up. And he will turn the hearts of the fathers to their children, and the hearts of the children to their fathers, lest I come and strike the earth with a curse. The ground you walk on and the ingredients you're born out of. If the message does not turn the hearts of the fathers to their children, and then the children to their fathers, if motherfuckers get into that reprobate shit, which is that other verse, men will be lovers of themselves. If that is not resolved, then the earth will be struck with a curse. Hence, fear the Lord. He only talking to us. So imagine, who gives a fuck what everyone else is doing? If we don't listen The earth is cursed. If they don't listen, they don't reincarnate or some shit. If we don't listen, everything get reset. You see the difference? They cannot listen and deal with their own sins and karma and judgments. If we don't fucking listen, which one's more severe in this bitch? Them avoiding prison made by them? Or the fact that we gonna have another fucking trail of tears? Heaven or hell is our choice, not theirs. On earth as it is in heaven. As above, so below. There's a kingdom up here, there's a kingdom downstairs. And if the kingdom upstairs is angels, then what's in the kingdom downstairs? Vessels. Same story. The Lord of hosts. As above, so below. Remember the Mayans had UFOs? Can you fucking imagine? That the emperor bloodline of sky people had a spacecraft type thing. He must have inherited from one of his fathers or some shit. Could you imagine some shit like that? If the devil wasn't a fucking liar? And then it's the New Testament right after that. I guess they didn't fucking listen. The Old Testament ends on that note. And then the 1500s comes. And there's a UFO battle. Hello? Same story. Because it is. 1561 to 1861-ish. 300 years, tops. We haven't rested yet. We in captivity again. Damn. Been crazy if we would have read our fucking Septuagint. I know. Now we have the excuse we don't know how to read. Our ancestors, they was on some other shit. So, yeah, we're not paying for being as bad as we could have been. Obviously. We wouldn't have lost everything. But we're not those people that lost everything. We're the kids of people who lost everything. It's a difference. I didn't lose anything. I inherited a mess that I have to fix. And I fixed it for myself. I did what I was supposed to do when it comes to them and generational curses. Yeah, that's the game we were playing. Now, if the rest of us can get our shit together, oh yeah, it'll change the environment. Yeah. God already rocked our shit. We ain't waiting for God to come back. He did. Rocked our shit. Started us over again. Our dumbasses ended up in captivity, fighting amongst ourselves as Israel tends to do. I got the Morisco charts to prove it, bitch. I know how long we've been here as black people, so that story is around the same time. And then, whatever the fuck happened after the Civil War, tough. I guess that was one more hoorah against us, but nah, at least it wasn't giants. At least it wasn't giants. Shit. So, yeah, their giants are finally fucking dead. We win. This environment is for giants. We are not giants. We're Avatar backwards. Yeah. We're not giants. We're not the giant blue people. We're not the giants that built most of the shit that's melted down either. I said we. We're in that story. We're a product. We're a modification of Adam, if you will. So Adam and Eve are modifications of each other, but it's God level. But when you do the stupid shit that Egyptians do and all that other shit you see them talk about, especially South America, they show you the spinning of humans. Those humans they spent out, blue, green, these colors mean things. But those are pedigrees of the same type of vessel. That's Israel. That's Israel's counter story embedded in American art. A land of Moors. Like, cut it the fuck out, white people. It's going on all at once. Jesus Christ. But it's the giants doing it. Y'all not the giants. We're just who the giants created. Like, and in my bloodline has giant in it. There's so many smaller people and pedigrees of people that giants made. This is common sense. It's in our blood type and everything. Like, it's common sense. So you be looking for the giants with the beards. Because if you look at the Sumerians and all the Babylonians, they're a big giant nigga with a beard. All right? Like, come on now, Kratos. Come on now. Come on now. Let's do it. So thus, the genes come from giants if they're first. The giants are first. They're lying about giants while they're digging them up. They don't know what they are. Tough. They bitch ass don't belong here to know. They just said they got to America. So how the fuck can they define a story about some shit they found here? Why do we listen to these stupid motherfuckers? We didn't ask them about their John Deeres. Take your ass back home with your science. I'm pretty sure you'll find a giant there. Oh, where that again? They ain't your home either. On John Smith, like the fuck? On Queen Elizabeth, they ain't their home either, see? See? They don't have a home to dig up giants anyway. So what the fuck would they know about them? Nothing. Nothing. And then the naval intelligence, and they handle that shit with the Smithsonian. They probably have a dossier on that shit. And then today, in 2025, who's in the goddamn spaceships? Giant, black, African-American looking people. Stupid as hell. They locked up Malachi Z. York for talking about this. He said the same fucking thing. Stupid as hell. Delbert Blair said the same thing. Stupid as hell. Even allegedly Elijah Muhammad said the same thing. Isn't it weird that his name is Elijah? Weird story. Like, same fucking story, same fucking story. Why is it always that story with us? And how come everyone else just never listens? But then they get to do documentaries and sell tickets and do Comic Cons and make movies about it. But meanwhile, we're the ones ringing the alarm before they had a space program. Tell me I'm lying. On my grandfather, Noble Drawley. Mr. Zeppelins and apparatuses. And all his students, Nation of Islam, go out there and tell you about the UFOs before Area 51 ever happened. That's real life. All Googleable. That's always us, ain't it? Way before World Fair School or Scientology, nigga. We are already here talking about this shit. It's in our Bible. So yeah, there's aliens, guys. Ooh, didn't see that coming with all these UFOs in my fucking shorts. Yeah, literally. And they look like us. Because they created us. Your creator would be your God. Your Lord of your host. Common fucking sense, bro. You can sign up for their universal God that doesn't have a code to live by or honor or decree for reproduction for some reason, if you want to. You can play with the ether, which is a physical scientific force and not an unseen one. You just don't perceive it if you want to, and substitute that for the thing that created that if you want to. I don't know. That's way too high above my pay grade. But I tell you what, while you try to figure out what you can't see, I need you to tell you something. These UAPs are all around me. They can turn visible or invisible if they want to. That means they're always there. Now they want to shut down their satellite programs. Now they don't want to detect the weather no more. Now they want to chemtrail even more. Like, oh, you don't want us to see them anymore. Weird. I wonder if the things driving noticed something. Like, come on, dog. Don't forget, when I first came across this subject, I seen so many orbs dragging those chemtrails, and not even really planes for real. Maybe that's why your government denies it so much. Because it's none of their fucking business. Maybe literally. So who's crop dusting the humans or the land itself? If it's not your government or Bill Gates crop dusting, I'm talking about for years. They talking about they got programs now. Nah, chemtrails been going on for at least 20 years. Niggas been arguing about this shit forever, and people like, you're stupid. There's no such thing. They're just contrails because a random scientist that I can't name and never met said it. Meanwhile, in the open air, discussing chemtrails on the news now. We never got an apology for that. But that proved to me, being older now, and all those people that would argue with me, and I remember all of them, I got those memories. I'm like, yeah, of course. They're fucking long-time idiots. I ain't even gonna bother them with this article, because they'll be like, well, I forgot. Nah, nigga, is really adamant and passionate about disrespecting niggas, because you thought you were smart as a scientist or something. And now your dumbass scientist is wrong, and what? Don't tell me, you got boosters, didn't you? The Bible warned you about that shit too. Don't be arguing with fools, because they might convince you. So yeah, man, like, you got to put it all together holistically, as many variables as you can gather, because you'll never gather all of them, and you'll see what I'm saying. Like, nah. I would love to imagine that the white man or the Jewish man and their collaborations just suddenly fell off after having such a stronghold, at least for 40 years prior. But the way they're losing is magical. This system ain't supposed to be up right now. Like, as we're doing this video, y'all people are worrying about like what's going to happen when Snap cuts off. Nah, boy, if it's a budget problem, they don't have a budget. So it should have been cut off. What they've been paying them with. Guys, the United States has a negative GDP. What is its budget? Let me try to draw it then. I got some markers now. Shout out to brother Jonathan in TBFB, I think I remember that letter order correctly. Brad. Shout out to him. Hold up. We them boys. Hold on. I wish I had a better, I am left-handed, but I don't know how to write with my left hand because they fucking made us use our right hands, fucking faggots. All right, let me see. Is there a way to do this with my left hand in? Hold on. Let me erase it first. I'll draw it for you. He said they ain't got no room in the budget for certain things. What the fuck are they talking about? What budget? What budget are they talking about? What is this mythical budget that we hear about? It's not in our budget. What budget do you have? Is it a theoretical budget? Well, if it's theoretical, then how you don't have it? If your budget's theoretical, then it means the budget can theoretically be anything. So how do you not have something theoretical if the thing itself is theoretical? Yo, these niggas, their interest rate, right? They accrued just since August. What was it? It jumped up 200 billion or 500 billion. Either number's too big for interest rate. It jumped up from the 37 billion we started this year with Doge up until now, and the year ain't over. It accelerated since August. Guys, It's covering $1 trillion of interest a year. In the base, because the interest adjusts to the base. So as long as that base is in the trillions, that means going forward with a negative GDP. You know who bailed out the Pentagon? A Jewish private banker, an investor, a person, a private sector person bailed out the Pentagon with that $103 billion for the soldiers or whatever. Y'all heard what the fuck I just said? I hope y'all heard what the fuck I just said. That the Pentagon shut down its journalism arm, I guess, accountability. And in the midst of no accountability, it's having a budget problem in the thing that saved its, I guess, its individuals part of the system called Pentagon and government. They got their loan from a private person. Because how the fuck can a citizen bail out a federal government branch? Y'all paying attention? Y'all should fucking probably pay attention who the fuck that nigga is. And please, his noun is not billionaire. No, who the fuck is he? How the fuck, let alone having 106 billion or whatever the number is to spare for them. And out of all that money he can spare, he gives it to the Pentagon? Whoever that guy is, you need to find his fucking network. Because he's obviously not operating here as a fucking citizen. It would be impossible. So he's private, and it intonates that he's foreign to the land, obviously, in the United States. So the Pentagon just got bailed out by a foreigner. Don't miss anything. It'll fuck you up. Google it. It just happened last week. The Pentagon ain't got no money. And a private foreigner, aka non-citizen, was able to transfer to their bank, a military, by the way. He was able to transfer 106 billion and got approved just like that to go into their bank. Like, that's a lot of fucking paperwork for a normal nigga just to buy a house, right? Now imagine sending 106 billion fucking dollars to the fucking federal government. IRS weird, nigga. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. Cut it the fuck out. We gotta stop using fucking billionaire as a nationality. Fucking women. Yeah, boy. Shit's already creepy, ain't it? Ain't no news story about it, is it? Oh yeah, the Department of Defense decided not to answer questions directly to any media publications. And they're also not paying them, so how could they? They just had to borrow $106 million or so. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Common sense is a bitch. Or they just use the super magic computer. Nah. All of it's a supercomputer. But the thing is, in terms of accountability, narrative, people, citizens, in the trail of accountability, they cannot write that computer code for themselves. So they had to use one of these private. And that's very important when it comes to law. He had to be private. He's a private citizen that's billions of dollars. And nationality-wise, he's definitely a foreigner. And so if he's not under the United States and he bailed it out, what did they just say, guys? They're saying, listen, I hope y'all understand everything. I want to draw that because that shit's mind-numbing. Yeah. What branch of the government is the DOJ? Or even the military? I don't fucking know. It doesn't matter. It's all the federal government, not the Federal Reserve. Obviously, Federal Reserve seems to lend everyone money and rip them off in interest rates. It was an emergency for the military. The emergency is they need some money to pay their bills and eat, or they ain't gonna be able to do their job or give a fuck about their paper government. So I get it now. They ain't hiding the truth no more. They just ain't talking about it. And they're not making a big deal about it. No emotionalism in their losses. How convenient is that? They're so cute and clamorous when they talk about everyone else's. They need money. Some guy named Billionaire. I'm trying to drop a scale of this. Hopefully this makes sense. Because I tell you, Lord knows. How much, does anyone know how much money they need for food? It wasn't a lot, was it? Like they're doing emergency funding or something. It's in the billions, I guess. They need at least $1 billion, I think. Doesn't matter. It wouldn't fucking matter. That private citizen could have fed all the hungry people if he wanted to, if he was trying to be a good Samaritan. That's how you know these rich people, they don't actually help people ever because there's nothing good about their Samaritans. They're fucking pieces of shit people. That's why you should find out who he is and who his friends and businesses are. Because those are the same piece of shits of people, pieces of shit flock together. Because there's bigger issues and he has that much money to give away, yet still, right? He funded that government program and not the other government program by choice, but then you have to understand what the benefit is. And I'm going to show you something very fucking concerning about this fact, deeper than what the fuck the simulation is. We're just talking about accountability. This is the setup, ain't it? So let me see. Give it a fucking tilt. You have a federal fucking government with at least 3 branches and then like 13 corporations like they disciples or something. CIA, DIA, FBI, and all these other people. Different foreign interests founding people-wise of them. At the Pentagon part, you know, that 5-pointed star for the Eastern Stars, but they ain't got no wings because they ain't angels. These guys, they had an emergency with money. Somehow the fuck or another, there's a guy over here, a private citizen, has to be, because where the fuck kind of bank he got where he can transfer 100 billion to a federal government? Like, that's how you know this ain't a regular person, because the amount of money he can transfer in a fucking day, nigga. Fuck out my face. So whoever that guy is, I seen his name. I have this story saved, but I'm saying that for your sake to find out who the fuck this guy is. For yourself, so you can see what he's connected to and pay attention to that nigga. You know why? Because he now owns whoever the fuck this is that signed off for a private fucking citizen. AKA no allegiance to your constitution, but it's his money. He's a loan shark. They have to pay him back. So there's terms. We don't know what his terms are, but his terms have something to do with military. So how the fuck they gonna pay him back 100 Bs? And they're short 38 Ts, my nigga. When do you think they'll get back to him? They transfer the bank 100 Bs for them to be able to access and spend and do things within these bank accounts. But their bank account from these guys is now negative 38 T. So if they put that in here, it would have just moved this. But they didn't do that. They're spending it in an offshore or a different account, obviously. We know it ain't this account. Nothing that they borrowing going into this account, because this number is spiraling $50 billion a day now, which is why they got the 38 from 37 in less than a year. It's accelerating. Usury, AKA never out of debt, meaning your federal government signed over everyone here in this country under it, because you're signed under it as slaves. Debtors. You're debt slaves, so you're slaves. The type of slave you are is a debt slave. You used to be a wage slave, but now you're a wage slave dealing in debt slavery. You're in debt slavery because even your military branch of the government has to borrow money from private people. It can no longer borrow from its own bank. That's the story. That's the T. It can't borrow from its own bank. How can it borrow 100 Bs if they owe it $50 billion today and tomorrow and yesterday and the day after that? So they can't get liquid, aka they can't buy things and pay wages and buy food from other things. They can't play the credit system. So they have to actually get this from other people. And I'm saying, what the fuck bank has that? Fuck him being a billionaire. I ain't asking him, I ain't saying where his mama live. I'm asking like what bank this nigga with to be able to give 100 Bs transferred digitally to the something between the military and Pentagon. Its account is negative 38 trillion. At $50 billion added a day. Per day, one of these are added. It only takes how many of these to get to a new one of those guys? And it's increasing. So 365 days times 50. Their debt per year is always a new T, my nigga. They borrowed Bs. Nothing they can do with this and flip it could ever turn into a T, either way. So what I'm saying is, even in their borrowing, they can never pay this debt off. So if they have a debt, how the fuck they gonna pay him off? So who is this fucker? Who's his friends and who his bank? And why are they trying to buy into our Pentagon and military? That's what the fuck you need to worry about as a United States citizen listening to these niggas. Who the fuck did they just sell something to that they owe? Now all of their policies is going to steer you because they ain't got nothing to pay back. What the fuck y'all talking about? Food stamp budget? Are y'all stupid? Relief for what? For hurricanes and shit? Are you stupid? They trying to get an extra trillion real quick printed next year. I'm sorry, next month for the holidays. They don't want to fuck up the white people vibes too much. So this shit about to be wet. If Jerome Powell lowers interest rates and prints out 1.5 trillion, remember, he only care about the interest eventually coming back to them. That's growing. So if they give them another 1.5 trillion, whatever the fuck these niggas right here who just got 100 billion, they're also trying to negotiate with the original OG. Like, yo, do something solid for me. Let us get to 40 one day, but before Christmas, before we really lose the plot, because we won't need until the springtime at least, let me hold. I'm gonna round it up because I know they're gonna borrow more for themselves. Let me hold -2 T's, my nigga. That's how much they want to borrow, my nigga. Guys, this is how much they want to borrow within the next month. Donald Trump and them, this is how much they want to borrow. I want y'all, for scale purposes, to understand how much money your government, your federal government that does not make a profit. The federal government is -300 B's a year in all of its efforts. That's why it needs to borrow 100 billion. It lost 300 billion so far. So, but it still lost 200 billion even if they borrow on it. So they're never going to have money up to pay it back. They're down 200 even holding theirs. But then they're going to ask these niggas for 2 trillion of these motherfuckers. Question. This trillion gets added to that number and it causes this number to go up. That's where your taxes are going. That's why you don't have food stamps, nigga. You don't have food stamps, nigga. Hopefully when they borrow this, you can get some food stamps, nigga. But you ain't got no taxes. That's why I need the United States citizens, all of you listening to me, to understand. Your taxes can't pay him off. Your taxes can't pay either of these tiers off. And your taxes ain't enough. With all your businesses, so you 1 billion, hold on, fuck that shit. You got 300 million people. You got 80 million working people. You lost 1 million jobs. Ain't nothing any of you niggas can do to pay that nigga off with taxes. Ain't nothing that any of you niggas do, because we know what the minimum wage is, right? It's floating anywhere from $7 to $15 an hour times 40 times 4 times 12 on average. You could just use the federal minimum wage as an average and do that equation times working people. Because, you know, most of the working people are not upper management or fucking top 1%, because the top 1% would not be fucking working, bitch. So none of you working are in the top 1% anyway. So out of everyone working with a nice salary or not, if you're working and you're filing taxes with the Federal Reserve, nigga, you're not the top 1% anyway. So that average will be realistic, whatever that number is, and whatever the federal tax rate is, would have to go to this. You niggas are here. You individually, you're here, and you're multiplying whatever that number is to hopefully have enough of tenths and tithes to operate and then pay this off, which grows that much every day. Question, you think these motherfuckers are making $50 billion a day in their fucking businesses? No, because there's no fucking business that makes $50 billion a day in the United States of fucking pathetic America, because it's losing -300 a damn year. This don't make enough money, period. This Ponzi scheme of working doesn't make enough money. As of this year, they're short 300 billion. They borrowed 100 billion. They're about to get credit for another 2 trillion because none of that shit work. AI, ew, the fuck are y'all talking about? See, the private bankers in Silicon Valley and dual citizens and all that stuff, they don't give a fuck, obviously don't give a fuck about you, nigga. They don't bank with you, nigga. They're borrowing. Your government is borrowing from Paul now, nigga. Your government about to call Henry back and say, yo, let me get some more credit, my nigga. We got enough energy for some war, I guess, but we need to feed these niggas. All right, well, we need to go to a food bank, I guess, to a non-citizen, a private billionaire. Yeah, we don't know what we owe him just yet, but we probably had something to do with fucking genetics. And yeah. And then and then we got some liquid to end this year out before. And yeah. And the military, yeah, we definitely need them because we got to do it Ukraine. And oh yeah, we're all funding fucking Israel. Yeah, the fuck, nigga. Whole time they in Israel like some dumb niggas. And then like, yeah, at the same time, being dumb niggas, playing with dumb niggas, they down 40 trillion as of this video. So the slaves revolted against their slave masters, and they're still in fucking slavery. Welcome to the United States. Am I lying? Larry Ellison, that's who it was, head of Oracle, aka the currency database. No wonder. They running their HOA ragged like a Nissan Altima. Or something, boy. Tarrant Art 3 got them thinking it was a gift. They're gonna miss the first payment. Did anyone run a credit check? Hence Palantir given control via the Genius Act in the contracts. Alex Karp, the other one. Snap, $8 billion per month. Oh, so they need $8 billion per month. So what's that? 60, what, 8 times 10 is 80, 16, $96 billion a year. And then that multiplies into the economy, the local economy, more than that. So Snap is actually an investment. I know it's confusing because we don't know math. Yeah, your taxes going to poor people is why you have so much extra money in your local economy. Duh. No one gives a fuck where it comes from to deliver the food. No one gives a fuck where it comes from to hire the employees. No one gives a fuck where it comes from for all the noise in between it. So they're going to take all that away from you. And you think outside is mid now? Look how mid this shit going to get if they can't borrow away. Was it Mr. Now? They don't need it twice. They need it for the rest of the year. They want to start borrowing closer to 20 billion just for food. Just for the economy in every major city built around food. Because you forget they're firing everybody else who never had food stamps. And you forget another thing. There's a lot of hungry people who never had food stamps and they need to eat. Imagine, nigga. Imagine. That's just who the federal people are responsible for. They ain't everybody that hungry or homeless. I don't have food stamps. That should affect the cost of my groceries. They don't understand anything. I know. That almost seems like that was the design of their education system. I could have sworn Frederick T. Gates said that. Create a whole bunch of people who just do and don't understand anything. We have enough of everyone that understand things. He was wrong. Could you guess it? A guy that's fucking dead right now? It's fucking wrong about everything. But at the same time, he ain't in charge of whatever his idea was. And obviously none of his family members, so yeah. Yep. Great idea for one agenda, just for him to die and another agenda to take it over. And like, hey, shut up. You fucked it up for your own family members. That's how I know your ass ain't that damn smart. You going to war against people who don't even know who the fuck you are. That's a weird fucking flex to be a dummy. Just for next month, year, 16 billion, 8 of which for registered people. Yeah. They just borrowed 100 billion. And remember, when they readjusting this budget, it's based on what the Federal Reserve is going to allow them to borrow next month. And they're negotiating over $1 trillion. That's what the holdup is. They didn't get approved for their new credit line, meaning their cards are frozen, guys. When you guys are like, well, they just sent money over there and money over there. Nigga, no. The cards or the accounts where they pay you for the services those accounts are frozen already. So whatever they're transferring to Argentina, that's to a different bank, another backdoor Ponzi Nazi thing. Yeah, Pentagon shit. They have many accounts, offshore and everything. Yeah, they authorize it out of that account. That account ain't where you get your food stamps from, nigga. Mind your business. So the department, the branch, the bank account for SNAP and all of its other subsidiary things and things around it that the Democrats created, aka authorized, set up the account for, has no liquid. They're not taking money from you, nigga. They don't have any. I notice people are angry for the benefits or verbiage is off. No, Donald Trump didn't take something away from you. There's no money in that account. Make sure when y'all talk to your sisters and your friends and the coworkers and stuff, they understand that. The federal government ain't got no money, baby. It's not taking from you. Meaning, your taxes, in theory, hasn't filled up enough buckets of water to get to that account yet. Your whole country, taxable income, whatever that value is, GDP type shit, is negative. I don't have to finish that sentence. It's negative, meaning not enough of y'all working and making enough taxes to go into the thing to make it positive. And then you go, well, shouldn't they just get it from the billionaires and millionaires? Yeah, if they're United States citizens. They're not. Are y'all stupid? Why the fuck would you get to $1 billion and stay a United States citizen? Ask yourself that question. Now imagine if you had a few hundred to throw around. Do you think you would be a fucking United States citizen? So how can the fucking government tax non-United States citizens? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Now you understand that those people who are the billionaire man, woman, own a United States registered corporation, which they get their money from. You do not have to be an American to have a business here. Your business just has to be an LLC or S Corp or registered. Correct? Chinese people come here to start businesses. Africans come here to start businesses, right? And they only pay taxes based on whatever their little federal guideline thing is on taxable income and blah, 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 blah. And let's say that most of them set up their business in a way where they never pay taxes. If anything, the federal government pays them. Right, Elon Musk? Y'all following? Elon Musk from South Africa? Y'all following? Y'all following? Who had all those federal grants from the Pentagon earlier this year and all those promises for space and shit? Remember? Remember him? Ford promises for Starlink, and then now they're going to Canada. Remember? Remember him? Remember. You remember. So they can't just go to some foreigners' accounts and say, hey, feed our United States citizens and rebuild their roads, nigga. Although a lot of you work for them, foreigners. You think Sony in New York? Think about all of your favorite things as corporations. Is Apple in America? Apple is in Ireland. Oh, yeah, I know. The Jewish people told you a story about Steve Jobs, like some kid that grew up in America, but he learned how to do everything in India. Don't miss it. He sounds like Kanye West, who grew up in China. Do you know anything? Did you know Kanye West grew up in China? Chi-Town, which one? Tell me I'm lying. He's shaking hands with kings of Africa. Tell me I'm lying. Kenyan West. West Kenyan? Interesting. Got the Habsburg, Joe. I get everything. So, imagine if you weren't a United States citizen, a guy whose first manager was in a mock apartment that looked like my father, Noble Drew Ali's office. That Kanye West. Imagine if you understood what nationalities was and like you're the best man at Jay-Z's wedding, having a Moorish wedding with Beyonce. Imagine if all your rich people stop being fucking citizens, something that Noble Ali taught and it's something Malachi Z. York trying to run with. Imagine if all those people in hip hop are associated with that doctrine. Can you imagine the richest of richest people off of your talents and your backs and your shitty contracts make all the money and they stop being a United States citizen? Just imagine if. That's how fucking easy it is to be a United States citizen if you have the money. And it's even easier to not be if you have the money. You're just discharging their debt. Dred Scott, nigga. An idea could be a fucking citizen. Do you understand what a corporation is? Straw man. That whole Ponzi is what's fucking them currently. Bravo. But what I'm telling you is, everyone's gonna be in a fucking emotionalism about us, we the people in Americas. Most of your richest people are no longer United States citizens. They just do business here. They have federally registered businesses to use the federally regulated trade routes. Since everybody there is a foreigner on my grandmother's land. And I'm not talking figuratively, nigga. I'm saying the reason why I say that, invoke that, because this is literal still. This is not their land still. It's my grandmothers and our families and our tribes and our people who've been here. The United States does not assume that. The federal government does not assume that. It has us as prisoners of war with Dred Scott deals, 360 deals. We got to pay taxes on our own land to the people using our resources to make their money. Now, the people who have juiced us in our talent, in our time, in our resources, in our land, they're losing $300 billion a year operating. Meaning all the money they borrowed and spent and they threw out there a year ago, they earn negative $300 billion. What does that mean? It's costing them money to operate as a federal government. Negative $300 billion a year, meaning the federal government doesn't make a profit. Not about their debt, though. I'm not talking about their credit card. Their credit card bill is about to be negative 40 trillion, but it's 140 trillion worldwide. So that's the worldwide military, which is probably why that private citizen built out a military branch, because he probably has some foreign interests. But as far as this local interests, with State Guard and ICE everywhere, the thing that's funding that is barely paying them because it has not been approved yet, $2 trillion in credit. But to its credit, whatever it has lended, and it's borrowed only 40 trillion since I was born. The 40 started when in the 80s. So in 40 years, they lost $1 trillion a year, and now it's accelerating. And they made negative $300 billion a year this year. Back. We back. 3 in the chat. Dropped the con from his name and made $1 billion. Yeah, that's why Chinese people wear the N1 Yeezy Hypebeast. Month of this year. 3, we back. Cool. Thank God. Yeah. So stacking up their accounting. So, in terms of the federal government regulating its trade routes and investing in corporations in which it generates income for itself, it generates nothing for itself. Your federal government doesn't make money. So it has no money to give. That's not saying that members of your federal government don't have money in their own accounts, which are usually offshore, foreign. See, that's why it's confusing. These people could work for your federal government and then store all their money offshores. So when your federal government and your society and everything's kind of fucked up, that doesn't touch their money. Plus, they're not taxing themselves anyway. I don't even think they're supposed to be paid, right? If it was a constitutional republic, that was. But it's not. So you have a whole bunch of foreign immigrants doing business, half-assed, don't understand what the laws and rules are. And because they've been acting in a position to do such things for their private accounts, they've been acting like they're public-facing servants, trustees of an estate. That estate that's borrowing or is being leveraged for the Federal Reserve credit that they're borrowing from. They never had no intention, because they're foreign bullshit ass narcissistic pieces of shit people, to pay that trillions back. They just didn't expect that it would raise so high within their lifetime to which they wouldn't have to worry about that before their other agendas and Zionisms and all the other ideas and communism and the subversions of their fucking fetishes manifested in an AI generated tech society. That'll never fucking happen while they're alive anyway. So they're kind of stuck. Like, shit, I'm still alive. Shit, none of our secret agendas worked out. Shit, everyone's turning on each other. Shit, they started investing in crypto. Even we did. Now the shit draining even faster. Fuck. Trump, what the fuck are you doing? You fucking it up for us. Like, hey, I gotta shut this shit down before it gets to us. And they're like, shit, we gotta blame you. Like, but still, they were never gonna pay that negative 40 trillion back. Which is why Jerome Powell was like, yo, bro, you making my fucking illusion of this show fucked up with the numbers I gotta fucking come up with to act like it's justified to let you niggas borrow again. Jerome Powell, the stupidest fucking banker in human history, if he keeps letting these niggas borrow from him. Right? You gonna let a nigga who owe you $1 million keep borrowing from you? A nigga owe you $1 billion, and you gonna let him borrow 39 more? Now let's do it to $1 trillion. Let's be fucking reasonable. Let's be reasonable fucking people here. They talking about I got bad connection. No, I don't, bitch. Why would they say, hold on. That's the first time I got a fucking alert like that. Like at the top of my YouTube, it's red, and YouTube says very bad connection. Am I still here? I don't know if it'll tell me. I've never seen that message before. It'll just drop me usually. What's a very bad connection, YouTube? I'm still here. Gorilla Gospel, Mr. Now, showing up. That's weird and distracting. They're giving me like that OBS thing, but no data. It's weird that it shows up on your screen like that. Like, you know how like you get a notification bars and it changes colors? It changes the color of my screen to red. Very bad connection. What kind of, I didn't update this shit. That's why I probably have a goddamn. I'm about to get Wi-Fi in a few seconds, so Lord willing. But anyway. Nah, they owe everybody. And I hope the sisters appreciate that, because sisters be borrowing money from student loans and shit like that. So they discharged a bunch of debt from student loans. They didn't pay it off. They discharged it. It's different. They didn't have the money to pay it off. They had the ability to discharge it, meaning some other account where that was supposed to generate a profit. Well, they cut it off because you weren't going to pay it your damn self. Y'all retarded. They cut it off because there wasn't enough people paying to turn a profit anyway. So it accruing more interest that none of you bitches with degrees was paying, and I'm just talking in numbers and majorities, right? The majority of the educated people these days. The majority of the new student loans that haven't been paid, y'all bitches were never paying them, or they wouldn't have had to discharge them. Why, MG? Because it'd been different if the economy was healthy and then you're paying your interest by paying your student loans, because you pay your interest first. It'd be interesting if you had paid your interest and then that could go and they go, yes, we want to let them keep paying it. We're not going to forgive it because we need the interest paid off. But since no one was paying that shit, food getting cut off, we know why, sis. We know why, sis. But they know you better than everyone else does because they have all your spending habits as a collective. None of you were paying it off. Thus, discharging it means it doesn't create more interest, in which the federal government would have to be responsible for later, since foreign countries is not buying our debt no more. That's why China just bought $51 billion of debt, or sold $51 billion of debt back. Yeah, something like your student loans. China is not waiting for you to pay your bills so that they can get the interest no more. They don't want to hold on to your student loan debt. So they're not looking to collect either. So they discharge it. So your student loan didn't make them any profits because you couldn't pay it back either way. That's a signal to the economy, sis. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. A lot of people don't know this. It's interconnected. It's not one thing or the other. It's not one account, one taxes. They act like the government got infinite money And like every time they let you borrow their money and you give a little bit back at the end of the year, that their bank goes higher or something. Nigga, your paycheck is borrowing from the pool of money. You're not paying the government anything extra ever. You know how fucking Monopoly works? If you go around Monopoly board, right? I'm trying to remember. When does the bank get money from you? Like going to jail or some shit like that? There's no way in fucking Monopoly where you can land on anything that would cost more than the total amount of money on the board anyway. So if you understand that a dollar, let's say value, U.S. United States Treasury, the value of the dollar, let's say it's in rotation and everyone's getting paid and sharing it, circulating in a certain way, ping pong matches. That's why it's like the Jewish people said, what's wrong with you black people that we're pretending to be is that your money doesn't circulate through your own local economy more than 10 times. As soon as it passes through your hand, you're buying foreign brands. And they playing in your fucking face telling you, like, you niggas are in the hood around NASCAR, and all your dollars that you make at your job, you give back to foreigners. That's the reason why you can never be prosperous isn't because you're not educated enough or working hard enough. It's because your dumbass spending habits. Shout out to my sisters. So they love foreign stuff. So obviously we wouldn't have this problem. So wake up. Jewish people do it different. They sneak into your city and subvert you and overthrow you and put hoods on your head because every move they make is the same paycheck ping-ponging around at least for 2 weeks. My brother don't work, he don't do shit. I don't pay him $10 to cut my hair. At least. This way he can go to the mom and pop shop of our nephews and cousins and buy his fucking nicotine and his coffee. I go to work once. I get a haircut, he get a coffee, and I go to that fucking spot too. I gave him $10 to go to that spot eventually, whatever his change is, and I go to that spot too to get the same fucking thing. Just from my one paycheck. We done hit 3 to 4 people. Because it's ours, you know, community. It takes a tribe. Goofy ass motherfuckers. So like, that idea. Now you can do that on a corporate level. Since all their fucking nationalities that they pretend to have are corporates anyway. Corpses, dead, they don't exist. So they're corporate. So corporate, like necromancy. Yeah, it's more Latin for a reason. Wake your ass up. Black people, Negroes, necros, like, yeah, that's not us. Black means pale. Wake your ass up. Please wake your ass up. So now you understand it's not, oh, the government paid us 100 of its borrowed dollars and then it taxed us one of them. Now I only have 9 to spend. No, bitch, you ain't got nothing to spend. All 9 is your government's. They're just saying you did enough work for them and you're owed 9, you're owed 10 for the work, but you can only put 9 in circulation. And that's if their tithe and tax was 1/10, and you know it isn't. In some places, it's 50 fucking percent. So you're doing 100% of the work, and you're getting 50% of the credit. That's what your life is. They're paying you half if they're taxing you half, stupid. And they're not supposed to be taxing you. IRS is taxing you. The IRS belongs to the Federal Reserve. They're foreign. And the only reason why they can tax you, dumbass, is because you registered forms with a foreign bank. With your foreign-ass citizenship, with your foreign-ass education, with your foreign-ass ideas of what civilization is. Yet somehow in your root operating system, you compare it to something functional, almost like you were there at one point. Yeah, welcome. You sleep. You're distracted. That's what you're distracted from. The reality of this shit. Bitch, none of this shit's supposed to be here. You're occupied. In 2025, your ass is occupied. That government didn't come here for you, Otis. It came here to rob you, bitch. It's been taxing you for no fucking reason, so you can't afford to fucking live and keep anything. But you enjoy all of its privileges and benefits. The looks of it. I know. They didn't write it all out for you to say what they're going to do. Or maybe they did before your sellout ancestors sold a contract and they just didn't read it like niggas do. Trust me, terms of service on every Apple update. We get it. Same story, bitch. And that's what's funny about it. Your federal government did the same thing with the Federal Reserve in 1933. They didn't read the terms of agreement. So obviously up until now, they have never made money off the federal government borrowing money from them 100 years ago. anniversary coming up. It's been 100 years, and the federal government is at negative 300 billion. It hasn't paid $1 trillion off yet. How long do you think their credit store can stay open for? It's a bank, nigga. They usually got like a 100-year lease, right? Britain Bank leased Hong Kong from China or whoever the fuck died and made an emperor, not a king in Thailand, but however that story go, or Taiwan. But they leased Hong Kong for 100 years at a time. Did you know that? Foreign concept. Hong Kong is a result of Britain leasing the land in trade route. They rented it and had jurisdiction over that, not China. Britain leased Hong Kong for 100 years at a time. How long ago? Now imagine if this motherfucking bullshit ass 100-year war faggot eunuch descendants lost a long time ago. Financially, greenbacks, fighting with Lincoln or Moore. And now it's not Moores as presidents no more. Remember everything. And they speed up to 1933. And they end up with a new 360 though. Right after China kicks them out. Do you believe in magic? Dun, 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 dun. We talk about bankers. You call it British if you want to, but the British Crown had a bank. That's all it is. And then they stole it. And then they believe it. Now they ain't got no more. They believe in magic in 2025. They don't remember that history. They gonna talk about it for the rest of their lives because motherfuckers a freaky frog pedophile and Diana's death is mysterious and none of the kids want to be around their family. They run around to live in Hollywood and everything caught fire. Now they running back to Canada. I don't know where they are now. Check on them. Since we know that women ain't carrying no goddamn babies. So, yeah, weird story, surrogates. So, I don't understand. They're not surrogates. So, if it's a 100-year lease from 1933, and 2033 is coming up, do you think they'll be able to renew the lease on their own terms in 8 years when they're about to owe $40 trillion and climbing? Do you think the United States government has I'm talking about the federal government. This is who's borrowing this money. We're not talking about NVIDIA. We're not talking about AI. We're not talking about Palantir. They didn't sign no fucking contract with the Federal Reserve, bitch. Those are distractions. It doesn't fucking matter what they do with the borrowed credit debt that means negative $300 billion a year towards its $40 trillion of interest. Shut the fuck up. None of that shit matter. Those are exchanges. We get it. They hope they have an idea before shit changes. They won't. They have 8 years left. If they're inheriting those 100-year leases of land to take over governments and other people in that jurisdiction, DC, somehow it applied to me, right? And then like, and I'm assuming that's an old contract because it's 1933 and they steal everything, so they ain't make a new one yet. So I'm assuming the original contract with the Federal Reserve was a 100-year 360 deal. Some Jubilees type shit, but nothing got forgiven in 2025. And this is a year of Jubilee for Jews, which is us. And I ain't seen nothing get forgiven on our side, so it sounded like nothing was forgiven on theirs. All right, then, so if there is a 100-year lease for these niggas based on their banking practices, then 1933, this $40 trillion in 8 years potentially can go up to like goddamn 50, 60, 70. I could see this shit going up to, what's it, accelerating to 50 billion a day? And then each time that number of grass, they got 8 years for the grass and level up, percent interest rates, Jerome Powell, he'll figure out how much they want to fuck them. But if it's 100, I'm guessing, I don't know, but it sounds like it's one of those 360 deals that China dealt with. If it's a 100-year lease with this mystery Federal Reserve Board member people, then they'll never, ever, 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 ever be out of debt. So the entities and people known as the United States federal government and the deep state and stuff, outside of their individual offshore accounts and dual citizenships, which is why they support Israel, so they can have that dual citizenship in case everything here goes to hell politically. They have a way out in their bank account. That's why that shit fell. They're 1 foot in, 1 foot out. It says, don't be lukewarm. These are lukewarm politicians because they know something. They're not Jewish or Israeli. They have 2 citizenships. You see how like a citizenship doesn't tell you who you are? Right. So if you're a United States citizen, does that mean that you're American? Right. You understand everything now. So these dual citizens playing the game in 2 different courts, and they all voting for policies to get more and more extra whatever it is sent over to their interests. You know, Argentina, Israel, Ukraine, as they exchange that currency while it has value to build up things. So in case one citizenship gets cut off, they can kind of move into these other places that they're citizens of with their bank accounts. What I'm saying is the fact that that policy even exists in our lifetime means all those pussies and all those faggots already knew that it wasn't going to work here, or they wouldn't have prepared to send so much money out while owing $40 trillion to the bank and creditor that gives the dollar value to begin with. It controls your military. Your military broke. That means the Federal Reserve is. If the Federal Reserve people lending all the money haven't made money from the United States in at least the last 40 years, and now the United States owes them negative 40 trillion, and it's United States that it lent that money to, doesn't make 300 billion above positive. So the Federal Reserve, and if you're the Federal Reserve and you're looking at the United States as an investment, as an HOA, and you're the you know how it is, you have the people who own the apartment complex and then the management company. So the Federal Reserve and the federal government, 2 different entities, but the Federal Reserve big bank is over the federal government entity. None of those are Americans. None of those is our kingdoms. Hence, the only reason why y'all have a different history is because you went to their schools. That's it. They lied on purpose. They're playing a fucking game with us. Psychological operation. We should be able to sue them, but you cannot sue the system within the system they created to do it to you. You would have to go to a international court. You would need a nationality. You see the loop that my grandfather tried to solve for you before this happened. But he said you'll be slave for another 100 years. That's probably why Noble Drew Ali said that. He probably knew your brothers would sell you out if they could for another 100 years, because he knew what the contract was with Britain and Hong Kong and other places. Yeah, so it is a 100-year deal. If my grandfather mentioned it, and he's all about the bank and the fucking nationality anyway. The bankrupt him on Taj Street Bay he is. So yeah, it's $100. So my grandfather said that, and I think he died in 1929. So between now and 2030 agenda, yeah. 100 years, yeah, slavery, bondage to the Federal Reserve. Yeah, my grandfather knew. So yeah, the Federal Reserve at the end of 100 years lost $40 trillion in a 100-year investment on the United States federal government of white people and secret Jewish crypto people. And whoever the sellout niggas are, that gave them permission to do so, because you don't just do that out of nowhere. Yeah, that's what it is. The United States government and federal government, we use that ubiquitously because all of that's Washington, D.C. That's not part of your states. That's not part of the estates. That's why D.C. is the HOA for the estates. But your states now have foreign colonizer or immigrants and citizens of the United States squatting in our capitals. So when you're voting for senators and stuff, if they're a citizen of the United States, they're a citizen of Washington, D.C. They're not their own thing. And if you have an incorporated city like Wilmington or incorporated, that means they're doing their own business, probably from the old trade routes and stuff, and they're keeping that within their own funding and banks, but they still fuck all the Indians and niggas because they had to kill us to get there anyway, without a treaty. So you understand that they benefit from being greasy and dirty with each other, but now that the DOJ is on the hunt, looking for all the missing money and the counterfeiting, now the states is like, no, I ain't fucking with the federal government. We gonna follow the example of Texas and the Republicans and California. California, Mohammedan. California, the estate, has nothing to do with anything in D.C., quite literally, the Moorish people and their Indian associates. So it doesn't have a restore point. So Gavin Newsom and the other guy, they can only drive it into the ground because they were never in California prior. It's not theirs. So their state having 2 senators that go back and forth in D.C., that's a foreign government to itself. State government California on the other side of the map to D.C., its own thing, separated from the estates. Them motherfuckers running around in our Capitoliums talking about they're in the government and all this shit. And they always talk about we need federal funding, we need federal funding, we need federal funding, because they don't fucking exist in California unless the fucking federal government sent they bitch ass over here. This is recent history. California is not part of the American Revolution, is it? All right then, so what happened to all the Moors that it's named after? Where are we at? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It'd be a crime if we read our laws and treaties. So it tells you the whole truth already. And then you'd be like, well, they're lying. Like, well, the liar's lying to you that stole everything? Yeah. All right, you dumb bitch. Keep helping them out. So yeah, that's what it is. They really cooked, bro. In their theoretical government, that is. Like in a theoretical paper, banks, all that. Whatever that was in our millennial, where we peaked at the late 90s and early 2000s, that was the hoorah, man, of that 100-year loan or whatever the fuck they were trying to do over here. Now ET trying to find a new way home. If it's 100 years, and Noble Drew Ali said that 100 years ago, between now and 2033, boy, down 40 trillion in the fourth quarter. You think they coming up for you think any NBA team coming up from negative 40 points? What about football? Last quarter, they coming up 40? Y'all playing Madden 96? Stop playing with me. No, I'm talking about real life. You think these kids who this year, as of right now, they're down 300 Bs. You think they coming up with like whatever minimum amount of billions or trillions they need to keep their account open? Let's say about 10%. You think these motherfuckers coming up with like got down 4 to 5 trillion surplus against their debt within the next 3 years? Why they need to borrow what? Sam Altman needs 600 million. Mark Zuckerberg need like $1 trillion just in loans from private investors just to get the data servers going. Before the data centers and data servers and all this super crunching, wasteful computing, by the way, happens, they also have to kind of figure out like, damn, water, energy grid. Did y'all use any of that federal funding for the emergency infrastructure grid? Did y'all invest in the water? You know, like when you had the warning about it. That's what God is so good, because they warned you during Obama, right? With Flint, water crisis. That's a sigil warning. So that type of water crisis will happen again anywhere that has a data center. Wake your ass up. So it's like, they don't want to take care of their environment and their water, so they don't actually want data centers either. They can't. That's a contradiction. It's a contradiction. They're living contradictions. He needs 400 billion. And Mark Zuckerberg. Up to $1 trillion. That's what I'm saying. But they're doing that from private investors. The federal government's supposed to subsidize it and allow them to occupy the land in their defense against the natives of burning it down and doing something about it, which means the federal government will have a stake interest in that, which they do already, since Mark Zuckerberg was going back and forth to court to figure out how the federal government can get in on it. Meta. That's why they renamed it Meta. So those little lobbyists and congressmen you seen debating with him, they all probably get paychecks if you check their backgrounds and their financial records. Yeah, that's what your government is, nigga. It's a corporation of corporations, not people doing justice and feel-good things. You notice all their cases they show you on TV is about money? Yeah, it's corporate law, not people law. That's why I don't give a fuck about your abortions if you live or you die, until they realize, like, damn, we ain't got enough working class profits no more, and we kind of invested offshore things, and now the people that we extorted for the last 30 years are doing their own thing with each other. Shit. And we can't make them because of social media. Let's change the algorithm. It doesn't fucking matter if you change the algorithm. We're already cooked. Well, let's get off of social media and cut down some of these bot farms and all these things, since we're wasting money and energy on our grid. Yep. They're cutting back. They're scaling everything back that allows them control over your mind. So, you think they give a fuck about people starving? They didn't give a fuck about your damn heart or your arteries when they mandated you to kill yourself. Did you forget that story? The people who are negative $40 trillion in debt, trying to discharge as much debt as possible, signed up everyone for a mandated shot, giving a fuck about their health, but don't give a fuck about health care. They give a fuck about your health, but they don't give a fuck about your health care. And then somehow or another, that shot right there is killing off a lot of bank account holders, obviously, because they're following money. So a lot of the people that died had a lot of the money. You didn't notice? Like, they ain't trying to stop that? You know, it's like they mandated it. Who the fuck a federal government to mandate anything? They're God or something? All right, so what the fuck's a mandate mean? At the very best, if a federal government is mandating something, that's just saying that you come in close contact with something federal, then maybe you need to honor the mask or something. How the fuck that end up with an injection in your ass from a foreign corporation experimenting with medicine? Because your goofy ass think your government is everything. I know that's right. It's because government means mind control. You're mind controlled. You have nothing in that box of government besides government. It's just a word. You don't know anything about it or how it works. Yeah, they did their job all right. Shout out to the Board of Education by the federal government. Shout out to them. Shout out to the federal government figuring out how everyone can pander to the federal government when they're done with their agenda in your school. Like, I wonder how that happened, right? Dumb as hell. Y'all thought the federal government was a good idea? Yeah, because you went to a federal government-funded General Board of Education school in a state territory that they have no jurisdiction over, except for when they borrow money. So your state borrowed money to get federal programming into your head, dummy. You're the investment. And then the state lost its grasp over you. You know, moms and pop shit and farming. And then ever since, even the state people, the mean white people, have been playing daddy by borrowing these big credit cards, building these nice estates and doing all these things. And then they're like, yeah, we got to pay your credit cards back. Oh yeah, the slaves are going to pay. Wait, they all moved away to different cities and shit. Oh, we got to pay this shit. We'll rather die. Like some crypto bros. AKA, they ain't make no money off of that since all the niggas dying owes the damn government. They ain't pay their houses off. So they never got to the part where the good part where things were positive for their government they borrowed it from. Y'all remember, right? GI bills and everything. The people dying during the last 60 to 80 years haven't paid their houses off because of interest. So it was never positive. So the property tax was the benefit for the federal government. That's why when the states are going, red alert, and I want y'all to pay fucking attention. They're going, red alert, this state, that state. All of a sudden, it's like it was one state flirting with it, and now it's like 10 states talking about they no longer want to do property taxes. Why? Because property taxes scale to the value of the houses. Wait. No, this ain't about you. If you don't own a house or you flipping houses, shut your dumb ass up. It's about people in government on a state level who have the fanciest houses because of their credit cards and stealing everything. Now their property tax is scaling to the value of their house. They never really made profit or money squatting and using illegal accounts and social security numbers, especially. Now they gotta pay personally a state tax, not just on the house they live in, you dumb niggas, and every other corporate business, McDonald's, everything they got their hand in. That they got to be able to cut the check to cover the property tax for that plaza over there. And if they don't pay that upscale property tax for multiple buildings, they lose that plaza, nigga. Fuck the business. Where they gonna open that business at if they ain't got the land? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Gentrification with credit, nigga. Not because they're rich. They don't pay for shit. That's why they're rich. So now they got to pay the interest on things. Property taxes, right? Property taxes, this is about businesses because it's the state governments who are in a business deal with a federal government, a corporation of corporations. So they only talk about how the top 1% make their money, nigga. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Now you understand the news and MSNBC so much better. So, oh no, black people, shut up. So now you got that problem. Oh shit, the property tax high as fuck when my property is now worth $4 million, but I bought it when it was $40,000. See, they doubled up their property tax and gentrified everything to get in and sell it to the next yuppie chasing them, keeping up with the Joneses. Nobody want to move in those neighborhoods. So hence the states are like, yeah, if we drop the property taxes, then we can keep our shit, and then we can get more yuppies to come back into these neighborhoods. And then after a few more years, turn on the property tax again at a smaller number and get all of them to pay it and make sure that we get old and shit. No, fuck you. You're going to hell. Once you know the game, guys. Once you understand the game, you understand what it is. Like, no, you ain't talking about a person with one house. You're talking about people with a whole bunch. They're worrying about multiply effect. Like RPGs taught us, like, nah, that +3 crit, nigga. That +3 crit, nigga, I do 100,000 damage. That +3 crit is 30,000 extra damage, nigga. Get the fuck out my way. Yeah, that type of shit. So they get hit with criticals on their interest rates across everything they own. Cars, supply lines, tractor trailer trucks, all their businesses and all the assets and all the little shell accounts and corporations. Yeah. At the end of the fucking day though, on the IRS, they were like, yo, we need that property tax run it up. How much? At least you wanna lie about your profits, but you ain't gonna lie about your property, bitch. That's here every year. And how many properties you got in your portfolio? Okay, so we need that. So 60 of them, right? You got 60 McDonald's in your jurisdiction with your district managers. Okay, you got 60 of those. 60 times the property tax or whatever state. So, and oh, by the way, you put them in some really choice cities. That's, after all, how you can afford 60 of them. So, oh yeah, in those big cities that everyone's moving in and out of and moving to, in Silicon Valley, Part 2, in New Hollywood, Atlanta, Georgia, and Wilmington, and Raleigh, if you didn't know. Yeah, we're going to raise our property tax on that. And since you bought it 30 years ago when shit was really slow, you got to pay that new tax times 30 in a row, my nigga. And you ain't making no fucking money here since everyone's leaving. Amen, Marvel. Don't let Tyler Perry fool you talking about, oh, the jobs of the 300 employees. And nah, nigga, how many property taxes you got to pay for those studios? Since you know niggas did everything on credit too. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Niggas had more time to play this game than they did. That's why they're moving and scrambling. But keep in mind, if they have to move or scramble, they're losing those businesses because they're saying we cannot afford it. So if you move because you can't afford it, then your businesses that a lot of people don't know that they're, the bank of, right? They're the funders of these banks or the private investors who pays the tax on the business. If they're not trying to pay those property taxes, guys, the business don't stay behind. You think the district manager or the GM of that McDonald's or that plaza or that whatever the fuck it is going to stay behind and say, yeah, I think I can pick up this fucking $40,000 or $4 million property tax slab so we can keep serving the community burgers and shit. That's what I'm saying. We don't know how to do math. We'll start getting emotional. We want to keep the shop open because we have this nice relationship with the community and we give the extra hamburgers to the homeless. Man, this is crazy. Meanwhile, what's the property tax on that? Since you got so many homeless people there. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. They redlined themselves. Just like putting blood in front of the door. They redlined themselves into hell. All criticals. Shogun. Every billionaire is assembling their own Captain Planet team. With your powers combined, I am Captain Bubbles. I know, because it's about to pop on their ass. Wind, what's good? Mark got a Chinese billionaire to fund his AI project. They borrowed military tech to play poker. Mr. Now. Now is wrong. Come on now. The United States got a whole different problem, guys. It ain't about our education or us working together or coming together as a family. That little shit you tell 6-year-olds don't work no more. These niggas broke. These niggas broke. You want to tell me in the next week they're going to unleash hell on earth with these hungry people? You know how many fucking robberies and fires and backed up court jails and everything? If you imagine if that happened, like, do you know the strain financially on the system itself that doesn't have no money? Logitech controller latency. Come on now. Imagine if they don't use that money they just borrowed and find a way to create an emergency Snap account by November 1st or 4th. Can imagine if. That's millions of people. You know how many people you got? That's like 1 out of 4 people, guys. That ain't just like a couple of poor black people that they always throw in your mind. No, it's 1 out of 4 no matter where you are. 1 out of 4. 1 out of 4, guys. 1 out of 4. Ain't there more people at your damn stoplight? So at least one of them. Anytime you stop at a red light, at an intersection, just do yourself a favor and do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, however many times you can. And you'll see at least how many people are around you that'll be really pissed off, who are already dealing with money issues, and now their government that they're trying to work minimum hours for to pay taxes to ain't even gonna feed them. Y'all be leaving that shit out because motherfuckers are stupid. Like a lot of SNAP recipients required to go to work and pay taxes off their work. The SNAP thing is the adjustment for it. They're working for their own food stamps. I don't know if you notice it, since they're being taxed and can't afford food and shit. You understand everything? So those people already work, bro. Most of them will probably look like single men, by the way. So they ain't got no kids to claim. So those already working, already ain't got enough to be happy, let alone feed themselves. And then you gonna say, nah, we can't even can't give you your food stamps this month, so you don't have the calories and energy you need to go work. You think people go to work when they're hungry? You think people are nice when they're hungry? We said 1 out of 4. And people are already being assholes and weird now. Now do 1 out of 4 are hungry. And even if they're not yet, because they still have food in their cabinets, at least in the next week or 2, right? They're going to be pissed off, anticipating hunger. You tell me your federal government going to let that happen? Who buying this steak from Argentina, nigga? Oh, everybody else that ain't worried. Oh, you talking about the 3 out of 4? That's crazy. Wasn't there just a mass shooting in North Carolina yesterday? And that one kid took down 3 or 4 other people? It just happened. I don't understand anything. Per capita, most of the people on food stamps are white people. And you seen these white boys already shooting up everything. Did y'all hear anything I fucking said? Or were we still in a paradigm where it's all black people? Do the science. Most of the men on SNAP benefits have to work if they ain't got no kids. What kind of white boy ain't got kids and working? An incel usually. Okay, now imagine an incel can't buy his ramen noodles. And he got to cancel some OnlyFans subscriptions. Aren't those the motherfuckers you worry about shooting up shit? And you notice they don't ever go after the government. They shoot the other 3 out of 4 and shit. Because they're mad and they're frustrated. Don't remember? Oh, y'all don't remember. Because we're not paying attention. 2025 is a year of a lot of mass shootings. Charlie Kirk just, took the ball away. Political things. People with money. But for everybody else that just got to live outside, we're talking about starving those people, too. And they outnumber everybody else who ain't white. Don't they? You starving their kids. The kids that come to school and shoot everyone else's. True or false? Y'all worrying about guarding fucking Costco and Walmart like some idiots. What the fuck gonna happen at all your kids in school? Motherfuckers be teasing each other with the group chats now. Now imagine that system is already in place. November 1st. November 5th. Has anyone thought about this yet? Yeah, you got the free lunch program is going to get defunded next. That's on a state level, thank God. But depending on the state, right? Unless federal people fucking bought the state's lunch. Probably investing with Japanese or something. But don't miss this part, Shogun. Free lunch or not, these kids who are at home with their mother or their father who already shoot up shit with good parents. Now imagine them with broke, fired, furloughed, mad at the president, and don't have no food stamp parents going to your kid's school. They're already on medications. That's what's already doing it. You know, the medications that stop you from being sad. Now imagine if they had a fucking system-wide reason at once. With mRNA, too bad. What the fuck do you think can happen like that? SSRIs, hunger, worry, sadness, and constant social media bickering and badgering, black versus white, red versus blue people shit. That sends them to manifestos and shooting people. How many more of those do you think will be bred if they're hungry? You know, for a lot of those medications, you gotta eat food with it. You pop some of them pills on an empty stomach, boy. You familiar? Oh, that's what I forgot to mention. Not only do we have that little weird dimension that I hope Palantir or the federal government figured out, but then you have the pharmaceutical problem. People who cannot afford their coverage because it went up like 30%, which is like hundreds of dollars. And you know, insurance companies, they just want to throw any number out there that makes sense to them over an average, knowing that a lot of people are going to unsign and they're not going to be able to cover you. So you got to pay more just to be in coverage, right? Now imagine all those people like, I'm not. What about all their opiate pills? You know, the happiness things? You ever notice that the tone of a lot of these women, and I love threads for the pictures, look at their faces. They can't even celebrate their fucking birthday with a smile. That's the best way to use social media and the vanity narcissism girls. Look at their facial expression and guess, is that happiness? Or do you sense that looming darkness and loneliness? And you think it's because they can't get dates. These bitches are fucking, but they're not happy. Pills. They don't have the pills. Niggas ain't shit because niggas ain't got pills. A lot of these girls ended up in situationships with drug dealers or drug users. Listen to music. So niggas ain't shit, especially when they coming off a withdrawal. These hot girls and city girls be up with drug users. We're not in the era of the drug dealer. So, you know, Xannies, perks, codeine, weed, cocaine, heroin, ice, ether, whatever your flavor is. That's how them girls end up in these stupid ass relationships. They be on fucking drugs. Now imagine them sober, nigga. Now imagine those who get prescribed the good stuff. Furloughed and shit. $1,000 pill prescriptions, guys. Stay woke, nigga. We talking about opiates. Not Tylenol. They can't afford that shit. And now you're gonna tell the people who need happy pills that they also ain't got no food. All right, love to see that shit. Like the brother Shogun said, they cut that school lunch, boy. Noel says, gold prospecting gonna be the next DoorDash jig. Jesus Christ, they're gonna do Forex on gold trading. Noel says, Slim Shady standing up. I know it already. They're already preparing for it. I see it in their language model. Mr. Now says, I just scrolled by a Halloween-themed birthday carousel of a pretty girl, and now half her picture she barely smirking. They all try to add a smile shape with their hands under their chin. Yeah, physiology. It doesn't lie. They're not happy. They're the only bitches going outside. Mr. Now says more poses than a facial. Yeah, and they're all of a sudden they're posting several pictures in different poses and angles with their face doesn't change. Them bitches are miserable. It has nothing to do with dating. They're drug addicts. Dopamine at the very least. Mr. Now says, so imagine the ugly ones. No, thank you. That's an abomination. Abominations. That's a vain imagination on King David, boy. I know what you're talking about. You try to jump scare me, boy. Try to jump scare somebody. I was going with it too, boy. I almost could have pulled it off. Like, nah, hell nah, abominations. Man, he said, "Yup." Comedy, LOL, Gorilla Gospel, Harut, Shogun. Mr. Now says, "Yup, always everywhere, barely smiling. Women naturally show their teeth when they smiling." Well, I haven't seen her teeth yet. Jesus Christ. Corpus Christi in this motherfucker. I don't know what's going on. I noticed the same thing. And I'm following the prettiest girls on social media trying to get attention left, bro. Oh my God. Activation code UG is crazy, boy. Hell nah. He said, imagine if. Nah, I can't do it. Can you do it? I ain't gonna be able to do it. Can you do it? No, I don't think I can, man. I've been brainwashing myself lately. The fuck? Yeah, I haven't seen none of them girls happy. It's trending. They're not smiling, but they're still spending a lot of fucking money. They must be addicted to it. Yeah. And you already know the brothers is tapped out. They arguing about FanDuel getting sued because they losing money, guys. If they try to do a class action lawsuit, there's all the niggas that lost their money, nigga. You better stay fucking woke out here. Shit, not winning the bet ain't the same as losing the thousands of dollars you bet on it. So stay woke out here. Yeah, buddy. They getting paid $10,000 a day. They did them PPP loan scams, busted, did a few rap songs, got a few views, and now they back at the damn factory. And they took a little bit of money they had left from the good days, and they flipped it on a sure bet on an NBA match and lost everything. Everything else is in crypto. By the way, they just lost everything. Them niggas trying to act like YNs, but they're little fucking autistic nerds betting on crypto. Shut the fuck up. They were using their crypto flip to act like they got guns. Shut the fuck up. Them niggas grew up on Run Escape and fucking Young Dro, ain't I, ass niggas. Young LA, ain't I, them niggas, boy. Soldier Boy telling ass niggas, they got fucked over on that fucking crypto hustle, boy. They don't know what to do. They like, shit, I gotta get a job. They smart as hell, though. Don't let them fool you. But where they gonna work at? Exactly. Previously on X-Men. Yeah, this ain't previously on X-Men, so none of those ideas are there. I love this life. I love the fucking... I'm telling you, this is Oblivion Sharagoff's fucking expansion. Mandela effects be happening. You like, yeah, well, if anything happens, then I'll just go back to the thing from 5, pre-pandemic, 10, 15, 20 years ago. It ain't there no more. You've been gentrified by smooth criminals since. Nah, none of that shit in your old neighborhood even there no more, boy. I'm telling you, as a guy that loves going back to my old neighborhoods, none of this shit I recognize is there. So imagine if. Nah, this ain't that. You ain't got to worry about burning the boats behind you. They don't own them boats. They're rentals. They already went back to the island. They came over here on rented boats. They ain't burn no boats now. They ain't own them. The fuck? Speaking of repossessions, have you noticed them? The algorithm is showing these people. Like the people who rent cars on the street, like the scammer class, like the sub-scammer class of cars, people who rent cars to people. I don't know if you know about that, because you know a lot of people got weird backgrounds and no credit, but people still do credit and let them borrow cars, because they're usually borrowing cars from people who have issues, but they don't have an issue with cash or money. Those guys, they doing content now about, you know, the little Apple tag or whatever it is on their cars, and people texting them and not paying them back and keeping the car in the parking lot, and he got to go out there and easily can get to the car and drive it away. Yeah. That's street level. That's not a company. That's a Facebook or Instagram post person. So what that says to a real nigga like me is that the real niggas who have enough expenditure income to get a few hoopties and then rent them out and then track them, right? They're kind of smart, right? Themselves. That the women and the people that borrow cars like that, like for like bad prices too, but you know, it's better than nothing, right? Those women who usually fucking and sucking and getting it from multiple men to be able to afford that $500 rental a week, Those guys that do the renting of those vehicles are having to collect because the dope girls or the scammer girls don't have any money for the car. I want you to keep that in mind, that the scammer quality, whoring quality of women are renting the cars because they can't afford to buy a car, even a hoopty. Or they're just so vain that they have to rent, you know, a modern car. That's usually what it is. Whatever, vanity. But what I'm saying is, no matter what the stock market says about it, the street niggas who are renting cars to that version of society, they're doing more collections than ever because that version of society, that had all the PPP loans and all the fucking eyebrows and all that shit, and the boys that like them ain't got no money either. We talking about off the books. We talking about little money off the books though, but we talking about off the books people. They ain't got it either. Now imagine they ain't got a fucking rental car either because the niggas is coming to collect or trying to. So even if they can't find them, they always looking over their shoulders and shit. But as soon they'll just report it stolen. And once they report it stolen, then it's a whole nother issue, right? So, yeah. Know that. Know that. That's like a weather report, like word on the streets. Most people ain't paying attention to that segment. Terrible. Because they tell you how much expenditure income there is in that city. I can tell by the apartment complexes he be going to. Okay. Yep. Tijuana, Tijana, Latoya, and all them kids. Who gonna drive them to school since the school district remapped it and that bus ain't coming to that neighborhood? Who gonna drive them badass kids to school tomorrow? Mama better have enough money in her Cashapp for Uber, I guess. You understand? And then the same mama that now gotta send her kids to school with Uber money, hoping one of the Uber dummies give her extra cash so she can rent or get another car. In the meantime, now she gotta figure out, wait, food stamps next week, what? Well, y'all forgot about that segment of our population that has guns. Let me bring everyone up to speed. Did you know, outside of the ignorant, stupid, retarded shit that people put on the internet for entertainment because they like making fun of people less fortunate, that there's a segment of our population who may be all of these things, but they do good getting illegal money. They have guns, they have networks, they have friends. You call them gangs, classical term. But gangs aren't gangs as much as they were anymore. But if you take that philosophy, because they're daddies and grandfathers, and then they just did their own kind of thing. I don't know. Obviously, that's what the United States did. Now, that level of society, those girls that those guys fuck on, who usually have more than one or two baby daddies, they usually on food stamps by default. By default, dog. That's the point of it. They're not always in the projects, but if they on projects, on food stamps, that's one thing. But I'm talking about the ones who be in houses or nice apartments or mid-rises and got baby daddies who do street shit. You know, like Lil Durk's white baby mama. Food stamps. All his baby mamas probably. Food stamps. They ain't got jobs, they ain't got W-2 forms. Food stamps. Yeah. So a lot of those people, even some of your favorite people on Twitter and stuff, like you forget these bitches ain't got jobs. They got food stamps. But yeah, they have nice hair and everything because the street niggas is giving them money to pay for it. Now we understand there's more than one way to get a fucking paycheck in this damn country, especially if you have a vagina. Oldest profession ever, right? Now it's down to a loaf of bread. Stay woke, fellas. So that class of people who have kids who are like teenagers now too, because this has been going on, this Ponzi scheme has been going on for a while. That generation, first of a kind, by the way. This is the first time they're old enough to be these people in these positions ever in government statistics as well. This is a new class of niggas they never heard of. I know, we're the first ones. That right there, the ones who went to school and shit, and watch BET and TRL too. I'm talking about them who got food stamps and boyfriends got guns and problems and drugs. I'm talking about them girls. You're gonna have to call their baby daddy to figure out how to get her money and feed his kids. We talking about the baby daddy with guns. Did our government think about that? I don't think our government thought about that. Impossible. Yeah, that's a different phone call than any other phone call. Bitch, you only use us for money. I ain't giving you no money. Sometimes I give you money. I always show up for my kids. Okay. Yeah, you always show up for your kids for everything but food because mama got so many kids that she got like $1,000 and the white people be getting 4,000. Anywhere from $1,000 to $4,000 worth of food stamps. Ooh, no wonder why they have like $2,000 worth of more clothes than everyone else. I know what the argument is. It still goes into the same economy though. You hating. So those people who are used to that much food too, don't miss this. Oh, this is the illest one about it. It ain't like, oh shit, we ain't got food stamps, let's cut back on our dietary practices. A whole society of obese people, 1 out of 2 by the way. But we gotta count, so you gotta understand like instant calorie deficits, sickness, headaches, all kind of shit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, imagine focusing at school or work in those conditions. Even if you cut your calories back and you have food, but you have to cut your food back. You're not going to be as excited and ecstatic and energetic and outside and helpful and learning and paying attention and joking with your friends. Like, that's a whole patina shift, especially if at least 1 out of 4 people rely on food stamps. Not 1 out of 40, 1 out of 4. So we're not just dealing with, oh, fuck, the government don't want to feed the poor. Y'all ain't sociology. Y'all ain't studying niggas enough for me. Nah. The federal government is going to have to address the calls to the dope boys. Yep. Shaquisha and all of them, the ones at a lower pecking order, they're the ones that are going to run into Dollar Tree, Walmart, and try to get away with free stuff with entitlements. I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about the girls you try and be like on social media. They're baby daddies. That's a different phone call. Because he going to have to come up with all the money that she normally bother him about in the deficit of thousands of dollars worth of food stamps to feed his kid and his ops kid and maybe his cousin's kid. Whoever wants to chip in at this time, but whoever answers the phone, Yep. Millions, actually. When you think about it, the way they break down the numbers is like millennial kingdom. Yeah, it'd be like out of the millennials, there's no other version of niggas that I know. So, yeah, I'll say about 100,000 at the very minimum who might make that phone call and pick it up. Yeah. And then what happens? Yeah, that's different. It's not randomly walking into a place and shooting random people because they're frustrated with life and wanted to kill themselves. No. They start doing criminal brainstorming activities. They'll hit a quick lick instantly, but then they have to know this is non-sustainable. Then you forgot my touch up. And then you have to imagine these street niggas who have that type of motion to deal with these stupid ass, gold digging ass bitches. Their clientele is usually, oh, this is gonna blow your fucking mind. Everybody but niggas. So they're gonna have a way different conversation loaded in their head when they out in the streets with the civilians that they be serving. All kinds of things, all kinds of favors, all kind of hoes, all kind of things. We're a multi-generational talent. The same nigga that can get you coke can get you weed and probably get you a hoe by the end of the night. You gotta be outside with these niggas. They're very crafty. But then you gotta understand that how wide their net of influence over people in their town or city is. Because they know all their secrets too. Don't miss that shit. Don't forget they be getting away with shit with law enforcement because of who is coming to them for coke, who is coming to them for hoes, who is coming to them for getting something stolen or insurance scam. Like, oh no, you arresting me? Oh no, you know Jesse Proctor? Yeah, slow down. Type shit. It don't even be with law enforcement. It be with the fact that it's somebody in that town, son, nephew, cousin, that know law enforcement. And be like, nah, you can't even fucking arrest him because of the party we have this weekend. And what crime he do? What he really do? You pulled him over on some bullshit and he just got it on him. He ain't kill nobody, did he? He ain't steal nothing from none of your profit or from your nothing. Oh no, he minded his fucking business. Let him go. Type shit. Trust me, I know. So like, that's network. So that strain on him and that character type, that strain from these baby mamas, and I just said one baby mama calling one of the baby daddies. Now, what if these same high demand hood niggas have more than one baby mama. Their damn self. Fuck the fact that his baby mama got 3 baby daddies. But he himself got 4 baby mamas. Not all of them, but the more drugs and more motion they have, it seems that bitches love fucking getting pregnant by these niggas. So then you got 1 baby mama, you got 4 baby mamas per baby daddy, and you got 4 baby daddies per baby mama. But it's the same 10 to 20% of men, according to the status. So you gotta understand there's a whole tribe of people, if you will, with underground local motion who are all gonna be getting phone calls in the next week or 2 about how they're gonna feed their kids. The whole reason for them to be in the streets to begin with, I hope you understand the whole John Singleton thing. Like, those are the type of men who've pulled that off, and those many bitches, because their prime lie to themselves is like, I gotta do it for my family. We talking about the niggas who hit the streets for their family, about to get phone calls about their family. Yo, Shogun, what's going on? That seem like that can be problematic, you think? Woke up, I had the same clothes on. Yesterday, we all broke. I must have passed out. I refuse to be a bum, especially where I come from. I'm a provider, girl, and I love you. And I said before, dodging county law. But I went to high school and dropped right out. Now I'm driving this car down 95. Pray to God I make it home alive. I don't want to be another cocaine story. Will I find my sanity or will I find my glory? Hello, beloved one. You know what I am. Don't see my face no more. I'm a rider, girl. Goodbye, beloved one. You know what I am. Don't see my face no more. I'm a rider, girl. Someday it'll be over. We'll have a family, and then I'll be a voter. And if I die, no, it may change you. Look over my family as an angel. So it's just like I said before. You know how cooked you are? Pharrell know that damn story? Grew up around the Clips. Not hard to tell. So, imagine. In a world full of Pharrells, everyone know a Pusha T. Or Malice, worse. You want to reactivate Malice from the Clips out here. Nah, family. There's no reason for that. Like Shogun said, they ain't got access to this math, obviously. Dima Down says, I saw that too, brother. I don't read it. He said, Cooking with Kaya says she's going through financial struggles. The streams ain't streaming no more. Yeah. Because she ain't going to be getting food stamps to waste all that damn food. So it's just like I said before. You know them girls you be watching on social media, and it's just like I said before, who be doing all the cooking and TikToks and making a little extra money for their pretty hair and shit. Yeah, sometimes that be the only shit they got for real. But they're geniuses. They flip it. Ain't that what the American dream is? So what she's saying is whatever she had to do in her little beneficial pyramid scheme, she got cut a few places. I'm assuming food stamps, obviously, is Cooking with Kaya. And then maybe a job, a federal job, maybe some other shit. On top of what the brother Dima's saying. that she was able to stay quiet about it until this announcement, because now that was her final straw, right? The streams ain't streaming enough, so that's her final straw. Like, the streams ain't streaming, but at least I can keep content and make a little something for free-ish, because of my food stamps come in. I got new videos and new ideas. But now I'm not gonna have however many food stamps that was, and now I gotta like buy to eat for real, and it ain't gonna look so cool with all the food prices going up anyway. And now my streams going down because TikTok sold with a new algorithm, and they ain't really pandering to me anymore anyway. So, damn guys, how the fuck we get here? This is the tone of what she was saying. She can't believe it. She can't believe the, you know what I'm saying? I understand her. She didn't make up no bullshit or no excuse either. She was just saying, damn, TikTok, game over. Cooking with Kaya, man. Making dishes, making people try to cook all kind of weird, good shit that's bad for you. Who cares? Shake her ass a little bit. She talking about, nah. TBFB 13-3, the food stamp brick wall. Nah, damn. Shogun says, even if they find the funds, the curse is still... Come on. Even if you looking for the funds and find them, the curse is still there. But to the audience's credit, who has no idea what I'm talking about, that's how much this country and this government don't give a fuck about us. They don't even pay attention. They benign neglect us so much that they don't even have a nigga that go to college that do niggaology or sociology that can even tell you what the fuck I'm talking about. And we gotta know all that shit and their shit too. And I gotta do the history too. Nigga, I'm tired. Staying alive. You know, the more you know, you increase your chances of survival. That's it. Not to be smart or get paid or compensated. Just so we don't die down here, starving. That is sick, Karoo. They just painted all the same thing. Poor, and then in your own mind, because the way they condition us, usually black, but they don't do the per capita. Like, all the black people could be poor. It'll still be less than 50% of the whole population. And all the black people are poor, since this is their nation. So I don't know why they're always pointing at us. And then they indoctrinated everyone through their education and media to do the same. You know, Pavlo dogs. They've been looking at us so much as the reference point for pain. Now that when it's their turn, they're like, oh shit, the wall is right there, and they never hit the brakes. They're trying to hit the brakes with the wall there. They didn't have a chance to hit the brakes and slow down like a speeding train. Like, oh shit, shit's closer than it appears. No, they were looking the wrong way, and the wall is there, and they trying to like, where my brakes at? You ain't got none. First of all, ain't supposed to be no fucking wall there either. That's new. There wasn't supposed to be no fucking wall in the middle of a railroad track, nigga. So now you got a morale issue. And this is all speculation stuff, right? Like, everyone's adjusting to the fear of November 1st. Your government still got a whole week to, like the brother said, find some emergency funds. This is just all for like people already afraid, and like they already creating the content, setting the tone, giving you the backdrop of like what could and would happen if, and then the smaller areas where the motherfuckers ran out of food stamps for other reasons, acting a damn fool because they can. Like, once you get past that bullshit, everybody watching this shit like an election. This is the 2025 election, nigga. Whether or not Donald Trump and associates is gonna let their hood nigga section gentrified economies die because of Israel. They didn't have that variable before. This whole year we watched them fund wars for billions and trillions of dollars if you add it up. Like, and that's a new thing, because our sisters were paying attention to social media at least, and you know our sisters on social media are paying attention to numbers when it's everyone else's pockets. So you have the sisters who are in the conversations with their little bad sisters with all the baby daddies who sell drugs having this conversation. Like, and they have the nerve. Anything in corporate, because remember, all them sisters in corporate just got fired. So where you think they hanging out with? Who you think auntie is? Do they do anything, Shogun, or do you think that we ostracize our own people? Especially when we ain't got no money. Anyway, so yeah. I'm telling you now. They ain't gonna get them girls back, politically. Because you have to watch them suffer their ego, their family suffer egos, and the fact that somehow or another they got duped politically, but you're not taking care of they women, but everything you pay for tax dollar wise has been sent offshore to Israel taking care of their women. Israeli women get all your tax dollars, sister. Based on true story. Based on true story. Their healthcare, their education, and their rent, and their maternity leave goes to Jewish women in Israel, off of your back, by the way. They're cloning your birth certificate, hence dual citizenship. You're the real Jews, stupid. I know you're not ready for that degree yet, but anyway, let's just keep it taxes. The taxes that you've been working, that you don't get paid everything of, the money that they send to Israel from your shit, borrowing your shit from your bank account, since they ain't got one, since they're made up people after 1940, yeah, they lit. They the ones that telling you that you don't need your man, so you can go to work and pay for their benefits. You dumb bitches. Still love you. But y'all some dumb bitches. Because if you only knew. So yeah, so our sisters are going to start waking up to that program. And be like, wait, even this was their program. Even this was these bitches' program. Even this was these bitches' program. Wait, these bitches been using us and then taking our tax dollars to build they shit up? Yeah, nigga, it's called usury. Carpetbaggers, name stealers, them niggas. Because they're not Jews, we are. I'm not just saying that, sister. We literally have no other choice. Who the fuck else could be copper colored? In America, nigga. Wake your ass up. So yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying for like the last 10 years of my life. I was like, I won't find niggas one day that kind of get like where this gonna go. Because I'm just getting started and they chopping me in my legs. Like, I ain't even take them to the fucking top. Like, I'm still here with this shit. And the water's running out. It's getting up to my eyes now. I hold up my head to get it through my nose, but shit, the water rising quick, boy. Meaning, it's gonna hit a threshold soon where the people below the water ain't gonna give a fuck about what I'm talking about ever again. If these motherfuckers don't figure that out. They got a couple days. I'm pretty sure their AI simulations did the numbers thing. But I don't know if they really calculated long-term effects of nigology, but that's okay. They probably don't care. But if they don't figure out something at that corner right there, if they don't figure out something with those people, that 80 million people right there and all their friends and Indian associates, if they don't figure out something there, and I know they owe $1 trillion and they talking about billions and millions and people who really downstairs, but yeah, buddy, hasta la vista or whatever the fuck it is. So, over under. Do we have a fan duel for these topics? Can we create fucking I wouldn't do that. That'd be reprobate as fuck. But over and unders for these topics would be crazy. That would be fucking nuts. Since all we're down left to is gambling. Gambling with our life, gambling with our freedom, gambling with our future securities. This whole nation left with gambling. We hope it works out. That's gambling, nigga. I know they got us. Thank God I'm in Vegas. It makes sense, at least for me. But yeah, we're in a gambling type of if you had to base things on numbers, percents, and probabilities, versus knowing and security, nah, we at the gambling, we're at the Casino Royale level of this simulation. It doesn't mean that everything go to hell though. Like, that doesn't mean like the end of the world at all, even. It'll be the end of the world for the federal government though. And then that transition will be uncomfortable. But no. Even if the federal government in DC and US and Trump stay president for the next 3 years, and that happened, That flashpoint is a flashpoint. If this flashpoint manifests in however fucking million was it? How many people need food stamps? 40 or more? 40 million or more? And they're not like isolated people because we're not robots. So 40 million households or apartment complexes, however the fuck you want to internalize this shit. 40 million of them bitches start having that conversation. They're already doing it on social media, but imagine if like they're hungry having it and they gotta listen now because they ain't like, you know, they can use the extra cash they have to have fun instead. No, you have everybody at fucking center attention soon. This is like a artificial paper famine that the Bible warns about. It's still a famine though. It counts as a famine because we don't do the other thing. So in our system, this is a famine. I'll tell you, God will meet you where you're at. Fear God. So yeah, we're having an artificial construct famine manifesting, and the famine is real. You know, hunger is real. So the variables of why it happened is fake. The variables of it being fake is why they're so rich and why they get to hold it over you. But now they can't even hold it over you. I think that's the next level that everyone's forgetting. This is not based on racism and emotionalism. They don't have it. And they don't have it, and they give a fuck less about who else wants it. Because they don't have it. So the person you depending on ain't got it. They don't give a fuck about none of you who want it. They ain't got it. So it seems stressful because of the social conditions I'm describing. They never give a fuck about that anyway. But what I'm saying is they're in such a vulnerable position with what they are worried about above them that also having instability amongst you below them changes the political environment either way. If they go into a famine and people starve and die, but everyone survives, but everyone's inconvenienced, so some Black Panthers 1960s part 2 shit, and that becomes like the morale of society, and you seeing this shit on Instagram instead of the pretty bitches with weird eyebrows, you're gonna have a social change. People already don't believe you about education and making changes, so you're gonna have like an ignorant lock. You're gonna have a gridlock on people's awareness from this time period previous to the pandemic. You're gonna have a lost generation on top of this. And we're talking about millions of people, so don't miss that. Never be used in a system that they created this way. Or let's say you come at the last minute and go, hey, yay, private investors again. Yeah, that's gonna feel good at first. That might take us through Christmas. But now, whatever that amount is, your kids and everyone working in this society as a citizen is owing a foreign interest. AKA, nothing stops this from happening again. But now you have to tweak your society in such a way that suits the person they borrowed from. And all they're gonna say, you the people, beg them to give you your food stamps, so they had to borrow from another Paul. But this Paul, we can't pay him. We make negative $300 billion, which is why we didn't have food stamps, and we're about to borrow $2 trillion, which we may or may not use to pay him, but either way, we owe the Federal Reserve, which means the value of your dollar is still going to the trash can either way you do it. So this checkpoint way more important than whether or not they make that emergency fund for food stamps, which I think they will, for the majority. But it's a flashpoint for everything else we've been talking about. They ain't got enough money to feed their citizens, dog, on a corporate level. They're shutting corporations down. They can't feed their people. They're firing people. They can't feed their people. You understand? The top paid programmers and stuff pay taxes into your food stamps. They fired them. So where does the food stamp budget come from for next year if the people who would theoretically account for paying into those fundings and programs based on the region they work in, if they ain't working at that level no more, and they in line with you at the food bank, how high do you think your food stamps will be ever again? Exactly. They'll cut your food stamps. You know what the problem is with cutting food stamps right now? The cost of food. You notice the cost of food didn't go down. So now you're having a famine and a food stamp crisis when food is at its highest cost. So it's nothing like the famines of the 1920s and 30s or even 2008. Food never costed this much. Ever. This is post-pandemic greed. So don't forget that part of the story. Oh, all I gotta do is work and get a job. No, bitch. Why is food cost this much? If we're in hyperinflation, like, why is food out of control financially? What that means is those businesses that jacked all their prices up on food are that fucking close to going out of business already. Please don't miss this, guys. If those companies who are already raising their prices and cutting off their employees and staff and they're attacking their trade routes, they can't use non-American English speaking shipping to your grocery stores due to science. If everything has to be localized soon and the prices already skyrocketed to the moon, not just to inconvenience you, but they already know you can't afford it. Your government ain't got the food stamps to give you to afford it, which is why the prices can stay that high. Don't forget this. The grocery store can raise the prices knowing that people walking in there with free money, black or white, are going to buy the Nabisco anyway. They're budgeting free money. Whereas me, I'm like, shit, I can't even buy my favorite thing as many times as I want to. Real life. So don't worry, I'll take it in stride. It is what it is. But now when you have everyone's prices adjusted to how much they can budget and spend, a lot of those products that hit that higher price mark ain't going to be bought as much anymore by Sally JC and Raphael. You feel me? Niggas would be right back on beans and rice and eggs and chicken and all that type of shit real quick. And that will still cost $20 in comparison to when we were kids. But they won't be doing Nabisco, Nestle, and the fucking Elfs too. Don't miss it. So that means that's less revenue for the company, for the shipper, for the grocer, for the vendors, and everything in between us now. All your fucking restaurants that put that shit as ingredients on their fucking ice cream. Don't miss it now. That company now has less on their fucking docket, less, and they're already cutting, and they have less, and they're already shutting down different pipelines, and they have less, and they already lost their trade routes, and they have less, and they're already paying tariffs. Now they have less. Now they have less. Don't forget the tariffs and the shipping cost difference, by the way. Cool. Fuck whether or not the price of the food is there. Nigga, ain't no one ever gonna fucking buy it anymore. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. This doesn't just affect poor black people, my right-wing retards. This affects the businesses that sell to us. And obviously, per capita, you, since you copy us. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'm telling you, man, yo, Shogun, the taste buds changed already. I want y'all to go to Twitter or Threads and search in the last week. Limit it to the last week if you need to. And type in Chick-fil-A taste. And I want you to pay attention to all the black women talking about, yo, what's up with Chick-fil-A? It tastes different. Yeah, girl, it's all the antibiotics they let back into it. They ain't got shit to do with taste. I know, it's just something about the texture. No. Nigga, I've been saying that for years. These niggas is getting so broke, they're starting to realize that Chick-fil-A never tastes good. Long COVID be damned. Nah. Did y'all hear what the fuck I said? You know how people be when they be capping. Oh, that shit don't taste good. Oh, that shit don't. Man, I don't care about Jordans anyway. I'm gonna wear me my $20 Asics. You know them niggas, right? Now do those niggas in food. And Google them and Twitter them, and you'll see them talking about it. And read the threads of the comments. Yeah, girl. You're gonna see all kind of science and no references. Because niggas is redefining their lifestyle choices. And what I'm saying is niggas have voted against wasting white girl money at Target already. And niggas have voted to stop going to Chick-fil-A so damn much to feed their damn kids chicken nuggets every day. I don't think y'all understand anything. I'm talking about our electoral college. They already voted against Starbucks. They already voted against Target. And I just told you within the last week, Chick-fil-A is on the cutting block. Y'all don't understand anything. If I can't buy all my microwave and my air fryer bullshit, then that extra $20 or $40 you sweat me about definitely ain't going to Chick-fil-A today. You understand everything? So Chick-fil-A up out of here. They was like, yeah, that's what they get. The Sunday disrespecting the gay people, the Christians. Nigga, gay people ain't even registered to be gay people. We got the stats on that. We back to operationing limitations of how much transgender and gays that we got. Our society gonna be fine with them. We back to reasonable levels. Now let's get out of their politics. Now, back to food. You understand everything? Distractions. Woo. Yo, no Target, no Chick-fil-A, and no Starbucks in any given avenue of a gentrified area, right? Usually all three of those in the same plaza, at least on the same street, right? And in those gentrified neighborhoods where they're down the street, they have those apartments off the highway where all their employees would live, with them rents that started way too high back then. Now, your culture no longer supports those three businesses. Some of those locations spread out are already closed, and now those people ain't got nowhere to work, but don't miss this part. Without Target, Chick-fil-A, and Starbucks, that area ain't a hit no more. We talking about paying rent because. We're paying rent there because it's there. You understand everything about our women? Like, of course they're going to get those mid-rise bullshit-ass apartments right down the fucking street from Walmart, Target, Starbucks, Chick-fil-A, and everything else that we don't have to mention. Right. Right. We talking about the girls who love going on errands because their grandmother used to, back in the 90s. Right? They're closing down everything they talk about on social media, bro. So social media culture is going to be different. Because who else can you do to, women are social. They copy each other, although they hate on each other, but their sister code is they're all competing with each other on the same codes. So it's like, even if, like, no more Starbucks pictures, no more, oh my God, girl, I just came back from Chick-fil-A, talking in the car for no fucking reasons. You know what I'm saying? That's their version of the salon shit. And Walmart next. Oh my God. Walmart already talking about closing the doors and closing down self-checkout. Which is in their right to do since it's their store that they're occupying on our grandmother's land, but everyone ain't trying to steal from them from grandma's house. I understand everything, Walmart. Do what you got to do. But what I'm saying is, like, think about the optics of that. That pandemonium they're going to show at one Walmart somewhere in a nondescript location where Walmart had no fucking business being anyway per capita in tax revenue. But it's going to be there in some dumb shit, and hopefully it's not violent, but this is just the optics will be wild of people standing outside and arguing and crying and shit. Next time they're like, yo, man, Thanksgiving coming, Black Friday, we boycotting Walmart. And damn niggas is lying. But guess what? Walmart will still go out of business. As soon as that post starts, picks up traction. All of a sudden, Walmart announces. Remember, they already froze hiring for 3 years. You know that most Walmarts in gentrified areas are hiring black people. I don't know if you've been to Walmarts around our areas. Down the street, on the other side of those Targets. They're two different demographics. You understand everything? So have fun with that shit. So these people getting fired from everywhere else, and they live closer at the lower tax bracket, closer to the Walmarts. And Walmarts ain't hiring them. Walmarts ain't hiring them, and Walmarts ain't letting them steal food. How long you think that Walmart gonna be there, fool? They're already not hiring their people. So who's gonna stop them from stealing? 2 security guards? Don't forget them security guards, man, be them same brothers who get these stupid ass girls pregnant. They don't have a degree in nigology, I think. Their ChatGPT can never see how interconnected we really are. So yeah, Walmart, definitely. Walmart's already struggling though. That's why this issue being, like you just said, that's uniquely Walmart. Food stamps and Walmart are like best friends. So imagine the areas that map around Walmarts, since they came and replaced our main streets and mom and pop things. They're everywhere we are. So if they're going to be weird, they're not hiring us, but they're down the street. And they ain't going to let us steal some food for our kids. We talking about principles and morals. We ain't talking about if we should steal or not, but at the same time, the food went up, the evaluation of money went up because of people like Walmart. So you understand they have a little communist logistical argument in their head, but it's not about that. It's about the fact that what the fuck is Walmart here for? Walmart don't pay their employees enough anyway. Yeah, in the same neighborhoods. In the same neighborhoods that need the food stamps while working at Walmart to get food from Walmart anyway. Once you start doing per capita for real about Walmart employees. Okay. You see? That ain't going to stop the dope boys from getting into Walmart after hours, is it? Police, by the time you call them, all them shiesties and COVID masks, They ain't even gonna want to start that investigation because they gonna be like, damn, I'm hungry. They don't understand nothing. Also, it's military post 4 hours. They hired military down here for the parking lot. Rod Hayes was talking about this months ago. Yeah. They always talk about Walmart because of the Jade Hellman FEMA camp idea. Walmart of all places, primed and always part of someone's conspiracy about a FEMA camp location in underground tunnels. Don't miss that. So yeah, they better have some military in their fucking parking lot if it's a FEMA camp. Because once those people break into that store, they might go down some other doors thinking they can steal something else, and they might end up in a fucking human trafficking ring, if you understand everything. Oh yeah. Y'all motherfuckers still think a bunch of foreign immigrants are locals. Wake your dumb ass up. It's a franchise. It doesn't tell you nothing about the people that own it. Why do they have so many federal subsidies anyway? All that surveillance and pictures they take of you every day. Palantir be damned. Walmart sold your damn biometrics already, goofy. They got extra money for you just going to their store from the federal government by selling your biometric data. Did you know that? Mm-hmm. All those videos, security cams and pictures and footprints and the sounds and everything, they sell out too. They worse than your damn cell phone provider. Now imagine if that Ponzi scheme, that racket right there, gets boycotted. Now, what if what invested in that system is hit? The Pentagon. The same Pentagon that's borrowing over $100 billion. Who may, through the kindness of their heart, broke ass negative $300 billion, put whatever amount they need on the boards to feed everybody, at least for the month of Thanksgiving. Yeah. It's all connected. Because it's corporate. Corporate is connected. That's the only thing that's here. Everything else is nations of people. Real life, bro. It's that simple. So, I don't know, man. I pray that everyone gets what they need to eat at the very least, especially the people with children, and for the sake of the children at the very least. They didn't sign up to fucking be here in that sense. Like, why do they need to suffer for shit that's upmarked and they're already making 3 to 5 times the profit on everything they sold this year already so far, it seems anyway. But maybe it's not enough for them to stay in business. Maybe they need to think about their business anyway. Ain't that what they tell us to do? Oh, you should save your money and do these things instead. Well, how come they keep raising up the prices on food if these are the niggas who's supposed to be the example of strategizing budget issues? Their budget solution is to get more money from you. Our budget solution is always, you need to pay us more money, but you notice how you're not paying us more money, but they're taking more money from us? How does that work? And they don't pay taxes either. See? That's a broken script right there. That should be impossible because there's no reason why you need to argue that. That's common sense. Like, duh. Like, if they get all of the extra benefits of raising the prices of things, federal subsidies, and then SNAP for their employees, and then SNAP as a receiver, and then they don't pay you more money to exist in that area where Walmart is at, yeah, they deserve to go out of fucking business. Because they're not making money. They're just using the people. Walmart ain't got to put up no fucking money. All this shit's done on credit, guys. On borrowed leases and mortgages that they never pay off the interest anyway. It hasn't been alive more than 100 years anyway. Have you noticed like a lot of the companies from 50 years ago or 60 years ago left are already out of business? Circuit City, Radio Shack? Yeah, there's no old corporations in America. This is a new fucking idea, niggas. The oldest things here are the bank members, but the corporations don't last that long. They're on a Ponzi. All of them are. It's capitalism. There is no long-term capitalism artifact. So everything in capitalism right now will die, in fact, because of capitalism. So Walmart's on his last leg anyway, just like Shogun was saying. It's a national security issue. JPX says, I live across from a Walmart. You got a nice Walmart, or you got a small Walmart? You got a grocery-only Walmart, or you got a big Walmart with a big grocery Walmart? There's like 5 different society scales of Walmarts on here. You got like super Walmart. You got like neighborhood Walmart. You got like the hood nigga Walmart that has the Metro PCS Subway Chinese food and a pawn shop and some other bullshit in a different country. And then you got Walmart. Like shopping carts and shit ready for you. Crazy. Property taxes. Amazing. Yep. Cooked. Cooked, bro. Cooked. I am too, by the way. Trust me. I do not have a better backup plan for anything going on. I hope you don't misunderstand my tone. I have no fucking clue. I'm doing the scene. I'm doing the fucking what's it called, the Stephen A. Smith thing. I'm just trying to give you the pregame. I'm trying to give you that Sunday pregame scout report going on. That's all. This is a scout report. That's all. I hope the smartest, richest, bestest people in the world, apparently since God created us, can figure out a fucking money problem. Because it ain't like once they fix a money problem, the United States ran out of problems to solve. Because this is our bottom of the barrel problem. Food. We're at the bottom of the barrel of our societal problems, right? Food, right? Everything else is politics. Now we down to food. That's everybody's color. Motherfuckers be like, well, you should get a job. Well, if you starve, you'll die. Well, let's take the most glorious outcome these dumbasses have. Let's say everyone who couldn't afford the food died. Now all those people ain't alive doing the things that are in the pipeline to your dumbass. Who gonna work for you and buy the things and serve you and do the things if you want the poor people to die in front of you, you dumb bitch? See, it's cool to have a bunch of money, but a bunch of money to buy from who to do what now? You gonna pay who $10,000 to do what? You gonna drive up to where and get service over where? You gonna have what to check in on this? You gonna do what and do that over there? And you gonna open up this and who's gonna shop at it? Dumbass. Dumbass people. Money, like credit sitting in people's accounts make them fucking stupid temporarily until the shit start running out. Then they wake up to their fucking senses. So what I'm saying is, even for they dumbasses, November gonna be a tricky month. Around the 15th. Dumbass. You see what I'm saying? Like, this ain't like the other girls. This problem ain't like the other problems. This problem is everyone's problem because it's a pyramid scheme. And then you have danger, social issues, fires, insurance issues, policies, breakdowns, dope boy phone calls, all kind of shit. Nigga, fucking, I'm moving, I'm breaking my lease, blah, blah, blah. I ain't paying this bill. We need something to eat, blah, blah, blah. It brings down everything at once, don't it, guys? We were talking about we should do a mass boycott, but you know what's a bigger mass boycott? Not paying off some shit because you got to buy you some fucking food. 40 to 80 million people at a time, November 1st. Correct? For other people who got to figure it out. They're going to figure it out by not paying something else, right? They're going to buy some food, trust me, before they pay any other bills or car notes or rents. Correct? If rent is due on the 5th and I ain't got no fucking food stamps on the 1st, what's going to happen to all those mortgages on the 15th, my niggas? Did these fuckers think about anything? Right, Shogun? Like, shout out to you, JP. I saw y'all got the everything, the grocery, garden, auto repair, but it's not the nicest. So that's like an OG Walmart from like the early 2000s or late 90s. So yeah, like it affects everybody. It affects everybody since your working class is only 80 million people, and of those working class people, you have people on food stamps. So if they have to make a decision by themselves to eat by November 6th, they're not paying November 5th anything bills. Do you understand what the problem is now? I don't think they do. They don't understand how credit works in the credit system. I don't think they do. So yeah. You're going to tell them to not pay their rent is what you're saying.
It's November 1st. Beautiful cutoff, right before Thanksgiving. They have a whole 30 days before they got to worry about moving by Christmas. So imagine gentrified areas and apartment complexes where the rent's already too high and everybody's like, fucking, I ain't paying it. And then you have to do all of these things at the courthouse to evict swaths of people. I don't know, 40 to 80 million of them niggas. You think about this? Well, white people would just close their eyes and like, well, if they don't eat, they'll just die. No, your whole fucking property valuable. Everything in your city will go to hell value-wise. It's the bank, nigga. Not what you think in your drive. Dumbass people. Me having $1,000 in my account for my rent, my renter's office is with a different bank. That bank that collects all your mortgages is usually the bank that collects everything else to be able to loan to your white businesses. Since it has enough fucking money for rents. You know, like Walmart rents the building. You know, like any other small company rents the building from the same building and bank that we get our paychecks. It's the bank. So out of our bank, we're not going to transfer credits to their bank where they have access to shit. That only matters depending on the people who receive the access to the other side of that. It's the same bank. But that cuts off you. Nigga, why it gotta be white? Why did white people move to a black continent? Dumbass. Who else could a colonizer be? Why they ask dumb questions like that? Why it gotta be white? That's my question. Why are white people here in a black continent? Telling black people in their black continent, in their nativity, what to do, and sign us up on 360 deals with this bullshit ass system. That's the question. Not why are they white. I don't care what skin color they are. It's just so easy for us that the foreigner is the white guy. In a black land, of course. So for us, when we say that, we're not saying it like, fuck white people, or no. They came over here on bullshit. We didn't go over there to where they from. Where they from again? Don't tell me where my grandfather from. That's why it's white. Because what the fuck, where do white people come from? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. So anyway, trickle down effects. All up for whether or not a motherfucker gets food stamps. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? If a motherfucker need food for their refrigerator, their refrigerator in a fucking apartment or room that has a refrigerator in it, they gotta pay their fucking rent. They said November 1st. They said November 1st, you may not get money for food. You think they're paying rent in November. Why the fuck would I be worrying about where I live if I can't eat for the next 3 days? That's a common sense deduction. I couldn't even fault nobody for that logic. It's either I have 30 days to figure out where I'm going to live, or I pay them some arbitrary thing where I shouldn't pay for it anyway, theoretically, especially if you're one of us, but we do, but then I can't eat. So I'll just be starving on a water, what do they call it, a faucet water fast for the next couple of days with all these kids and all these problems. No, they're just not going to pay their fucking rent on time. Where from India are you from? What are you talking about? Kingdom of Rada and Kingdom of Rada. We're not from a part of anything, nigga. It's ours. I'm not from a part. We're royals. We're not from a part. The parts that you have on your map is our maps. Wake your ass up. So yeah. They're cooked. So if I was over or under on it, I almost guarantee you that they have to figure out how to put money on those fucking food stamps November 1st. Because they're gonna have a fucking 2008 mortgage crash if they don't. On top of not having food stamps anymore. On top of their veterans. On top of everything else. Because this is not one problem. Imagine that. Walmart shutting down, not hiring employees, property tax too high. They're gonna have to move that Walmart soon. And they're gonna spoil all that food. That's why there's a dickhead moment either way. But they just claim it on taxes, but you can't eat it, type of shit. But people will still rob it and jump into that shit afterwards anyway, especially if the employees gotta take it outside anyway. And half of them can't afford their damn food either. So you understand everything. You just gotta join their Facebook group. But long term, they'll just say, now we gotta close that Walmart. We gotta close that Walmart. You gotta close that Walmart.
And then all the tertiary businesses associated with Walmart have to close. All the people who clean Walmart's closed, and the people who do the parking lot things, they closed, and all the people who try to sell things outside close, just with one Walmart. And it's never just one Walmart that closes. Thus, Walmart's cooked. Because there's no society or social condition or financial condition in which Walmart could even open up and compete anyway, since the terrorists from India and China are in place, remember? And now they can't use non-English truck drivers, like Walmart's, Target's, big places like that have trucks come every day. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. So that means they have to pay English-speaking truck drivers their actual prime rate, meaning they're losing money on that. Rollback prices weird, nigga. They haven't rolled back prices since before the pandemic. Here, nigga. That's reality. Walmart cooked. So they might as well let niggas just ransack the shit and claim insurance, because they ain't gonna exist next year either way at this rate. If your damn federal government ain't making money. If it ain't making money, it's not gonna have a lot of federal democratic socialist programs to fund or to reallocate credit to. That's a dummy mission. Because their problem, not your problem, their problem is their person knocking on their door asking them about where my $50 billion a day at. They gotta pay their bills too. They haven't paid them anything. That's crazy. Y'all thought companies opened in America and had their own money or something? Is that how they taught everybody? Is that what y'all think it is? Like when you use a dollar, like a company has more dollars than other people because the dollars came out of nowhere because of their service in exchange? It's the attitude that people talk about this stuff. They act like more money comes out the air, meaning it's not connected to the system itself. Like they dump more money in and Walmart holds $1 million and somehow that $1 million they're holding didn't come from the community it's in. And then somehow that community gets access to that money again once Walmart holds it. That's how y'all believe shit would happen? Walmart's getting richer because everyone else is making more money. No, Walmart's getting richer because it's holding all your money. Meaning that money is no longer in circulation. So now your people gotta figure out how to get more Walmart stuff, and every time Walmart holds more money, and then it gets more expensive. And then you gotta scramble more and work harder than you ever did before Walmart was there, which is the case now. Your rent go up, the cost of everything going up. Now you gotta work harder. Now you need to get paid more, so you gotta do other jobs for foreigners just to afford Walmart. Yeah, Walmart then hits a ceiling. That's it. So when Walmart closes in a local area that no longer has mom and pop shops, what's left in that city? Bureaucracy, a few restaurants, and service for vehicles. Exactly. Who the fuck would want to live there? Exactly. So now you see why they won't be paying their fucking rent, right? You think niggas are not give a fuck about their credit report right now? If that's what the issue is? Can't afford food, can't afford the cost of living, and the little bit of money they have left, no matter how they got it, because mind your business, why would they be in an area where everything's shutting down? It was just gentrified right before the pandemic. It's like they gentrified it just to lose it. Ain't that weird? But they were rich already. Don't forget, guys, they were gambling anyway. These weren't hardworking people we went to high school with that opened up these things. These are people from a different region, allegedly. A lot of them from Ukraine. Just trying shit out. With federal funding. Like $10,000 a month just to fucking be here as a citizen. Meanwhile, telling your ass you need to work harder. They call that in narcissism projection. All their fears are their projections about themselves. Not about anyone else. They don't think about no one else. So you see a fucking narcissist scared, being mean, and projecting an argument. That's just them doing the reverse polarity of their fucked up concerns. Crazy. When you see it's always the same fucking thing with the same people. But Walmart and food stamps in November 1st. That's where we're at, man. The faucet water fast. That's the worst kind, boy. I'm telling you, if you ever have to face a water faucet fast, you know what you should do when you find all the coins and scrape everything up and you're thirsty? Instead of buying drinks, buy you those fucking packets or those little droppers or that fucking instant Kool-Aid, Tang, Sunny Delight shit. So you can enjoy your water fast. Fuck a $5 Pepsi. Get you the shit for your water faucet. Put that shit in the freezer, freeze it. Trust me, you won't tell the difference when you're hungry. Thank you for coming on TikTok. But yeah, any other things going on in Europa today? Shout out to Mr. Rizla. Mr. Smyth-EL is cooking. I live across from Walmart. Oh, it's like this. Shoreland Hill 3. 456 till 5, yeah. I need to get me another black and mild in a second. So I'll end this type of video here. Yeah, but I'm still gonna pray for everybody anyway. Yeah. I'm leaning towards optimism. I'm leaning towards they're gonna fucking figure it out at the last minute. But at what cost will it be to our freedoms in terms of the game that we'll play society-wise as a result? But here's the thing, guys. When they bail out food stamps, don't forget, it's still the same fucking problems on the table. That doesn't solve the problems. That just gives people food stamps, last-minute hunger adjustments. But they didn't lose money in food stamps because they didn't budget it in. No, that account is not making money. It's their budget is broken somewhere else since Doge and all those things, trying to find out what the problem was. The problem, check out what the government problem is. It's spending. Can you imagine? Like, if you came to a girl who broke all the time, but she got a whole bunch of nice things, and you're like, yo, how much credit cards you got? Oh, I only got a few, about, 10, 20, 30, 40, usually a lot more with those bags, but enough credit card problems to have really nice bags that cost thousands. Yeah, it's just that. I was like, oh, no wonder. But she's entitled to. She's the type of girl that and she needs a man that can meet her minimum requirements while she hasn't paid her credit card off yet. But she wants to get married so you can inherit her credit card debt. That's why she needs a man that makes so much money, because she know how much her credit cards is. Kevin Samuels, rest in peace. But you gotta think about that. That girl, that baddie that ain't got shit, that ain't got no credit, that's your federal government, bitch. These girls act like your federal government if it was a person. They only look good on Instagram. And in real life, they ain't got no money. Thank you for joining my TikTok. It's your boy Dayson. Let's see what happens tomorrow, Monday, when the news cycle starts. Usually Tuesday these days, but maybe they'll have something to say tomorrow about food stamps. Peace.